Okay. Testing? Nope. Nope. See if I can get his attention. Can you hear me? Oh, wow, look, there it is. Hi, we're going to get started a little bit, give you a few welcome and housekeeping notes. I'm Kurt Manley. I am Dora's husband, who is the director, and welcome everybody that's here for the event, for the Crossroads of the Past and Future Conference, as well as the International Festival and all the things that we have going on. As some of you may or may not know, this is going to be broadcast live on YouTube. So everybody around the world is going to be able to watch it, and that includes the people over at Beale Celebrations, where the artists, authors, and collectors are going to be. It is on a, I don't know if any of you have been in there, but it is a very big 17-foot screen that they're going to be watching. So if you're a speaker, you're going to be seen around the world today, which is very, very cool, especially for the people from Verdries. Your family will be able to watch you as you speak this afternoon live, as well as everybody else. I'd also like to thank the Board of Supervisors for donating the use of the building today and tomorrow. So as a result of that, because it's Mohave County, there is no soliciting during your talking, and we can't be selling anything while we're here in the building. So if you have a booth, then we'll be over there that you can sell anything, or if you have a booth at the park. The other thing that we want to, no food or drink except for water in here, and if you have to use the restrooms, they are up at the top and over here to the left. Both men and women is over there. Also, as a reminder, tonight, the road crew will be performing at 6:30 till 8:30-ish, and that 8:30-ish means because they're willing to play until the park says we have to close, which is at 10 o'clock. They're willing to play the whole time. So that's tonight, and then tomorrow night they're also playing, and that's for closing ceremonies, which is 8:30 or so, and they're going to start playing around 7, so that they don't include or impede on any of the other festivities that's going on. The reunion concert's going on at the high school, and then Sounds of Kingman is going across the street at Metcalf Park. Most things are going on is where the big train is, and that's called Locomotive Park. If you have any questions, I will be available. I will probably be in the back of the room. If you have any other questions, all of our volunteers, you'll see them in the bright green shirts. You cannot miss them. If you have any questions, ask any of them, and we'll get started with our first speaker here in just a few minutes. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. The last thing that I want to remind you and mention is to please put your cell phones on vibrate or off. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, which is Michael Wallace, a journalist and historian with lengthy list of credits in the form of a well-crafted biographies to his name. In the Route 66 community, Wallace is best known for his Route 66, The Mother Road. This is a book credited for igniting the Route 66 Renaissance movement and as the voice of the Radiator Springs Sheriff in the animated film Cars. And he's introduced a new generation to the wonders of the storied highway, and his brick was installed on the Walk of Fame last night in downtown Kingman. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder of the Route 66 Alliance, Michael Wallace.
Good morning to all. I have been charged with delivering, as I have so many times in the past, my State of the Road address to all of you. And I do this again, as always, with great pleasure. This morning, what I could do is go down the list of the major events, of the gains and losses, the highlights of the past year. I could talk, for example, about that important conference and strategic roundtable held at Carsland last November, sponsored by the National Park Service Corridor Preservation Program and World Monuments. But then I would be stealing some thunder from my very good friend, Kaiser Barthuli, who will be speaking here later this morning, and will no doubt discuss that event, but even more importantly, the just-released Road Ahead report. Then again, I could tell you about the stunning exhibition, Route 66, The Road and the Romance, at the Autry National Center of the American West in Los Angeles. That exhibit opened June 8th, and it'll close January 4th of 2015. It is, in a word, stunning. It is, in two words, damn stunning. But again, you will be hearing all about that exhibit and its significance during these proceedings from Jim Farber, the driving force behind the exhibition. With me today, I'm pleased to say, is Rick Freeland, my co-founder of the nonprofit Route 66 Alliance, as well as Dan Rice, the man we have wisely picked to become the Alliance's first executive director. And we could speak, not only in this time slot, but actually the entire day and probably tomorrow, telling you all the exciting news, such as the much-anticipated Route 66 experience, a national, international clearinghouse and nerve center for the entire Mother Road that is finally something I've been after for years, of becoming a reality in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Its time has come, and we are delirious. But we decided to wait with talk of that emerging development and several other landmark projects in the making for another time, another place. There'll be plenty of time for that. Now, what I'm going to give you this morning, if you'll indulge me, is my take on Route 66, just as it is today. A true, hard look at the state of the road. Every day on Route 66, on the long runs of old road that remain, on the short stretches that struggle to stay alive, on those pieces of 66 that now act as frontage road in 8 states, in small ranch and farm towns, in big bustling cities. And all those places, there is the familiar and there is the strange. There are the constants. There are people we know. There are strangers, and there are old-timers and newcomers. Some of you in this room Lots of everyday folks who maintain a crop, a herd, a business. They fry ham and eggs, haul trash, teach school, sell shoes, clean teeth, mow lawns, practice law, panhandle for spare change, unlock the door to the public library. Many of them roll up their sleeves, literally and figuratively, and go to work. Others go fishing, or head for a tavern, or just rest their weary old bones. But they all rise and at least try to shine and face the world that is coming down that old road, down Route 66. For Route 66 is a road of humanity, always has been. And it is as vulnerable as all of us. It is not easy being a road. People come and people go. Folks get burned out. They get sick. They pick up and leave. They give up. They die. Buildings fall into ruin. Some fall down. Some slowly rot. Old places you thought would never die do just that. They give up the ghost. Towns shrink and blow away. There are floods, fires, drought, ice storms, renegade twisters, scorching heat and bitter cold. No visitors. No one stops. No one seems to care. There's no money. Damn little hope. Now, isn't that a fine state of affairs for a highway that has always paid its dues and the people who do their best to keep that road going? And yet, do you know what I say to all of that? I say, so what? I say, what of it? I say that in the scheme of things, as bad as all that sounds and really is, none of it matters. The strong survive and get stronger, and often they are able to help pick up those who have no more strength in them. There are so many who really care and will always care. They know that one Glen Rio is quite enough. They move forward. They live to make each day a masterpiece. They go on, and so does that old road, that scarred and bruised road of love and hate, of white, black, and shades of gray, that road running right through this town. And then to boot, as their day goes on and picks up momentum, they have to ask, what else can go wrong? Besides acts of God, they know they have to deal with those acts of humans. For our beloved road can sometimes be its own worst enemy. It can fall prey to so much, ironically, from those who claim to love her most. It comes in different forms: negative thinking, backstabbing, accusations, paranoia, poor attitudes, childish behavior, misunderstandings, breakdowns in communications, vitriol and pettiness, that damnable gossip and pure unadulterated jealousy, ill-founded rumors, outright lies, ignorance, fear, possessiveness, mistrust, all the foibles, all the weaknesses of human nature. That road is a mirror held up to the nation. It reflects our attitudes, and it is a reflection of all of us. And that is why we need to make those negative and destructive forces our enemies. We must guard against them. We must be bold. We must listen to our brothers and sisters and stand shoulder to shoulder. And if there happens to be a chip on your shoulder, then by all means, knock it off and stomp on it. We have to remain unified and never be divided. We are all citizens of that linear village I always speak of. There are no state lines. There are no county borders, no city limits. We are one. The state of the road. What is it? Are we moving forward or going backward? the state of the road. That road that has so much to offer, that road that is our school, our church and temple, our path for everyone. Route 66, Highway 66, the Mother Road, the Will Rogers Highway, the Main Street of America, the Ghost Road, the road of flight, the road of war, depression, Dust Bowl, the road of pure pleasure, the road of blues and jazz and hillbilly and bluegrass and rap and gospel, norteño and rock and roll, the road of beefsteak and sushi, of bootleg hooch and bottled water, of rednecks and blue bloods, of poets, priests, whores, soldiers, con artists, dreamers, young and old, the living and the dead, the washed and the unwashed, the road of Cy Avery, Andy Payne, Lightning and Sally, Billy the Kid, John Steinbeck, Dorothea Lange, Will Rogers, Marty Milner, Bobby Troup, Henry Ford, Woody Guthrie, Bob Waldmeyer's Road, state of the road. What is it? Why, don't you know? Of course, admit it or not, all of you know the state of the road, and you know it because you are willing to join as one to make sure the road never dies, never disappears, is never forgotten. You know, my friends, you whole diverse bunch of folks, because although you may not have that much in common, you do have the Mother Road in common, and that is the key. Like it or not, that road binds us, ties us together. And you know the state of the road because you are here. Here today, in this place, at this gathering. And if I were to go out in this audience right now and ask each one of you to tell me true, to tell me what is the state of the road, what is the state of 66, there could be only one reply, only one word, and it is good. The state of the road is good, and the hope always is, that it will only get better. See that it does.
1, 2, oh, there it is again. You never know if it's going to start as soon as I say something. We're a little ahead of schedule, and so we're gonna stay ahead of schedule for the very reason is because it gives the people that have a little bit longer presentation and gives you guys a chance for question and answers. So our next speaker from the Route 66 Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ron Hart.
I'd like to thank Michael Wallace for warming up this audience for me. Thank you very much. Michael was a big part of the formation of the Route 66 Chamber. He may not know that, but in 2007, when I attended the Clinton Route 66 Festival, I had visited with a number of chambers of commerce along Route 66 and asked them what they were doing to help promote Route 66 in their communities. And the answer was usually, what Route 66? They just didn't seem to have a grasp on the importance of the road that kept them alive during the Great Depression and the World War II. It hadn't really dawned on them that there was much business to come to their communities from Route 66. And I had served on some chambers of commerce in the past and been a board member and worked on a Main Street committee, and everything was to do with their particular community. Didn't extend beyond the city limits, and you pretty much had to be a member to be involved with what the chambers of commerce did. But when Michael gave his speech in Clinton, he struck a nerve because he mentioned that linear community like he said he does so many times. And I thought, if Route 66 is a linear community from Chicago to LA, why shouldn't it have its own Chamber of Commerce? One that focuses on the needs of the people who live in those towns, somebody that will develop ideas and suggestions on how to take advantage of the commerce that comes from the visitors from all around the world. So that's where the Chamber of Commerce was born. And it's kind of morphed into things that I hadn't really expected. Like many people who have websites and other means of promoting Route 66, we call them one-man bands. And I have to admit that that's pretty much what the Chamber has been up till now. But when it was formed, my whole concept of what this Chamber would ultimately be would be an organization that's not mine. It would belong to board members, and the board members would determine who would be the director of the Route 66 Chamber of Commerce and what programs and projects would they take on. And because of the recession, which hit shortly after I started working on this Chamber of Commerce project, it put a damper on things. I didn't have the heart to go out and ask people for money. And so I pretty much funded it myself and started building the website. And today it's the largest website in the world for Route 66. We have over 95 pages of information and entertainment, videos, music, everything that I can possibly find that would benefit the people who made all of that possible. And we still have a few more pages to add. So with that, I just want you to know that we will be an organization as soon as we can afford the governmental fees and everything that come along with that. But we are looking for people to become board members and to help form that organization so that in short order we can actually become a true nonprofit Route 66 Chamber of Commerce. And that's what we're working towards. A couple of existing projects that we have right now have gained some attention. After my hometown of Joplin was hit by the tornado, we had people calling from Route 66 wanting to know how could they get money or help to the people that were in that devastated community. And I told them that because I was, at that time when it happened, I was on my way to Amarillo for the festival. But when I got back, I wanted to do something because I lost my high school, our church, our hospital, places that I had grown up with were all gone. And people wanted to help. So I told them if they sent anything up or brought anything up, I would be happy to see that it got to where it was needed. And recently, a tornado hit Quapaw, Oklahoma, and Baxter Springs, Kansas. And even though it wasn't on the scale of what happened in Joplin, for a small towns like that, it was devastating. And they didn't even qualify for FEMA help. They had to sign up for loans from the Small Business Administration. So they were going back into debt. But you all came to help out in that situation. And the way I set up this new project called Route 66 Cares was so people could send money to a chamber of commerce in the communities that were affected, but have the name Route 66 Cares on it. And then that would be turned over to me because I would go into the community and find out who really needed the money. So this last time, the money went to the volunteer fire department that was destroyed in Quapaw. It went to the City Relief Fund. It went to the American Legion, who lost part of their roof. There were no United Ways or any other Red Cross or anything involved. We wanted to make sure that it went right into the community. So I'm hoping that this project will continue, and if there's another community that suffers a natural disaster, that we will have this project in place so that we can immediately set it up and start accepting money from the people on Route 66 who would like to help. To give you some ideas, the Chamber of Commerce, of course, is out there to promote their community, and this being that linear community. One of the things, I'll mention a few things that we're working on, and these are ideas that hopefully you can use to help in your own areas. So I'm just going to throw these out there, and whatever you like, just catch it. We want to try to promote more domestic tour guides and touring companies. I've gotten the impression that some that are overseas, or some are very good and some are not so good. And the people that are traveling the route are blowing by in 10 days, and they don't have time to stop and see anything or do anything. And maybe they should consider doing half the route and then coming back and doing the other half at another time, so that they'll have a chance to visit with the people along the route and see what really makes Route 66 what it is, not just point A to point B, but all of the people that are along the route. And that's what people that I've run across seem to appreciate. We're all Route 66 characters, and we're all Route 66 ambassadors. So that makes us kind of special, and we need to take advantage of that. So local tour guides, volunteers, people that can escort somebody from, let's say, Carthage, Missouri to Baxter Springs, Kansas, to make sure that they see all of the neat stuff that's there. Things like that will be a big help. We're also working toward producing several public service announcements, 30-second spots that are going to target families, target bikers. Another one will target just people who want to take America's greatest road trip. And this has been in the works. We have offers of some excellent footage. These are only 30-second promotions, but they can be distributed by way of YouTube. They can be sent to communities to put on their local cable systems. Something that will reach everyone, because we really need more people from the United States traveling our highway instead of depending on 60 or 70% of the people from overseas keeping the money flowing. So that's one of our goals. We'd like to encourage communities to put Route 66 visitor centers in their towns. The trick is, and you've always heard it before, if you can't get them to stop, they're just going to blow right through town. So having a Route 66 visitor center where they can stop and get information about that community, places they should look at where they can eat and sleep. I think this is something that all communities should have, whether they're large or small. to promote themselves. The Chamber is also working on a media referral page, and this will link to all of the journals, the people who know the route, Jim Conkle, Mr. Ross, anyone that has straight information. We need that because some of you have probably read recent articles that were in the LA Times and in other publications where they got their facts wrong. And we don't know where they're going to get that information, but it's certainly not from you. So having a media referral page that a journalist or someone doing a story can come to and have links to people that will give them good answers is, I think, very important, and we're working on that. We'd also like to encourage ad agencies and TV producers to use a Route 66 theme. Toyota recently did. My own personal experience was in 2010, Schlotsky's sandwich chain came to me and wanted to know how they could promote Route 66 along with their meals, their sandwiches. So we ended up with the Albuquerque turkey and different sandwiches named after a few of the towns, and they made a nice contribution to the Chamber for their help. So we all can do that, but we have to be proactive and get out and contact these ad agencies, tell them that here's where you can get some information and we will help you use that to your best advantage, whether you're selling cars or whatever. I just got a call in Seligman the other day from Bazaar Foods. I think if anyone's heard of that, on the Travel Channel. And they are interested in doing 3 segments that will be built around Route 66. And I told them I didn't right offhand know of any weird foods on Route 66, but I said we have lots of weird people on Route 66. And they said that's exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to be working with them and referring them to some of the state associations, because you probably know where the weird food is located. And so we're anything that's got Route 66 connected to it's going to benefit us. Another thing that I think the community should focus on is having a Route 66 Heritage Festival every year. Nothing that would compete with the International Festival, but in their own region, we need to get the focus off of the corn dogs and the things that really don't relate to Route 66 that draw the people to the festivals, but we need to draw them to actually see antique cars of the decades of Route 66, what the cars looked like in the heyday, what the people dressed like in the heyday, and get the kids involved, because they're the next generation that's going to continue the work of what we're doing right now. So we need to educate people, and I think a heritage festival, using that as a theme, would keep the focus on Route 66 and not turn it into the carnival or the community events and things that maybe don't relate to the mother road. We might also someday consider having conventions, maybe many conventions, MINI, in different parts of the country, because a lot of people can't come to the events like this. But if certain areas with maybe 2 or 3 states involved could have a convention that would be open to all of us to go to, there would be a chance for people to express ideas and suggestions and show that we're working on the route. And it's a grassroots effort. So that's just something to think about. Another thing we'd like to do is petition the United States Postal Service so that we can have a Route 66 stamp for the 90th anniversary of Route 66, and follow that up with another one for the 100th or the centennial anniversary of the founding of Route 66. So if you're all behind that, we'll have more information available on our website, and like to get some petitions going. I think that's what it takes to get the Postal Service to do something like this. But I'm sure that people from all around the world would want to have Route 66 stamps on their correspondence. Educating the communities for ways to make their community better. Some of the ideas would be to designate off-street, group, and RV parking using directional signs. I talk to RVers who go through communities and they have no place to put their motorhome. There are no parking areas set aside. And same thing with some of the groups, motorcycle groups, car cruises that go through communities can't find a place to park. And they want to park close to the route. They don't have to be right on the main street. But if your community doesn't have a designated group parking area that's about a block away from Route 66, ask them if they've got a vacant lot or someplace where these people can park. They will get out and they will walk downtown and support that community. I also would like to encourage the placing of welcome signs as you come into a community with the Route 66 logo attached in some way. A number of the foreign visitors have told me that they really appreciate that. They feel welcome when they come into a community, but very few of the communities that are in my area have a sign that says welcome to, and Route 66 and the Route 66 corridor. This is something else that communities need to do, is designate the route through their town as the official Route 66 corridor and use wayfaring signs. I'm talking to a lot of people in Joplin who are confused by the MoDOT signs, which are basically highway signs. The original route sign, which is right next to another one just like it, doesn't have anything under it. It doesn't show the years of that original route. But you're supposed to know that and supposed to take that route. But people don't. They look at the sign that says 1947 to 1975 or whatever, and that's the one they're taking. So in Joplin, for example, they're missing the original route that goes down historic Broadway and through historic downtown. And they're taking a big commercial area that has nothing to show of Route 66 and then intersecting Main Street and going on out to Galena. So I spoke to a person that's familiar with wayfaring signs, and he said these are colorful signs and they can be used for directional purposes and also to point out points of interest, historic places along the route. And so having wayfaring signs for directional purposes and pointing out the attractions would be good to have in your communities. And wouldn't it be wonderful if every state that's a Route 66 state used the same exact signs? So that, especially directional signs, we have to have those, because if you're on a road and you're driving and driving and driving and there's no sign even tells you that you're on Route 66, then you find out, hey, there was a turn back there about 5 miles and you should have turned. It's very frustrating for people, and it means that the next town is probably not going to see those people stop because they're making up for lost time. So signage has been an issue with me for a long time, and I think ultimately we will have to go to some kind of a universal wayfaring sign that people will recognize no matter what state they're in, and will look for those to point out the points of interest. The other thing is we'd like to encourage businesses to display the Route 66 sign. If you have a community that you drive down the street and you don't see any Route 66 signs on those places that are right on the mother road, they're doing themselves a disservice. And some of the people gripe and they say, well, nobody comes in. And I said, especially the foreign visitors are looking for that Route 66 shield. They may not be able to read our English signs, but they're looking for that Route 66 logo. And if they see it, I think that would be a big help in your community. And the same goes for the people that travel through. We need to encourage our travelers and our visitors, no matter where they're from, the United States or Czechoslovakia or whatever, to somehow or another with a badge or a pin or a hat, show that they're Route 66 fans. And this goes a long way with restaurants. I'm encouraging waitresses that when somebody comes in, a group maybe or two couples, and they've got a Route 66 hat or a shirt on, to put 66 on the receipt that goes back to the accounting office. and have them keep a record of just how many people come in with that information, and that tells them that they are probably getting more business from Route 66 than they expected. But we do have to encourage people to have a name tag or something, so when they go into the restaurants or the lodging facilities, maybe they'd even get an offer of a discount because they're traveling Route 66 and they're contributing to that community. So if you can do that, that'd be great. If you like any of these ideas, I hope you'll take advantage of them. And you know, we're really proud of what we've accomplished so far, and some people just don't quite understand about the Route 66 Chamber, but our website, our shortcut is visit66.com, and you're welcome to go and just pop 2 bags of popcorn because it's a big website. But you may find something in there that interests you. And I'm always available, cell phone in pocket, and if anybody has any ideas, I welcome any ideas, even if they're crazy. You never know. Our job is to boost commerce and especially to help the mom and pops, and to preserve and protect is and promote is our motto or our mission statement. So I appreciate your time, and if anybody has any questions before I go. Okay, I've answered all your questions. Oh yes, go ahead. The main thing I'd like to see on the interstates are more signs that direct people off the interstate. They're not likely to do that, the DOTs and the federal government, but some states do, and they tell you when you have to get on. You know, in some places you have to get on the interstate because 66 doesn't exist in that area, but they also need to tell you when to get off, and that's you know, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the interstates. They will tear your car up, and the trucks will blow you around, and it's just not a fun place to be. Sometimes we have to be there, but I'd much rather be on Route 66. So I'd like to hear the motto, all signs point to Route 66 would be great. So anybody else? Yes? Right, and when we went through Flagstaff, we stopped at some of the motels, and they were a little pricey. And I asked if they had any Route 66 groups that stayed there, did they give any kind of a discount? And not a single one of them. It was like they were clueless. So in your own communities, this is something that if you go to and you say, look, if you want more business, offer a little discount, even if it's free iced tea with your meal, anything. People feel special. They feel like, because they're not driving around with a bunch of coupons in their pocket. But that ID thing should be a giveaway, and the restaurants especially should say, we see you're traveling Route 66, and they say yes, and they put it on their receipt, and they say, well, your drinks are on us. And or we're going to take 10% off of your meal. And this is one of the best ways to boost commerce, I think, is they have to be proactive. But if people walk in and they don't have any identification, and even on their cars, I have people all the time say, well, we don't think we're getting much traffic from Route 66. But those cars that are going by with Illinois license plates most likely are rental cars from Chicago, but they don't know that. So magnetic signs, a sign in the window. We have one big plastic Route 66 sign that I put in the corner of our windshield. So when we're on 66, people see us and they wave. and we wave back. But we don't know where they're from, but when they wave, we assume they're traveling 66. So that would be great if people would do that. Yes?
I think we can learn a lot from Paducah, Kentucky, what they have done with quilting. We can take some of the same ideas for Route 66. When I was back there for a quilt exhibit, every one of their restaurants had a quilter's special on the menu. Now, every one of our restaurants could have a Route 66 special, and it could be what they normally sell anyway, but just call it a Route 66 special. And they had signage, they had banners. They took a little town and turned it into Quilting USA, and we could use a lot of their techniques. Paducah, Kentucky.
Yeah, sort of like Cuba with all the murals. And a lot of towns are beginning to catch on. There's another town in Missouri that has fire plugs specially painted and has the Route 66 logo on it. So anything like that that'll get people to slow down. And just before I leave, I wanted to make one more comment. You're going to hear from Jess McIntyre about Project Route 66. It's a nonprofit, and they have formed a nonprofit that will be it's a Route 66 Highway or Billboard Association. And he's going to talk about billboards. The first one that went up was outside of Loretta Lynn's venue in Tennessee. And it had our website on it, visit66.com. It was easy for people to remember. And I was visiting with Jess, and he said, well, did it make any difference? And I said, to be honest, I hadn't checked my hits. So I went back, and the day after that billboard with that one, and it's a small billboard, when it went up, my hits more than doubled overnight. And I didn't even realize that. And so if we can get billboards up around the United States, they're not going to be on Route 66 because you're already there. But they're going to be in states like Florida and Texas, or not Texas, Washington State, other places. And they're going to pick up where Cyrus Avery's U.S. Highway 66 Association left off. And I think that would be really helpful. So when Jess talks about it, and I've heard some people say, well, that's a crazy idea. I don't think so. I think it really works. Whatever you can put out there, PSAs, billboards, signs, we've got to keep that logo in front of people, and sooner or later they'll get a clue, and they may be driving down the road someday. So I appreciate your time, and look forward to meeting you all at the Beal Center.
My name is John Fleck. I'm kind of sitting in for Kurt because he's over at the Electric Car Museum. So Charlene, if you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you Charlene Fauser from the Arizona Route 66 Association. Take your time.
Boy, those are some tough acts to follow. Well, first, welcome to Arizona and being on the longest continuous remaining stretch of Route 66. I am Charlene Fauser, and I am part of the Historic Route 66 Association of Arizona, and I'm proud today to represent our group. I hope most of you made it to our reception last night. The turnout was wonderful, and everybody seemed to have a great time, and again, we thank you for being with us. Normally, when I start out talking to groups, the first thing I do is to sing the praises of Route 66 and tell them about all there is to see and do. And I think that's kind of preaching to the choir here, especially since most everybody knows the route probably better than I do. So I thought, what did I want to present about the association, and just a little different information than maybe you don't already know. So I thought, if we're going to talk about the future, then maybe we needed a moment to talk about the past. By the time Williams, which was the last remaining Route 66 community to be bypassed in 1984, one by one, a lot of our communities felt the pain of being bypassed. A little town just about an hour up the road of Seligman, Arizona, was really feeling the pain after the bypass, but then they had a second whammy when the railroad pulled out of that community. And people had come to Seligman for the American dream, and one of those families was the Delgadillo family. And Angel was the second generation there, and he had planned to raise his family and be there forever. And as a boy, he watched the people travel across the route on their way to California during the Great Depression, and he felt the soul of Route 66. And by the time the last community was bypassed, he was thinking that he had to leave and he had to support his family. But in his heart of hearts, he knew that the salvation of Route 66 was Route 66 and the people of Route 66. And as we know, one person can change the world, and that's why I'm glad we're all together continuing the legacy and knowing that we can change the world. Because that barber just tried different things. He formed a chamber of commerce. He tried, different things to bring people in the community, but always coming back to that it's the people that made Route 66, it's the entrepreneurs, it's the mom and pops, it's the man in Twin Arrows who put 2 telephone poles in the ground and made an attraction. And he gathered 15 like-minded individuals, and they met in February of 1987 in a little restaurant called the Copper Cart in Seligman. And in one day, they formed the historic Route 66 Association and developed our mission statement, which we live by today, and that's to preserve, protect, and promote Route 66, both the people and the surface. I think you all know Angel, so he doesn't take no for an answer. And these 15 people set out to, okay, now how do we get the people back into our communities? And so they battled the Arizona Department of Transportation, and as Ron was talking about, and as your point was well taken, I mean, I've been struggling to get some changes, and it's an uphill battle, but they went through the process. They got Arizona named a historic a route designation. Then they were able, after many years, to get those brown signs on Interstate 40 to start getting people off the road and back into our communities. So as that happened, they realized they needed some money to make this continue to prosper. And so they came up with the idea of the historic Route 66 Fun Run. And we were the first fun run, and that we just celebrated our 27th, I believe. And all the monies that are raised from that event and anything else the association does goes back into the salvation of Arizona's Route 66. So I'm very proud of that. Angel had pushed the board when he heard about this National Scenic Byway program. He's like, well, we need to be a National Scenic Byway. And so we set out to figure out how to make that happen. And at that time, I was working for the Flagstaff Convention and Visitor Bureau, and had 2 businesses on Route 66 and loved it myself. And one day my boss came to me and said, this group, they're really just not good with the words, and would you help put together the corridor management plan? And I thought, yeah, that sounds like a fun project. Well, little did I know that it would change my life. And the people like Vince and Angel and Tom Spear, they enriched my life so much, and to see the passion, I couldn't wait to be involved. So we got together, we wrote the corridor management plan, we submitted it, and we became a National Scenic Byway, along with Illinois at that time. And then New Mexico had already received the designation. And then Angel heard, well, there is a higher designation, it's called All-American Road. And it's like, well, can't we just be proud for a month that we got this huge national designation? And he's like, nope, we've got to have All-American Road designation. So we set out to find out how we do that, and we put together the information, and in 2010, Arizona stretch of Route 66 became an all-American road. We're one of 24 roads in the United States that carry that designation, meaning that we are a destination unto ourselves. And with that knowledge, we have been working with the other communities across, and the other states, and their communities to help get them the designations so that we could become one all-American road, all the way from Illinois to California. And that's something Lynn's working on, and I'm assisting other communities, other states. I'm just used to talking communities. And so we're working on this project, and even though the Byway program has kind of taken a hit over the last few years as far as grant funding, there's a national foundation that's moving forward to help promote these roads, continue with grant projects. So I'll talk a little more about that. Excuse me, I should know all this by heart, but. So what we did is we set out, okay, now we're this road recognized nationally, recognized by the Federal Highway Administration. And so I thought, well, we're going to reconnect our communities. And we held our first all-community meeting in 2008. And that was a very eye-opening experience for me because everybody, it was well-attended, but everybody sat in their own little groups, and connecting the dots was really difficult. And it soon dawned on me that all these years of being disconnected really did disconnect. People were now struggling for the same dollar. They were struggling for the same federal dollar. They were struggling for recognition, and now our neighbors became our enemies. And Seligman didn't want Flagstaff coming along and trying to make them Flagstaff, and Oatman was worried that they'd have to be Seligman. And once we identified that was a real problem, the next year we came together and said, let's figure out what are our commonalities, and then how do we use those to build something that will help all of us. And that's exactly what we did. And the first thing we did is we decided, let's try a passport project. And we did it. It took us several years because we had no money, we didn't know where to begin, but everybody believed that would help them and they would help each other. And we had little communities like Ash Fork. They had no money to contribute. Seligman had no money to contribute. So we went to our Arizona Office of Tourism. We applied for a grant. We had our bigger communities of Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Kingman that came to the table with some money, and we created our first passport. This is our second rendition, but again, a lot of people said, well, you can't do that. Well, we said, well, why can't we do that? And we did it, and we printed 50,000 copies, and they blew off the shelves. We were really proud of what we did. The next year we came together and thought, okay, the Arizona Centennial's coming up. How do we get Northern Arizona recognition and Route 66's name right across every bit of information that goes to people around the world about the Centennial? So we did some brainstorming, and we came up with the idea of building on Kingman's geocaching project. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with geocaching. I wasn't at the time. I'm not very tech savvy. But there are 5 million people around the world that carry around GPS devices and go from community to community finding hidden treasures. And Kingman had done such a cool job with it. They had a historic component to it. When you open up your treasure, you're standing at a spot, and on the lid is a picture of what that spot looked like maybe 100 years ago, maybe 50 years ago. And it was really cool. So we came up with the idea of launching a geocaching project across the route, 100 caches for the 100-year anniversary, and they would all be with 66 history on them. It's been a huge success. How much did it cost us? It cost us the money to put up a little web link, and it cost us $2 to complete each cache. Simple. I believe Missouri has a geocaching project. Why can't we all have a geocaching project? Let's get people to stop from one end of Route 66 to the other. It just didn't take a lot, and it just was an idea that we just went with. Some other things that we did for the centennial, we decided to just tweak our passport a little bit, submitted as a centennial project, and it received centennial designation, changed the cover of it a little bit, added a few new things, and voila, we had free publicity from the state of Arizona for Route 66, as well as submitting our fun run as a centennial event. It happened to be our 25th. So again, it's just a group of people coming together and saying, we can do this. And by the way, in this passport, every community is represented, whether they could afford to pay or not, because we want people to know that, maybe Flagstaff isn't a place they want to stop at, but there's a full travel experience from one end of the route to the other. It's not just, let's just stop out of the Grand Canyon and go to Williams. Another just simple ideas that Ron has, they had a travel expo in Phoenix, and I went down for it, and what I saw just blew my mind. Here was Williams, here was Flagstaff, here was the Wallapai tribe, here was the Navajo Nation, and here was Winslow, and it's like, people, why don't we all line up in one row and be Route 66? And you can spend your individual money and promote your individual town, but we together have so much more to offer than you as one little community. And so the next year when that expo came up, that's what they did. They asked to be placed next to each other. And now we had a Route 66 experience that was already there, but people just need to know about us. So those are just little things that make a difference. What I found most fun of all is we didn't have an all-community meeting yet this year, but last year I sat back and I thought, the first year I was hoarse from talking so much to try and keep everybody engaged. And the last year I was hoarse because I was trying to wrangle this group in. There's so much interaction and so much side conversation, and people are working on community-to-community ideas. And we just come together and the ideas explode and the energy is terrific. And where we were once fragmented, now we are whole. And our collective group of communities are being represented as a whole. And we want to keep the charm of all of our communities as they are. So each year we have taken one project, just something to work on. So we decided we needed to brand our All-American Road. So we came up with the idea, and as part of it, one of the things we felt we were always lacking in is really communicating well with our foreign travelers. And we thought, well, we need to redo our brochure. How do we do that? And every idea seemed complex, and then somebody said, well, why not just put a simple sentence, welcome to Arizona, and guide them to our website that has international translations on it? Duh. I don't know how often we try to make things more difficult than they need to be. So we came up with our branding. Can you see if you can pull it? And again, we had no money. We don't have big advertising agencies, but we put together some ideas. I don't know how many of you know Vince Salmon, but he was one of the original members of the association and best friend of Angel, and his truck welcomed everybody to the fun run, so we wanted to make sure that Vince was a part of us into the future. So that's Vince's truck, and again, every community is represented. People can see just simply how far it is to get to our communities.
What's the URL?
AZRT66. And just simple, and a little bit about the association, and a little bit about being an All-American road. So we are now using that in all we do. And then the next step was, is it rt66.com? So the next step was then to make some changes to our website. It was very antiquated. There we go. So again, this is our new look. It hasn't even been launched yet. It is out there. There's our angel. Talks about the passport. And one of the cool things that we did is down here you'll see download our latest brochure. So people don't need to come to Arizona to get the brochure. They can print off an 8.5 by 11 and be planning their trip before they get here. We focus on each of our communities, what there is to see and do, and that is our first step at that. So then into the future, where do we go from here? Things have been said about ideas that we're already looking at, and we would love to work more with Ron and see how that can fold into all of our states. But educating our youth is number one, because we saw a surge of recognition of Route 66 when the movie Cars came out. My grandson and I went to see it, and he's like, Nana, my dad just doesn't get it. And I thought, we need to just skip that generation and go right to our grandchildren, because they do get it, and they want to be able to do those road trips down the road. And I was down in the Grand Canyon Caverns, and there was a group down there visiting, and I was chatting with them, and they were there because the young son, he was 11 years old, he wanted to travel Route 66 because of the movie Cars. We all know the impact of it. So let's continue to keep the momentum going. So one of the ideas came from Williams, Arizona, is let's look at developing not only school curriculum, but let's look at perhaps getting some containers or semi-truck bodies donated. They're very inexpensive now, and creating some Route 66 experiences that we can travel to the schools. Put a barbershop chair in. We went down into the caverns, and they have a sleeping booth birch set up there. And my grandson says, Nana, can I call my mom? I'm like, of course, call your mom. And he picks up the phone and he's like, how do I use this? And it was a rotary phone. He had never seen a rotary phone before. Little things that were part of our youth that we forget are slipping away. Why not just simple things and create a traveling Route 66 experience geared to our children that can just travel the state? And tie that in with school curriculum. I've talked to many teachers who are very anxious to add that into part of the education process. So that's one of the things. The biggest thing that is next on our list is our itineraries. Elementary for many of us, but I have just been watching a group. I don't know how many of you are in the Route 66 email group. One person asked, I'm new to traveling Route 66. What should I see and do, and how long should I plan? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This person is probably on such overload that they may not even come. We are so passionate, so many ideas. Oh no, you shouldn't stop there, or try this and do this. And so what we're trying to do is come up with some simple steps. Itineraries for if you're motorcycling the route, where are the best places to stop? How long? If you've got a week, if you have 10 days, if you have 2 weeks, here's priority of what you should do on your first trip. Bird watching, star watching, gay and lesbian tourism. If you only know how much money is spent in that realm, guiding people to places where they feel comfortable. Traveling with your pet. It's simple, just to take some time, and this might be a wonderful thing for the chamber. you know, I was looking, I collect, because we're always looking for ideas, and why create new ideas? Let's build on what's already done. All these brochures, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wonderful travel guides. I mean, look at this beautiful book that Oklahoma put out. It's beautiful, and the thing is, not all of us have the funds or the people to do these kinds of things. So why not use what they've done and tie into it? Perhaps maybe a starting point would be to gather everything that's being put out by our communities and having a group come together and look at what's already being done. And then how do we massage it a little so we can do that for the whole route? The passport, I'm always offering information. I've given it to Kansas, to California. Just, you know, you might have 18 miles of the road, but let's figure out how we can make it work. Perhaps we could do a passport in a little portfolio that people can collect along the route and then make it a full travel experience. So those are just some of the ideas that, you know, we can start small, just like Angel did, you know, step by step, and just take one little idea and then expand on it. Another thing that Ron hit on, and also the comment from the audience, getting that signage is really difficult. When I took over the Flagstaff Visitor Center, I mean, we not only sit on Route 66 in the train station, I mean, I could put my hand out the window and touch it. That's how close it is. And there was nothing that said Route 66. It took me 2 years to get our sign changed, to put the emblem on, so somebody could come and take their picture with Flagstaff and Route 66. Now, why should that be? It just doesn't seem sensible. It took me 4 years to get byway signs across our route. And then ADOT wouldn't put them up because they have to hire somebody, and they had to go through a whole bidding process on it. So those are challenges, but they're not that you know, we're not letting that deter us. Now we're looking at how do we come up with perhaps flag banners to put at the beginning and ending of our communities with our All-American Road logo, and then the community's name. So it's loud and clear. You're on the All-American Road, but you're in Seligman, you are in Flagstaff, you are in Ash Fork. So we're gonna kind of go around the hard sign thing and look at you know, other ways to do that. Then we wound up with a problem. Seligman doesn't have any any light poles to put flag banners on. And in Williams, you can't hang anything on historic buildings. But you know what? We're going to drill in the ground, and we're going to put sticks, and we're going to make it happen. So it's anytime you're met with, you know, with some sort of obstacle, like Angel taught us, you just go around it. You know, you just keep moving forward. And so there's lots of ideas, and we would love to be a part of any and all the ideas. Again, if anybody has heard what we're doing and has ideas on how to make it better, that's just kind of touching on the surface. I did a quick rundown of the things we have worked on and accomplished. And we do that in not only Angel's name, but for all the people that have put their blood and soul into keeping this route so special. And we are so proud to celebrate it every day. And I love meeting people and being a part of it. I do want to close with saying that so many times the association would like to be a part of different events and festivals, and I have attended many of the festivals on grant funding, but we have stayed true to our mission, again, to preserve, protect, and promote Route 66 across Arizona. And so 100% of our funds, all of us are volunteers and have other full-time jobs. And so either it's a time constraint or we pay for travel out of our own monies. But if there's something going on and we can teleconference, or if, if Ron is able to pull together these little conferences and there's not that much travel, we are, very interested in being that team player and, continuing to work together, because one idea spurs another idea. Look what's happened with our communities, and also we know together we can do just great things. And I just smile because we still have the angel of the road that keeps that shining light, keeps us focused, and again, we're so proud to host this festival and have the people that do that the best do that for us and allow us to showcase Kingman and our communities. And I already see hands up. Yes.
There's a new, something just integrated happened. There's a new service on the internet. It's called Airbnb.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That's a huge idea. I have friends, they're from France, and they live down the street, and they do the Airbnb, and I give them literature, but I never thought about creating something even a little more for them.
And on our literature, it could say, you can, in fact, when you stay in a family who lives on 66
That's a wonderful idea. Mr. Wallace. I was very nervous following you, I have to say. It's like...
actually echoed what I was talking about, and that's cross-pollination. That's getting along. You held up those great brochures, and one's a great example there. That's the states of Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma working together on a stretch of Route 66 from Carthage to Bonita, Oklahoma. And that's what it's all about. No state borders, no county lines, no city limits, no linear village. And if we can get the states to work together, certainly we can get the towns to work together where you still have division between east and west and downtown, and all of it is even foiled. All of it is people getting ego, getting ahead of themselves, not working together, keeping your eye on the mission and working as one. We are a family, and often we're dysfunctional, but like that, we're a family.
Well, I can only imagine, having worked with all the different entities, attractions, we work with the Navajo tribe, the Hopi tribe, and a lot of people don't know the Hopi tribe owns the buildings of Twin Arrows, and Kaisa has been instrumental in trying to get those poor little buildings saved. And we work with the Wallapai tribe. We work with government partners and each of our little communities. And, as I said, pulling everybody together to see the greater benefit of it, just like Ron said, he was in Flagstaff. That's where I live. That's where I started this adventure. And, you get them educated, and then they have a whole new management shift. A new corporation comes in and buys out a hotel. And then the next thing is trying to re-educate front desk staff. It takes a lot of, continue pounding. So I can only imagine Ron's challenge, Mike's challenge of doing that, across the states. But it's this continuing to keep the doors open. We're ready to have some links on the site. Find other people who are doing itineraries and build on what they've already done for our stretch of the route, because that's what we know the best. I don't want to try to do anything for everybody because I don't know it well enough, and I wouldn't begin to go in anybody's community and tell them what to do. But, share these ideas, and, again, we would dream to have something like that, but, I know the folks when Oklahoma was becoming a National Scenic Byway and worked with them, they're willing to help with anything, and even share some of their monies to make it happen for others. I mean, we need to take advantage of that, those open doors, without a doubt. And, the ideas keep coming, but one of the things that I try to keep our group focused on is there's so much to do, we can get bogged down in starting things and not accomplishing anything. We get overwhelmed with all the ideas, and we try to keep our board very, very focused with one fundraiser a year, volunteering, coming to our board meetings and volunteering for maybe one other thing, because burnout is huge. You get the passion, and then burnout is huge. So if we're like the tortoise and the hare, and we just start with the idea, and it's amazing what one idea can do on a small level. And then we'll build another idea, and then we build another, and look what a group of 15 people with one man spearheading it did. The ideas for the website continue on phase 2. We're going to have some different apps, and we're going to have we already have Facebook, and we already have Twitter, but we're going to have some other interactive things and things that just bog my head. But again, we started phase 1. Let's get this website new and refreshed and get people seeing how easy it is to come to Arizona. So if we just take a step at a time and, accomplish one thing, or find, like Ron's doing, find people who are passionate about the roads, and find people who are passionate about this, and, have the different groups. But the first summit I attended was in Albuquerque in 2006, I believe. And a lot of ideas were said there, and now we're in 2014, and they've never gone anywhere. And I think because so often the excitement is there, but when you get into like we've talked about, dealing with some of the bureaucracy, it becomes overwhelming, and the ideas sit on a shelf. So let's figure out as a group what we can do simply. I mean, we have this resource of CAISA doing historic preservation. These grants to some people might seem little compared to the federal highway grants that were available at one time, but mom and pops that have no money are able to qualify for grants without all this other, federal garbage that goes with them, and make a difference. So, we've got that going on. Continue to support CAISA and her ideas, but on the same hand, we can do simple steps to continue to show that we're a cohesive route, even though we have all these different people and characters and things to offer. But that's what makes that travel experience that people are looking for. And we are lucky that our European travelers sometimes have a month to travel. Well, let's keep them on the route the whole time. So those are the things. When I worked the visitor center, I would always tell my staff, when people come in, tell them all there is to see and do, and they may have just stopped for information or to find out for lunch, but what if we get them to spend the night? And what if we get them to visit another, small business at one end of town or the other? Well, we're successful, and then we've made them feel welcome, and we have them come back. Another thing that was mentioned previously, I believe it was, I'm not sure if it was Mike or Ron, but we have our passports are stamped at visitor centers not because we are not supporting our mom and pops, but our visitor centers are the places where they're going to get the most and best information about the communities and about the route. So we strategically did that. We also have at the very end a redemption little form, because now we're gathering information that we can share with our communities. It's huge how many passports are redeemed for a certificate with Angel's name on it. You know, simple little things. These go home with people, top of the mind awareness. They share these with their friends. Simple little things that mean a lot to our visitors. So I look forward to working with everybody into the future and continuing to share what we're doing and hear what you're doing. And my information is on the website and on the literature. I welcome your phone calls and look forward to the continuing these conversations and seeing Angel's dream just live on and on. So thank you for your time. So I probably took up everybody else's time.
Charlene, thank you. Our next presenter, and I hope I'm going to get her name right so I don't really make it bad, but it's Kaisa Barthuli. Ah, yeah, I get a raise. National Park Service Route 66 Corridor Program Director. Before Kaisa starts, I'd like to remind you of two things. Number one, cell phones off, please, just so there are no interruptions. Second of all, when you're outside of this room, Mohave County provides us with 2 Wi-Fi sites. So outside the auditorium, there are 2 county-provided Wi-Fi sites. And then the third thing, actually I had 3 points, I guess, is if you have any questions regarding the Route 66 Festival in Locomotive Park, where you saw the huge train, in the corner is an information booth that is manned and should have every bit of information or an answer to every question that you may have. So we ask that if you have anything, utilize those resources there so that you get all the answers that you need.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to take just a moment to see if I can get technology to work. I'm so glad you're here. I'll stay rooted here. First, I just want to thank Michael and Ron and Charlene for your inspiring words this morning. Truly inspiring and from the heart. I've been able to participate in these annual summit meetings, if you will, for many, many years now, and I'm never cease to be amazed about what happens when we all come together and start sharing these ideas, and we find out how similar they are. There are these new ones, and there's this and there's that, and together, when we do this, we build capacity. We build legitimacy, we build buy-in for what's going on the road. And when we're all working together, like I keep hearing over and over again, is what we need to be doing, not only do we have capacity, legitimacy, and buy-in, but we're able, if we can just now take the next step to harness all of this good stuff and move forward in a way to actually make things happen. Follow through. It's like, as you were saying, Charlene, we toss these ideas around and then we go home and we do our best to work, within our own communities. But imagine what we could do all together and focused in on like your board does individually, focus in on the most important things that has risen to the top through all of our collective conversations. There's just tremendous power here, and I never cease to be amazed. And I think that we're at a critical junction in terms of moving all of this forward. I think we all understand, we all know, and it's time to do something. It's time to come together for ourselves, for the communities on Route 66, for the road. I am Kaisa Barthuli. I'm the program manager of the National Park Service Route 66 Corridor Preservation Program, and I'm gonna spend some time this morning following through on some of these ideas, but also giving you an update on where we're at, where the National Park Service is at in terms of what we've been doing. We've been a little quiet lately. We haven't been able to travel the way we used to, unfortunately. And we've been putting a lot of energy into finding out new ways to better communicate. And so you haven't actually heard from us very much for a while. So I wanted to take this opportunity to share what we've been up to and let you know what's coming. So first of all, I want to give a quick review of how the National Park Service became involved. Back after the decommissioning of the road, there was a series of public meetings about how the federal government could and should be involved. There were ideas talked about, such as a national park for Route 66. There were ideas about a National Historic Trail designation for Route 66. There was the option of the federal government not getting involved at all, or the idea, which is what was popular at the time, which was to develop a program of financial and technical assistance within the National Park Service, and that is the program that I have the privilege of managing. Our legislation passed in 1999, our funding came through in 2001, and so we've been in business, so to speak, since then. The program was intended to be a seed program, a stimulus program, and so we had a sunset date of 2009. And as 2009 approached, the public and others had an interest in keeping the program going. And so through congressional and other action, the program was reauthorized for another 10 years. So we now have until 2019 to continue our work with all of you, and the program will be sunsetting in 2019 unless additional legislative action is taken. We work with partners to preserve the special places and stories of historic Route 66, and we identify and help set preservation goals. We have a cost-share grant program. We provide technical assistance and educational outreach. And we're based, by the way, out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, although we work all across the road from Chicago to Santa Monica. And to that end, I'm happy to report that since the program opened its doors, we really value the grant program, because that is the place where we can really be doing work together in partnership, getting things done on the road. And since the program opened its doors, we've been able to fund 119 projects. The Park Service has contributed $1.7 million to these projects across the road. And we require a cost share match. And so our partners in these grant activities have matched our funds with over $2.9 million, resulting in $4.7 million investment in the road to date since the program opened our doors. Over the years, through the grant program and dozens of other initiatives on the road, we've seen awareness and appreciation of Route 66 just continue to grow. And these projects serve as important examples of what's possible in terms of community development, economic development, and pure and simple, beautiful celebration of our local and national heritage, Route 66 heritage. And since we've opened our doors, we've seen the momentum continue to grow, and more communities, business owners, and others realize the economic and other benefits of preserving this heritage. I wanted to take this time to announce the grants that we've awarded this year. We're very happy to tell you that we've awarded 5 grants. The first is to the El Motel in Flagstaff, Arizona. And here, grant funds will assist with the ongoing rehabilitation efforts, including heating and air conditioning systems, to keep this vintage motel experience alive. In St. Clair, Missouri, we have awarded a grant to the VFW, Post 2482. They own the Skylark Motel in St. Clair, and they have teamed up with the Route 66 Association of Missouri's Neon Heritage Preservation Committee, and they will be working together to restore the neon and glass tower of this property to operating condition. The Route 66 Oral History Project. Here, the Missouri State University Libraries will undertake a project to reveal many of the undertold stories of the Ozarks, including especially a focus on the African American experiences of Route 66. This project will collect a minimum of 20 oral histories, and these will be preserved and made available online for interpretive opportunities for researchers and for us just to understand better what happened on Route 66 historically. As well, we've awarded a grant to the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association, and they will be working with tribes across Route 66 to recognize and celebrate tribal history and culture along the road. Educational and travel materials will be developed for public distribution and will include significant tribal-related sites to visit along the road, historical impacts of Route 66 on tribes, and the impact of tribal culture on Route 66, which we all know is profound. And lastly, the city of Sapulpa has received a grant to reopen, essentially, to do the work necessary to reopen the Parker 3 Truss Bridge at Rock Creek. This is a wonderful little bridge listed on the National Register, but it's been closed to traffic since 2010. So the grant will help them take the final steps to finish the needed repairs and other interventions to reopen the bridge. And so for more information on these and our other past grants, please visit our website. And speaking of our website, when you do visit us, you'll probably notice that our existing site is an ancient dinosaur. And it's the very same website we've had since 2003. And I wanted to let you know that we have been working hard to develop a new website that will launch within the next month or two. And we intend for it to be a fantastic preservation resource center. And should the program sunset in 2019, we intend this new website to be our legacy of sorts, to be something that can continue to be consulted and used, because it represents all of the amazing work that's gone on since we have had the privilege of working with you all, and we'll be making it all available through this website. We'll have a news feed, a preservation news feed, and all kinds of things. So stay tuned. We're really excited to launch our new website. Other program news is that over the years, we've been slowly but surely conducting historic property surveys all along Route 66 to record all the remaining historic buildings and roadbed along the route. And we're now taking active steps to make this information come alive and to give it back to you so that you can have it and use it. And we're going to be doing this through the production of an online interactive GIS database, which will be an integral part of our new resource center. And while its primary purpose is to help communities understand the historic resources that they have within their own communities relative to other communities, for example, and to assist them with prioritizing preservation efforts, it'll also have multiple benefits for researchers, business owners, land managers, and the general public. Can't wait for this one. That one's going to be a little while longer in terms of being available. Other program news is that we've been looking at ways to reinforce the historical connection between Route 66 and the 33 national parks that reside, or park units, I should say, that reside within an hour radius of the route. Last October, we hosted a National Park Service interpretive media workshop where interpretive rangers from several parks along Route 66 came together to talk about ideas for attracting Route 66 travelers to the parks and to direct park visitors to Route 66. An outcome of the workshop was a list of some fantastic opportunities, including a National Park Service map of Route 66, an educational brochure for park staff to hand out to visitors about Route 66, and a Route 66 Junior Ranger program. And I'm happy to say that we've completed the National Park Service map, which you can see here and will be available on our new website. And it's in really high resolution, so it can be printed out at a large scale. And importantly, it shows the relationship of the route to all the national parks. And we're now working on the educational brochure. Another outcome was the development of National Park Service interpretive themes and guidelines for Route 66, and these will soon be available in our resource center on our website. Another fabulous National Park Service initiative I wanted to make you aware of is happening right here in Arizona at the Petrified Forest National Park. Sitting just steps from historic Route 66, the park headquarters and visitor center is considered one of the earliest and best examples of modern architecture within the entire national park system. Listed on the National Register, it's now on its way to become a National Historic Landmark. And the big news this year is that the complex was given the status of National Treasure by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. There will be a public event to announce this in October, and a campaign is underway to promote its history, including its connection to Route 66. The campaign will also focus on its architectural importance and restoration work, which is underway to restore the building more to its historic appearance, as you can see here in this photo. And we'll be able to keep you up to date on this initiative on our new website, and in the meantime, you can learn much more by visiting the National Trust website. And lastly, I wanted to report on our activities related to our partnership with the World Monuments Fund. As a reminder, in 2008, the World Monuments Fund listed Route 66 on their site watch list, along with other sites like Machu Picchu and the cultural sites of Iraq. Since then, through generous funding support from American Express, we've been able to undertake a number of important projects, one of them being the development of the Route 66 National Register travel itinerary, which was, when I last checked, the third most visited of all the National Park Service itineraries. And while launched a few years ago, we just recently added 7 new sites, one of them being the Wigwam Motel in San Bernardino. So I encourage you to go and look at the travel itinerary and refer people to it. And then there was the groundbreaking Route 66 Economic Impact Study released in 2012. This was completed in cooperation with Rutgers University, and this study showed us for the first time ever who lives along the route, who travels the route, and very conservative estimates of how much these travelers spend. And while it profiled the great successes and growth that I think we've all seen on the road, it also highlighted major areas of untapped potential and opportunity. And these included celebrating and telling the deeper stories of the cultural and ethnic diversity of the road that both history and the current demographics shown in the report reveal. Also, with 5.5 million people living along the corridor, how can we redirect that household spending and consumption as reinvestment back into the road and into our communities? In other words, how can we do better at bolstering Main Street by buying locally? And lastly, it showed us that there are so many opportunities to leverage innovative partnerships to better take advantage of economic opportunities that support and are the result of preservation and heritage tourism on the road. So this study is available on the World Monument Fund website. I encourage you to take a look at it. I have a copy here if anybody, this is just the summary. The actual report is about 700 pages. But to follow up on the study, World Monuments Fund, with the funding support from American Express, sponsored a 2-day strategic roundtable in November at Carsland in Anaheim. And this was meant to bring together representatives from industry, government, community groups, and nonprofits to look at new ways of leveraging partnerships and the opportunities revealed by the economic impact study. The roundtable focused on preservation as a tool for sustainable tourism development, providing positive economic, social, and environmental benefits to the 5.5 million people who live along the road. Examples of public-private partnerships, tourism marketing strategies, business development, the use of new technologies to communicate to wider audiences such as YouTube, and others, and much more was discussed. A reoccurring theme of the roundtable was the resounding need to be working together more and better. It was referred to often as a framework for collaboration, but the need to be doing just what we're doing now and to really bring energy and legitimacy and predictability to these kinds of gatherings and was among the things discussed. And with this need such a high priority, a core group of participants convened on the 3rd day after the roundtable to consider all of the issues. The group included representatives from the state, national and international Route 66 organizations, scenic byway organizations, state tourism offices, statewide preservation agencies, departments of transportation, state historic preservation offices, private business owners, universities, archivists, and other affinity groups. World Monuments Fund facilitated the gathering, and our office provided some help. And the latest news, released just this week, is a summary of the roundtable. Erica Avrami at the World Monuments Fund prepared this fantastic report, and it is available online through the World Monument Fund site. I encourage you all to take a good, close look at this outstanding report because it represents current critical thinking about the road and where we go from here to ensure a dynamic future for the road. And as a follow-up to the roundtable in November, there was consensus from the 3rd day working group that the World Monument Fund and National Park Service would coordinate a transparent and inclusive process to develop a framework for cooperation and a plan of action for moving it forward. This will include a steering committee and public input, and represent many varied interests on the road, including tourism, business, transportation, preservation, economic and community development, and advocacy groups. And we plan to report more on this by September, if not before. And as Erica Avrami states in the summary report, there are many varied and vested interests along the road, and collaboration will be challenging, as we know. However, if we look around, there are several successful models of collaboration around us on other important heritage corridors around the country. These include several of the National Historic Trails and the Mississippi River Parkway Commission. And of all the important heritage corridors in America, if not the world, Route 66 can and should be at the top of this list. And as Jim Hinckley says, and I'm paraphrasing him, our Route 66 communities and hardworking businesses deserve more being on the most famous road in the world. The time is ripe, and the time is now. The news I'm hearing is that business continues to grow and that this has been one of the strongest tourism seasons ever this year. This is an exciting and critical juncture for the road. This ongoing festival, this conference, the proposed next conference in Edwardsville, Illinois, and every organization, agency, and individual in this room and beyond are part of the universe of opportunities to be seized. And through collaboration and communication, we can and will forge a bright, sustainable future for the road. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
You made such a point about the importance of community on the road. The Park Service has played such a key role in this, but your funding is going to come up for renewal. How much danger do you feel there is that the program will not be refunded, and what can we do to assure the fact that it will be?
Well, it's up to you. It's up to you all. You know, I'm happy to provide information. I know there, in fact, Michael and Ron Warnick and Jim Ross and others contacted our office to learn more about National Historic Trail designation, and I'm happy to provide more information about what's possible with that. And in fact, I have seen a letter circulating just this week from John Conaboy, who's a retired National Park Service person who is very familiar with the National Trail System. And there's a letter circulating right now. If you haven't seen it, I bet you I could help track down a copy for you. But it's about the idea of Route 66 becoming a National Historic Trail, which would be a permanent designation. Otherwise, you know, our program, without legislative involvement, without you all thinking that it's a good idea to move the program forward, it will close its doors. Sure. The National Historic Trail Program is a program actually that our office works under the umbrella of, the designation things would actually I read John Conaboy's letter, and I really encourage you all to read it because he describes it very well, but it would be very different from our program. It would be, and it would involve many more Park Service resources to the road in terms of interpretation, assistance. The grant program would go away, but in terms of promotion of the road and connecting people to the road and long-term federal recognition of Route 66 as an important historic heritage corridor in our country is what the designation would bring, and it would be permanent.
We're not talking about one or the other. It could go both ways, right?
It would be one or the other. Yeah. Yes.
Could you speak briefly, because Charlene brought up great stuff about All-American roads, could you speak briefly about the difference between All-American road status and the federal trail? Sure.
The Scenic Byways program is so important, and always has been such an important partner to our program. The Scenic Byways program comes through the Federal Highway Administration and is funded through the Federal Highway Administration, and its emphasis is on tourism, marketing, as well as preservation, but it's really looking for economic development and tourism development. And anything else you want to add to that, Charlene?
It's so very different. What you have to offer is because what you have to offer is a grant program that really helps the mom-and-pops along the way who have these wonderful treasures that they don't have the money to preserve. The Federal Highway program is really looking at transportation, bringing people into the communities. We have gotten a few historic preservation groups, but it's more transportation, visitor center, interpretive center driven. And it is a wonderful program. If we feel we needed an umbrella program, but it is, as you're saying, so very different from what CAISA is doing. I mean, if you just travel down and look at the Route 66 Motel across from the Best Western, I get goosebumps watching it lit up at night because that sign was dead forever. And we have a hotel and we didn't even know how to begin the process. Worked with her because walked her through the process, and she was awarded a grant, and now that sign is out there lighting up the night again. Those are the grassroots people that are being helped by what CAISA does, and I think the momentum to keep that program and the historic preservation element is very important to lobby and figure out a way if the Lions could be a champion of that to keep that going. If we feel we need an umbrella group, whether it's the national trails, whether it's scenic byway, and I'm still pushing for us to all as one be one all-American road to take advantage of that status and international marketing. But I think we're like you said, why do we need to look at one or the other? The key here is, I think it's really important that we continue to look at CAISA's program and not wait like last time, all of a sudden realizing, oh my gosh, this is almost going away. And maybe being a little more proactive and seeing it stay in those initiatives, because as Sean will talk about, there's all kinds of things that CAISA is involved in that is helping in such a different way than these other programs could ever begin to.
Well, and to follow, oh, go ahead, Michael.
The education process is talking to, I'm afraid to tell you, your political people, your congressional delegations from your state, and I am happy to announce one of the biggest foes of Route 66, Senator Tom Coburn in Oklahoma, is leaving office. But you've got to do the proverbial right those congressmen, go see those congressmen, go to your district offices. You know, it does seem like mom and apple pie, a no-brainer, but remember, politics is politics. Even though it's a bunch of red states bookended by blue states, that color should be purple. So keep that in mind and just write those guys and gals and get it done, and work with your state legislators as well.
Maybe Ron could maybe help facilitate that a little by just making bullet points that go to the chambers and have them help with letters to congressional people in addition to the association. Something more vocal about it and come together, so it's not just an individual writing a letter that, for us, some of our political delegates, it just gets put in the whiskey. You need to have a voice of many as opposed to the whiskey.
And Dan, oh, go ahead.
Somebody who knows really what's happening, make out a very generic letter that at least we could email to every congressman that we know or everybody from our area. And
Well, and we'd be happy to provide, background on like various options. And getting back to your question down, which I'm sorry, I don't feel that I finished answering, but just to clearly explain what National Historic Trail status would mean, clearly explain, and I think you all know about what it would mean to continue this program, and in terms of, say, the difference between the byway program and the National Park Service's National Historic Trail designation basically brings that legitimacy that the National Park Service recognizes Route 66 as a legitimate an important part of American heritage, and to the extent that legislation is passed to recognize it permanently. And our emphasis is on interpretation and preservation, whereas scenic byways, and we're funded through the Park Service, whereas byways is funded through federal highways, and it also brings legitimacy and recognition. And why it's so important to all be working together is that it brings the marketing and promotion and tourism element to the road. And those are some of the significant differences.
I think one of the difficulties we had when we had John Mohave and Kaiser at our meeting was that some of the people maybe didn't understand what the benefit would be. Since we already are working on scenic byway status, California, yeah, you got it. Okay. So, because we're working on scenic byway status and don't have that yet, well, why is this necessarily important? Let's do this other thing. But the clock is ticking, unfortunately. And I think your point is right. We don't want to wait until it's too late and suddenly, where's Kaizen? And we've lost this opportunity that's been here. And we're only 5 years from 2019. That is not very much time when it comes to the bureaucracy of making this stuff turn. So I'm trying to ask leading questions really so people can get more of an understanding of, what is the difference between the byways, what you're trying to do. I mean, all American roads, there's a lot of different things out there. And I think for the layman, it becomes very confusing to understand.
Absolutely.
Maybe what's familiar isn't the best.
Right. And we're happy to provide that information to bring clarification about what does it mean to be a National Historic Trail. And I could consult with byways to help explain the differences between them and what they mean. We'll be happy to do that. Yeah, well, the Route 66 Economic Impact Study goes into great detail about that, and it's a snapshot on the road, and it's really, it's another example of why it's so important to be collaborating and continuing, for example, to collect the data that was gathered during this study to get an even better understanding of what the spending is on the road. In fact, when the spending data was collected for this study, it was during during one of the low periods of travel on Route 66 during the recession, and so to keep that data going, but it was 100. I believe the cumulative impact from the study results was 132 million per year. Across the route, and that's a very conservative estimate. Very. And that being said, there's plenty of room for growth there. It all supports and feeds on it. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Jim.
I just want to say that you were talking
One more question. Yes?
I don't know anything about your program. I know very little about the historical 66 Association of Arizona. But you're federal. This is an Arizona organization. How much control do you exert on a federal level over the state organizations?
None.
So if there is a conflict of ideas, you would take second place with states' ideas about what they wanted to do on 66. I'm curious because, yes, you are a great umbrella group, but you can also be very heavy-handed. You could be. There's that possibility. I'm not being negative, I'm just curious.
Understood that the president has to be careful about what she says. What she does is that organization is there to support and nourish and help grow and never come in and dictate, tell people what to do, give them the ideas. She helps connect people, she helps with the grant program, always, she's done a wonderful job of letting me know even things going on my byway that somebody forgot to tell me about. So she connects the dots, she's not an over, just because she's a federal group, she doesn't do any oversight, any direction, she is there as our helping hand.
We're meant to be a resource for all of you, and the only way we get any work done is through partnership with you. And if there's an initiative on the road, we're able to provide support and Park Service guidelines in terms of preservation. We do when it comes to actually spending money, when we give out our grants, we do have guidelines around that in terms of meeting the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. So.
If I chose to redevelop or renovate a facility on Route 66, I would not be constrained by any guidelines or policies Park Service might have if I'm doing it with my own money?
Correct.
Absolutely. I mean, that's...
Well, I told you I don't know anything, but I've had some experience.
Were you here when I talked this morning?
No, I wasn't.
Well, I'm not saying you're paranoid. No, I'm really not. I think your question's well made, but there are so many people who are distrustful, or distrust the various organizations, be it David Knudsen. I remember when the National Federation started, what does this guy want? What's his angle? So forth. The state associations, God knows, we felt it with the Alliance. This is Big Brother. What's Wallace trying to do? Who is this Rick Freeland in Washington, D.C.? Who is this guy here on the pier? And it's those little stupid things that I talked about that everyone is guilty of. This mistrust, this paranoia, this jealousy. Instead, and I think your point was well made, but instead of pitting, not that you were pitting Winslow against Flagstaff, help these cities understand that what is good for Winslow is good for Flagstaff. It is a linear village, and thank God for Kaiser and this program that has helped almost 120 projects. It's so great. And here we got people in Congress like Tom Coburn who just automatically, this is fat. Route 66 is no good. It doesn't do any good. My God, it's pure epic development, Coburn, for those little towns in Oklahoma on your road. Good riddance. Adios, mother. I'm so glad. I am so glad for you guys. And this poor young woman is, she is an employee. She can't go out and lobby. We have to do it. We have to write the letters. So that's what it's all about. I'm sorry, but that needed to be said.
Thank you. My time is up. That was a very important question, by the way. Thank you all.
Nice to meet you, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sean Evans. He's from the Northern Arizona University. He's an archivist, and I'm going to turn everything over to you, sir.
That's your first mistake.
No, my first mistake.
Yeah, thanks, George. There it is, we're good. While this is doing its thing, there it is, open to view files, okay. I want to piggyback on the tremendous energy that just came out of Kaisa's discussion. I'm going to talk about a program that I work with Kaisa, and it is a ripping success, and it's yet another ripping success that we could lose. So I want to just have you keep connecting what little I say that makes sense to Kaisa. And use the mic. Sorry, I'm a loud guy normally. Thank you. I'll steer the podium. I want you to consider what I say today about libraries, archives, and museums, and a program run through Kaisa's office called the ARC, the Archives and Research Collaborative. We know exactly what it's called. And I want to talk about the role of libraries, archives, and museums in the preservation of Route 66. On the screen, you see a picture that I took in 1987 of the Hibbard Road between Winslow, Arizona, and the Jackrabbit. Okay, bunch of favorite places. There's a nice picture of a physical entity of Route 66. And you know what? It doesn't exist today. That physical piece of Route 66 is now completely disintegrated. It is now prairie, basically. But that photograph records that piece of Route 66 for eternity, essentially. Yes, we have it on a digital server, and who knows what's going to happen with that stuff, but at least it exists now and carries on into the future. So, stuff that Kaisa helps us to preserve and promote. My name is Sean Evans. I work at Northern Arizona University in the Klein Library in Special Collections and Archives, and I am amazingly fortunate that my employer, either through ignorance or good graces, allows me to indulge my irrational outlet of Route 66. And the reason that gets to happen is our library collects material on the Colorado Plateau. And if you want to draw up your mind's Google Earth, the Colorado Plateau is northern Arizona, the state of Utah, western New Mexico, western Colorado. Route 66 is a belt that crosses that plateau. And because we collect everything that happens on the plateau, river running, native cultures, transportation, railroads, you name it, extraction industries, all of that hinges on Route 66. So in a way, this is the mother of all of our collecting focuses. So, one great thing about talking to an audience like this, usually I present to archives and archival groups and library groups, and you have to go into this minutia about why Route 66 is important. I can skip that with you guys. But here are my observations about Route 66. I think really puts the onus on libraries, archives, and museums to play a critical role here. First, Route 66 is a very transient environment. If you go out to one of my favorite places, Two Guns, Arizona, and you go look at Harry Miller's zoo, it's put together with mud. It's rock and mud. There's no roof on it. It's open property. In fairly short time, it will no longer exist. it will be like that stretch of road, the Hibbard Road. So we need elements to record those pieces of history. The establishments built along the road, as we all know, really were built as temporary entities. Route 66 moved in Arizona at least 3 times, maybe 4 times, depending on your take on the alignments. The business people who built along the road knew that could happen, and so they did not build to the highest standard. A lot of these buildings are board and chicken wire and stucco, and they aren't going to last long either. So we have to consider those things. Route 66 was evolutionary. It moved around a lot. Sometimes the realignments occurred in very narrow corridors. Sometimes they occurred over greater corridors. And when that happened, businesses picked up and moved, and the buildings were abandoned, the places were abandoned. The road itself started out as a dirt road. When Route 66 was first laid out on a map, virtually all of it, except for some stretches in Illinois and 2 blocks in Flagstaff, Arizona, were virtually all dirt. Those alignments, once abandoned, quickly returned to the earth. So that's something else that we think of when we think about this temporary quality of Route 66. Let's see, we can skip a couple of things here. What do libraries, archives, and museums bring to Route 66? Strictly speaking, these institutions house the things that record our history, not just Route 66, obviously, but they are places that people go to learn about historical topics, historical events, places, people, things. Without them, a lot of those memories get lost. We deal in the realm of libraries, archives, and museums, but particularly museums and archives, with primary source materials, things that people create and that they leave behind. Letters to family, to friends, diaries, scrapbooks, things that are constructed, photographs, and yes, even oral histories, although that's a kind of a synthetic thing. Those talk about the personal interaction between people who traveled the road and the road itself, and it's through that that we learn what the real historical relevance of Route 66 is. Thank you, sir. Books. I don't have to tell you how many book titles there have been produced on Route 66 in the last 20, 30 years. When I first got interested in Route 66, if I had Quinta Scott's book, Michael Wallace's book, and an old copy of Jack Rittenhouse's book, I had about 60% of the viable titles. Nowadays, I've got 2 small bookshelves with about 200 titles on it, and I'm missing quite a few of them. But those books and magazine articles and magazines themselves at least help synthesize a lot of this primary source material for researchers and casual consumption. The last category of material are kind of the ephemera, pamphlets, postcards, things like this. They're important because they document and put places into time, a menu from the La Posada Hotel or something like that. They become primary source materials when people annotate them. And that makes them really, really valuable. So this is the valuable stuff that these institutions kind of hang on to and preserve and make accessible to everybody else. Access to Route 66 material. Generally speaking, in the business I'm now in archives, they always talk about this intrinsic tension between preserving material and providing access to material, because you can literally use up something. I mean, if there's only one photograph of a person on Route 66 or at Grand Canyon, if it gets handled wrong, it can be destroyed. But we have so many ways now of making stuff accessible that we almost, at least in my shop, don't worry about that. We are digitizing things at almost an alarming rate to make things available via the web. As an example, We just digitized our 105,000th item and mounted it on our website. And that, again, it's all topics pertaining to the Colorado Plateau. But we've got more than 2,000 images of Route 66, and 14 oral histories and other things are available. Let's see. Museums are kind of the odd entity here. Every little town has a museum. Every county has a museum. There are historical societies all over the place, some quite good, some needing help. But museums are where the physical three-dimensional materials go from Route 66 to be housed. Archives are where we want that primary source material. Libraries get the books. So that's that relationship spelled out. Enter the National Park Service. Literally, you've probably all had a day like this when someone strolls into your office and says, Sean, the feds are here to see you. That's how I met Kaisa and then Mike Taylor. And they were coming with good news, really. They were coming to see what we had that would bolster their program, stuff that we might have on Route 66. And the funny thing is that our library really struggled with that. We're in Flagstaff, we're on the road, the back door of the old library backed up to Route 66. And our first response was, well, you know, we bought a few of the books, but we really don't have very many collections. And we went through this sort of period of self-discovery that I bet every single town and library and archive and museum on the road can go through. And that is, gee, do you have pictures of your main street? Yeah. Well, your main street's Route 66. So if you don't describe that material to include that information, you need to do it. And so we undertook a project to do that. And that's how we ramped up rapidly, pardon me, to nearly 2,000 images of Route 66 in our digital archives. So it was good stuff. The Park Service, under Kaisa's office, I think really helped us realize that you can preserve the physicality of Route 66 only to a certain extent. If we want to really preserve Route 66, we also need to preserve our relationship with it. That is how our parents got in that Chrysler New Yorker with the barbecue in the back and the bicycles and everything else and went down the road and stopped at every park and place, and the kids got out and played. And you know what that memory really means. We have to preserve how that looks. The Corridor Preservation Office that came out of Kaisa's office in good graces, the ARC program that came out of her office, I should say, begins with a consortium of 10 libraries, archives, and museums, all from the 8 Route 66 states. We don't know if this is going to grow. Are we going to incorporate new libraries and new places? But for now, we've got these 10. And our role is to provide research assistance to authors and scholars and travelers and people in RVs who suddenly discover an interest in Route 66. And we are to be there in person to help them with their research, maybe through Ask a Librarian email service, maybe ultimately chat in some other method. I'm kind of going a little quickly here, but I want to try to make sure we have time for some questions if you've got them. This is the current list of the National Park Service ARC libraries, archives, and museums. I'm not going to read them to you, but if you take a look at this, you see this is a tremendous cross-section of kind of intellectual history. The Autry National Museum with their tremendous Route 66 exhibit that's ongoing right now. We got to see it as a result of our last ARC meeting. If you don't go to LA and see this, you're crazy. This thing is amazing. There's my institution, the Klein Library, Special Collections and Archives, and on and on. So you see a mixture of academic libraries, museums, big museums like the Autry, smaller museums like the Panhandle Plains Museum, the Baxter Springs Heritage Center and Museum, a couple more academic institutions, and the State Museum, the Illinois State Museum. So this is a collaboration of people who might not even normally work together. But what this means is between us, we have those primary source materials. We have all of those published books on Route 66. We have people doing oral history projects from people who lived along the road or made a living along the road. We also have a place for all that physical evidence of Route 66 to be lodged and housed and preserved. For example, someone has a gas pump they want to donate and preserve. My facility wouldn't be a good place for it. I would love it, but it wouldn't do our archives any good. We collect that two-dimensional stuff, but perhaps we could shoot it to the Autry or to Baxter Springs or to someone else where it would be appropriately housed and displayed and maintained. So there's some redundancy built into this, but it's good redundancy. Specifically, what the ARC membership is all about is, yeah, that library kind of reference thing of providing research assistance to people working on Route 66 related topics. But we're also there to kind of be an intake operation when people find they have materials on Route 66 that maybe they no longer need to house in their home, in their private collections, but want to make available to a broader audience. We can take those things in, we can send them to the most appropriate institutions or make referral to them or house them and care for them ourselves. Once in our possession, we can digitize them and make them available literally worldwide. And that's really exciting stuff. We're also there to help promote the collection and use of primary source materials generically, but particularly on Route 66. One of my colleagues from the ARC, Marva Felchlin, and the Autry, and I crafted an article that ultimately got published in Journal of the West. I think it has a circulation of at least 12. And so it had huge impact, I'm sure. But we had a lot of fun writing the article and then making poor Kaiser read every single version of the draft. I think she got pretty sick of it. Other things, pretty much we act as libraries, as I said. We are also tasked with conducting state-level surveys. California has conducted a survey. Oklahoma has. Is that correct? New Mexico? Okay, Illinois. Arizona is dragging a little bit on this project, but one of the things we're going to be doing is going out and surveying the holdings of local libraries, museums, and archives to see what they have on Route 66. And maybe try to assist getting their material digitized, maybe through the Arizona Memory Project if they aren't able to do that themselves. But to at least reveal this material and make it available for folks to use. Otherwise, I think it's best to maybe simply show the website. And this may take a minute while I fire up the password. This is still in prototype. No, we don't need to remember that. Not now. This is what KAISA's Route 66 Archives and Research collaboration website is going to look like. It's approaching finality, I guess. We have the home about the program. There's this rotating or moving banner that contains information and news and information. Things about starting your research and what research on Route 66 might be about, plus recommended resources. There's a directory of the institutions. And again, because of some dragging state like me in Arizona, we don't have all the state resources up yet, but we're working on that. And so this map reflects not only the ARC institutions, but also places that have been surveyed and their contact information. So, and their links to their website and so on. So it's very comprehensive. It's going to be a very cool site once it's up and running. And I think it will go a long way to really enhancing the research experience. Charlene, I think, mentioned, how do we get kids interested in 66? Does your state have a National History Day competition? Arizona does. Our library partakes in National History Day. And occasionally someone kind of pushes kids to look at Route 66. I can't imagine who that is. But we do try to take this element of research and guidance and assistance very, very seriously. Yes. It was so painful not. I just want to show you what our website looks like, and I think it's kind of representative of what, yes, I want to open that link. Oh, stop that. Yes, there. I have a Mac at home, what can I tell you? This is what our website looks like. It's driven by a content DM platform. It's got a simple search box. If we throw in Route 66, which is kind of a blazingly blunt tool, you find that we come up with 2,700 items, but this includes everything from oral histories to images to mentions in the school newspaper. We've digitized the entire lumberjack. There are all kinds of things here that could be relevant to Route 66 research. We can limit by type of material, whether it's an image or a moving picture or an oral history. And so here are lots and lots and lots of images. If we arrange them by date, you get some of the earliest imagery of Route 66. There's a bad typo here. There's one from 1060 AD. I think that's a real miracle. Don't know how that happened, but pardon? No, it was not. But good question. But the way this works is we've got the information, we've got the images, and by trying to provide as much appropriate metadata as possible, users are connected to stuff that hopefully is worthwhile in their research or repeat photography projects or what have you. So, I guess with that, I'd better get back to my PowerPoint and close this thing down.
What's that web address?
If you just go to klein.nau.edu or library.nau.edu, you'll see the link to our website. And that's probably the simplest way to get in. Oop. Oh, no, he's gotten off in the wrong place. Oh, no, we're there. Okay. Time for questions. I'm over time, and I apologize to the next victim. Yes?
Most important point, which I hope is reflected in our exhibit, that Route 66 is a mirror of the nation, and that mirror reflects good and bad. And one of the things I want you to mention has to do with the Oral History Project in terms of minority representation, tribal representation, and the impact Route 66 had on these communities that was not altogether positive. Certainly for Black Americans, traveling Route 66 was no fun. And one of the reasons I think you know, when that stupid Times article, LA Times article, said 75% of the people traveling the road are white, therefore, you know, somehow it's you know, not relevant, aside from the fact that 75% mostly aren't even from America. I don't think that tribal Americans, Latino Americans, black Americans necessarily have a nostalgic view of Route 66, because the Route 66 that their parents experienced was not fun. Could you talk a little about the Oral History Project?
Certainly. Well, each institution along the road probably has a different sort of take on it. Ours is still very much nascent, and we started off just saying we were going to interview people who made a life along the road. And even at that, we got some very, very grim stories. We interviewed a lady who's 93 in 2012, Helen Mabin, who grew up at Toonerville Trading Post, just outside Flagstaff. Her family came to Arizona because they had lost their farm in Texas during the Great Depression, and the car got them as far as Winona, and that's where it broke down. And her father repaired the car using the felt from her mom's hat, which probably made him really popular. And the gentleman who ran the Winona Trading Post and campgrounds was so impressed, he gave the guy a job to repair other people's cars as they came through. And that led to a somewhat long-time flirtation with Northern Arizona. They got jobs out at Two Guns. And she grew up playing with, I'm going to botch the woman's name, Two Guns Annie, who is her slightly older, 4-year-old contemporary. And they played in the Apache Death Caves, which would strike me as also being a wee bit grim. But through time, living along the road, they saw the good and the bad. They saw the robberies, they saw the police chases, they saw the crooks. Her brother was run down by a Carnation milk truck. He was playing with some signs behind the store, and the truck backed in to make a delivery and killed him. Life along Route 66 wasn't nice, I think, for a whole lot of people. Specifically, though, in our collection, we do have an older, and hence the name of it, African American Pioneers collection. We also have the Los Recuerdos collection that does record life in Flagstaff for those particular groups. And you're right, no one mentions Route 66. Route 66 didn't exist for these people as a vacation byway. A lot of the black employees who lived in Flagstaff came from Louisiana and worked the lumber mills there, and that's what they did in the Flagstaff area as well. Route 66 maybe got them there, but it wasn't a vacation or National Lampoon kind of experience. That was a good question, thank you. Anything else? Anyone else? I've worn you all down. Okay, thank you very much. I want to leave you with the image that I've got on the screen. And the only reason I want to leave that is this is another example of what you find in your collections that you didn't know you had. And here's a picture of Andy Payne running through Flagstaff. And our metadata said local marathon. Not quite. Okay, thank you very much, folks. Yes, yes, I want to exit. I'll get out of your way.
It gives you the choice. Are you sure?
It does. Yes, are you sure?
Wish life had those choices. Are you sure you want to do this?
Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. I want to disconnect. Come on, come on. Oh, which one is it? I'm just going to unplug it. Thank you. Do not know. She may have given up.
Okay. Okay. Our next speaker is from the Route 66 world, Ed Klein, and I have not had the pleasure of meeting him yet, so I don't know if he is here. He is here. There, I did have the meeting, I just didn't know it was you. Did you give the gentleman your okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Ed Klein from the Route 66 world.
Huh? You want some more? No, I'm good. Or as Sean just said, the next victim. I got it in one shot. First off, I'd like to thank everybody who was able to show up. I know there's a lot of things going on today that you'd rather be elsewhere than here. And what camera are we on? And I'd like to say hi to everybody on YouTube and watching live. And I guarantee you, we wish you were here. And another thing I want to do too is that I know Jim's probably not here, but I just want to say a big, huge thanks to Jim Hinckley for putting all this together. And I know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into this, and a lot more sweat and tears than you can imagine. But it's things like this get us all together and let us talk, share, and beat each other up when we get a chance to. And let me open up my presentation. My presentation is usually around PowerPoint. I usually do a lot of pictures. I told myself I wasn't going to do any pictures because my presentation is going to be the business of Route 66, and this is really focused to more of the business, the towns, and the communities, and not the tourists. And what I'm trying to figure out how to work this PowerPoint thing. What I'm trying to do is just from my experiences and what I've seen, and I don't know where we are. Okay, so business of Route 66 by yours truly, and a couple topics we're going to go over today is who are you, what's your sign, what are you looking at, doing business on Route 66, and any questions. And there's only a one question limit, so make it a good one. So the first one is who are you? And it's not about you, this is all about me for right now. I am the owner of a website called Route 66 World, route66world.com. It actually started 5 years ago. What I wanted to do was actually do a book tour because Lord knows we need another picture book about Route 66. But I got the domain, got it going, and my partner, who I think is one of the best photographers I've ever seen, ended up moving and got married, so it was done. Well, in the midst of looking for everything to do for this book, I started getting more and more involved with the people on the route, the associations, the preservations, and I started getting a connection with, I thought my purpose was just to drive some guy around on the route so he could take pictures for 2 weeks, and now it's become to something I really think I really want to get involved with. So that's how Route 66 World came about. So what I try to do myself personally is preservation work. And I am nowhere near on the scale of a lot of people what they do here. And my thing is if you could save one building or one sign, that's one less thing that's going to go back to Mother Earth. And that happens more times than we care to know. And now I'm a new business owner. This is my third business actually I've owned in my short life. I just bought the historic Front Street Garage in Galena, Kansas, and strategically right across the street from Cars on the Route. So I'm glad that they're my neighbors. They do a lot of business, and I believe that corner right now, as we speak, is the epicenter of Galena. And the plans for the town are phenomenal, and I'm glad to be part of that. And also, back to where I started, an author writing a book called Route 66 in Kansas. This was totally by accident. I was doing research on the garage, and I called up a company saying, you have books on everything else, you don't have one in Kansas. And they said, we don't. Route 66 goes through Kansas. And I said, apparently we need some education here. They came back and said, would you like to write a book? And I said, hell no. I'm not an author. I said, if God didn't make spell check, I'd be out of business right now. So that's coming out next year. More on that later. So I've owned several businesses. The last 20 years, I've owned a design company that specialized in building and designing health clubs and fitness centers. And people are like, well, what the hell is that about? 20 years ago when I started doing this business, it didn't exist. So what I did is I took an idea, created it, and without breaking my arm, patting myself on the back, became the #1 guy in the world doing it. And when I say how is that because nobody else is doing it, I've designed over 7,200 health clubs in 20 years. Every single one of them was word of mouth. I never went to get to business. I never went to advertise. Word of mouth is the best advertising you could ever have because it's the cheapest. So when I get a lot of people coming up to me back in the day, back in the mid-90s when websites truly sucked and there was no such thing as search engine optimization, they'd ask me, they said, well, what's your marketing budget? I said, actually, my coffee budget is bigger than my marketing budget, and I have never drank a cup of coffee. And so they didn't understand that. I also have a background in sales and marketing. For a couple of years, I was a national sales manager, national sales director for very high-end fitness companies. And one thing I tell the youth today is that there's two things that should be off their bucket list of career-wise. One is that everybody should own their own business, I don't care what it is, because you truly understand the inner workings of how things operate. It's easy to yell at a manager, it's easy to yell at an employee, but until you're all of them, you really have no leg to stand on. And it was just phenomenal change. And also you get to learn how to talk to people. You understand how to really try to figure out what they're talking about, how to get the information out of them. Because most people know what they want, they just don't know how to say it. And as a sales, you start learning how to break people down and realizing, okay, you're asking for this, but you really want this. At the end, everybody wins. Background is architecture and design. I went to college for architecture, realized that you can't make money doing architecture, and after Frank Lloyd Wright, somebody please name me another famous architect. And what I realized is that you could just go and you could just hire architects and take 10% off the top. So I switched my major to business. Project manager for 20 years, everything from very small things to $20, $30 million projects in the commercial field. So background also is IT. So architecture and IT really doesn't go together. I have a little thing of dyslexia and bipolarism, so that's why I'm all over the place sometimes. But I'm also one of those type of guys that want to learn everything about going on. Know everything about construction. I could build a house, can't flush the toilets or turn the air on. And so don't come over to my house if you have issues with your bladder. And, but I never wanted to become a contractor. So, and also classic auto restoration. I could do everything from tuning up a car, and right now as we speak, I'm fully frame-off restoration, 49 Ford F3 pickup truck. And it's taken me 3 long years, and I think I've taken about 10 years off of my life putting this damn thing together. So anyway, these are hobbies of mine. I love it. I worked on projects in our businesses with Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and California. And I guarantee you most of these you'll never ever hear of, because I don't sit there and I don't have to talk to people about what I work on. Because a lot of people don't want to be publicized about what they're asking for help. The hardest thing in the world is people asking for help, because there is a sense of pride. And so one of the things I talk about is that we'll talk all we want. If you don't want me to say what we're working on, it could be something stupid. I won't say it, and whatever happens, happens. Any given time in the last 5 years, I have been dealing with 2 to 3 businesses any given day. Right now, I'm working with 3 people, working on other things. Done everything from full restorations, worked with groups on restoration projects, held a paintbrush, fastest paintbrush in the West, helped with fundraising, and get the word out about Route 66 business and events. To me, that's the biggest thing, is getting the word out. We'll get more on that a little bit later. I traveled the entire length twice, non-continuous, because we're Americans, we get 2 weeks of vacation. Not any of us keep 2 weeks of vacation because Junior's sick or we have a wedding. So our 10 days off turned down to 7, and if you drive the route in 7 days, you're missing a whole bunch of stuff. Traveled certain sections dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and I would get yelled at because I'd jump off the highway and, hey, let's see if anything's changed, or let's go see this person. And 3 hours later, where it should take you 5 minutes to get there, you're late. So I've been on TV, in print, in video, and on countless blogs. And like I said, I've been doing this for about 5 years. Every single thing is done on my dime and my time. I look at what I make through my website. I make $100 a year. I was looking through the numbers before I came up here. I spend between $1,500 and $1,800 a year out of my own pocket to be on the route. So Route 66 is a very expensive hobby. What's your sign? This is about you now. A business with no sign is a sign of no business. A business with a bad sign is a sign of bad business. A business with a great sign doesn't automatically mean it's a good business. You have to compete with corporations that are your neighbors. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the Holiday Inns or the Ramadas or anything like that. I got in an argument with somebody, and they were saying that I don't know anybody that drives Route 66 to see all the old things. And I told them, no offense, you need to get on the route right now. And I said, I never known anybody drive Route 66 to see all the McDonald's. And if that person has drove Route 66 to see all the McDonald's, they're on the wrong road. So what you're doing is you're competing with named entities that people know and they trust because they have a wonderful little sign. It could be a really bad motel, but they know the Holiday Inns, they know the Ramadas, and your whole existence is to try to get those people into your business. It's about your business. Your sign is your face of your business. I guarantee you, within 5 seconds of somebody pulling up, if they don't like the way that sign looks, they're going to keep going. And they're going to go to the Holiday Inns, they're going to go to the Ramadas, and they don't care how wonderful you've done with your business, how much time you've put in energy and sweat, and how much hours and you've lost off your life. They don't care. They're going to go with what they know. So your sign is your face of your business. The most important thing you could do, and God help me if I can't say this enough, is to paint your damn sign. Just get out there and paint it. It doesn't have to, everybody loves neon, but not everybody could afford it. Trust me, I know what neon cost. I did the 66 motel sign, and just for a bunch of letters, it cost $3,000. And I said, I'm in the wrong business. I need to start learning how to blow neon. But you can't afford it. So what, is it because your sign doesn't light up? Does it mean that it should look like crap and peeling? No. Majority of the people who are traveling will see it in the daytime anyway. It's not going to be lit up. And if anything, the only time they're going to see it at night is if they're getting in town late or if they're staying at your property. Check to see if you're eligible for grant money. That's another thing, too, is that there's grant money that's out there. I'm going to say right now I'm guilty. I have never met Kaisa personally. We know of each other. And now, if that's something that she could help or somebody else could help, that's great. And that's what I try to do, is that I don't have all the answers. I'm not the expert. I'm not. I want to be able to have resources all over this road, so when somebody has a question, I can say, boom, call this person. They're doing it. This is what they know. And I'm hoping that that person will answer the phone and help them out, because this is what it's all about. What are you looking at? How does your property look from 2 blocks away, from a block away? You need to understand that you live at that place every single day. You don't see it like the travelers see it. Have you taken somebody who's maybe visiting that you kind of trust and said, get in the car and go back and start driving down the route and tell me, what does it look like coming from the east? What does it look like coming from the west? Can you see it? That's a very important thing, because remember, people are driving your town. Everything is grabbing for their attention. Yours should be grabbing for their attention. How far away can you recognize your business while driving? I've seen some businesses that you can't recognize until you lock up the brakes. And by that time, it's too late. Can you even see your property? And that's another thing, too, is that does somebody have to drive in somewhere and thinking, if I go in, there's a good chance I'm not coming out? That's another thing you have to think about as well. Curb appeal is just for more than just for homes. People always talk about curb appeal. They go to homes. That's not true. 5 seconds, man. You have 5 seconds for someone who does not have a reservation at your place or has not known about you to sit there and to grab them to have you come in. Your exterior is the next thing your traveler sees after your sign. You might have a great sign, but if it's not painted, if it looks like crap, people are now going to sit there and say, they're going to start having second thoughts. They really will. Is the paint clean and crisp? Are all the lights working? I can't tell you how many times I go to a place, more than half of the light bulbs are taken out, and they're missing or they're burnt out. Somebody once told me, they said the hardest part is getting a business to look the way it should, and then after you think everything is done, you spend the next 17 years changing light bulbs. How does a parking lot look? Do people know where to drive? Do they know where to come into? Do they know that their car's not going to get all beat up as they're hitting potholes? Are all things well marked for those who've never been to your place? And I have just experienced this yesterday. I pulled into the hotel. I could not find the damn office. And I called up, and they said, where are you at? I said, your parking lot. Which parking lot? I said, it doesn't matter which parking lot I'm in. You don't have a sign. And so she was giving me an attitude. And if I didn't have a reservation in that place, guess what happened? I would have went right down the street. And how much does it cost for a sign to get out there? 30, 40 bucks. You get one customer that saw that sign and didn't get upset like me, that you just paid for that sign. Route 66 travelers love historic, vintage, and classic places. We all know that. This is nothing any of us here know. This is the main reason they drive Route 66. This really, truly is. The other travelers, they want a clean, safe, and convenient place which is affordable and has a name recognition. These are not the roadies. These are not the travelers. These are the guys on the interstate. They're going to look for a Holiday Inns and Ramadas. How do you get them to your business? So again, going back to appearance, they might look at you as you're an old place, you're a vintage place, but you have your stuff together because you are very clean and very modern and everything works. So and they're like, honey, let's try something different. Let's not go to the Holiday Inn. Let's go here. And I'm not picking on the Holiday Inn. It's just name recognition. How are you getting these folks to stop at your place? Like I said, the best advertisement is word of mouth. You got to get there. You got to get that too. And we'll go into doing business on Route 66. There's a lot of successful business people in this room, And what I'm going to, they're like, Ed, I know this. We know this stuff. There are so many more people on the route who own businesses that don't know this, and it's surprising when I get phone calls or emails, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, how do you not know this? But then they don't know who to ask. They don't know who to reach out to. Love thy neighbor. The hardest thing we could ever do, because you can't pick your neighbors. The whole thing about the town or the state you live in is that you want to keep the tourists in your town as long as you can. And if you think you're the only destination they should stop at, you're doing the town a disjustice. You want to keep them in as long as you can. Work as a team. More and more, and again, you guys know this, more and more people that get out there and do the work, the faster things get done. Turnaround is key, because as we talk about, as I heard so many times, so many projects are talked about and they never get done because who's going to do it? Well, just everybody divide and conquer. Spread the love. I get hoarse talking about Route 66, and I have no problem talking about it. I have no problems grabbing people off the streets. If I hear the words Route 66 and you can't drive it anymore, that's it. The rest of the day is ruined, because now I'm all over them saying, okay, let me start asking you a question. Let me ask you another question. Why don't you think you could drive it? Oh, well, I've never heard that you can. It's only a TV show, right? It doesn't exist anymore. Within a half an hour, I guarantee you they'll be up on the routes. And I send everybody to Flag, Williams, Seligman, Kingman, and Oatman, because it's usually in Arizona where I live in Scottsdale. Divide and conquer. Any business person knows you cannot and you should not do everything. If you do, you will fail. I've had a staff of 15 people. I've done about 100 health clubs a month. There's no humanly possible way you could do health clubs that fast. I would get a staff. That's what managers do. They sit there and they have other people do things, because if you try to take everything on, like you said, the disinterest goes away. They just don't want to do it anymore. A town divided will fall and fail, and don't think it doesn't happen, it happens. And there's a lot of divided towns out there. Associations have to care about all towns in their state. I travel the entire route. I know a lot of things. A lot of associations are probably saying, what the hell is this guy talking about? The problem is that I talk to a lot of the businesses, and there's a lot of guilty parties out here, and they feel left alone. They have to care about all businesses too. New or old, sinking or thriving, you have to. And I'm not telling anything. Going back to my favorite subject, there's no room for politics on Route 66. This is a recurring theme you're going to hear over and over and over, because there's a reality to it. It's real. So as Michael was saying, I swear to God, he could have wrote the script for what I was going to say. My question is that what do you do when somebody has an ego that doesn't see it? What do you see when somebody has a chip on their shoulder and doesn't want to admit to it? What do you do when you have somebody that, if it didn't come from me, it's a really stupid idea and it's never going to work? What do you do with those people? That's my question. They exist. What do you do about that? And that's until something's done about that, the politics are never going to change. And all it does is hurt the route, and it hurts the traveler. And then the traveler gets pulled like a Stretch Armstrong, because you're either on this side, the right side, you're on the left side, and God forbid you're staying in the middle. So that's something we have to conquer and we have to take care of. And I don't put up with that. I really don't. No offense. I don't care if I piss you off. I don't care if you don't like me. At least I'm not going to BS you. That's one thing I won't do. Travelers want an experience they will remember. They don't drive Route 66 for 2,448 miles of asphalt. They don't do it. The road takes them to the places where they want to go. And I had a friend of mine who I took down. He's traveled all over the world, and I was coming back from Chicago, where I lived, back to Scottsdale. And I said, hey man, you want to go on a road trip? And he said, where are we going to go? And I said, Route 66. And he said, why in the hell would I want to drive that? I said, okay, you give me 5 days, and I guarantee you I'll change your view. He's traveled everywhere in the world, remote places. He's gone to all the tourist traps. The guy is very well traveled. By the time we ended up in Phoenix, he said, I never had a better trip in my life. He said, the people on the route are such the nicest people on the planet. I would never expect this. And I said, unfortunately, that's our fault for not getting the word out better. And there's always room for that. Now, because he's had that experience, his friends and family members are contacting him. He's the expert. And they want to know how they could take it, what's there to see, and things like that. And that's the biggest thing the challenge we have is getting the word out. I can't believe in this day of age people don't have websites. If you don't have a website, get a website. They're very cheap, and everybody is on the internet now. Everybody researches on the internet. Everybody goes on the internet to look things up. How do you think people find you nowadays? Somebody in Illinois is not going to have a New Mexico Yellow Pages. That's just not going to happen. You got to get a website. You could get hosting, you could get a website up, and you could get SEO search for under $200 a year. If you can't make that up in revenue, $200 a year, you should not be in business. No offense. It's very simple how they're doing it. Use Facebook and Twitter to drive folks to your website. My website is just something that sits out there, but I don't sell products on my website, as you would think. I don't sell information for people to come to my business. I don't sell a menu on my website. I don't sell hours on my website. Facebook and Twitter, I was talking to a guy who's somewhat of an expert on the internet, and he said, when you go to the movies, you always have the previews. And they just show you enough to get you interested into coming back to see the movie. He said Facebook and Twitter should get you just interested enough to drive you to your website where all the magic happens. You should be able to sell things on your website, not somewhere else. eBay's great, but have it linked to your website if you sell things like that. Information like you can't believe. Have people go to your website. Give them a reason to come back often. A dead website will get very little traffic. You don't have to have people come back daily. Give them a reason to come back, though, because you might be supporting a festival that they didn't know about, or they didn't know about that you're having this event that they wish to God they had. And I've seen so many events from so many different hotels and places like that that never get put up on people's websites. So people, the hotels don't realize they're missing all that traffic from these events that are coming through their town or the town next to them. Update your damn content. I'm guilty of this. So help me God, I'm guilty of this. But you have to update your content. That goes right back to give them a reason to come back. It's very easy to do. You don't have to be the expert. It doesn't have to be all about you. You could talk about anything. You could talk about the hotel industry, new places coming into town, something that you would help your town grow. Learn what an SEO is, search engine optimizer. It's your website's best friend. You get those ads from the spam saying, we'll get you listed at top 10 in Google. They send it out to 1 million people, so 1 million people are going to get listed in the top 10 in Google. It doesn't work that way. The only way your website's going to start moving up on Google, for those who don't know, is that the more you update it, the more content you put on there, the more you get it out there, it's going to start moving up. The more hits you get to it, the more traffic you're driving to it, the more people are referring to it. That's how you move up. That's how you move up in a search engine. Route 66 World, when I first started it, it was, I swear to you, on the 19th page under Route 66. And I think as well as I've been doing, I get about 10,000 hits a day. I'm on page 9. So I'm myself am still very far away. Do you have a TripAdvisor account? This is another thing. People are using TripAdvisor more and more and more than anything else now. They will go there, and that's just how they will book their rooms. That's how they will figure out where they want to eat. Are you telling people to go to it? And if they like your experience, if they like what they saw there, just ask them to leave just any type of recommendation, anything they can, because you want to start getting up there. How important is TripAdvisor? I always use Tucumcari as an example. 22 motels, the top 3 in TripAdvisor, Blue Swallow Motel Safari, Route 66 Motel. They're kicking the crap out of the big chains, and people don't understand how that happens because of TripAdvisor. People will look at that. They're going to see they're the top 3 motels. They're going to go there. They're going to say, well, how come the Blue Swallow, the Safari, and the Route 66 Motel are ranked higher than the Ramada or the Super 8? What's going on that we don't know about? Do not tell them how to rate your business. I learned TripAdvisor will eventually kick you off if they find out that you're actually telling people, just give us 5 stars, give us 5 stars. You know what, we'll send you something. And people have been guilty of this. I've heard of this. There are 3 types of town on Route 66. The photo op. I call this a 10-second drive-by. You jump out, take a picture, get back in, and all you see is dust coming from the back of the car. A stop. I get yelled at for this. Pontiac, Illinois is a stop. It's a fantastic stop. People get out of their cars, they spend some hours there, and they get back in their cars at the end of the day and drive away. And then there's the destinations. I could use Tucumcari as a destination. So you have to ask yourself, which one is your town? A lot of people, believe it or not, get this confused because you're inside the forest. If you think you're a destination, Towns which are destinations have the 3 S's, very simple to remember. You need to have a place to sit. Could be a bar, could be a deli, could be a restaurant. Where are you going to get them out of your car and sitting down? A place to shop. Where are you going to have them go into and buy stuff, actually help the commerce, help the local merchants, and a place to sleep. If you have a place to sleep, you have them. We all know this. The longer you get people to stay in your town, the more money they will spend. And believe it or not, people want to spend money. They really do. And I hear this all the time. I hear it all the time where people go through certain towns and they're so built up about this town because all we hear about the old pictures and they said there's nothing to go, nothing to buy, nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nothing to stay. We sit there, took a couple pictures and left. That town will continue to die. It really will continue to die. If you have less than all 3 of the above, you're not a destination. And this is the hard reality. Everyone on Route 66 is one of a kind, and thank God for that. I mean, everybody has their place on this route. And I've talked to so many people who are travelers, and not even roadies, but they're travelers, and they want to know how could they get involved, how could they become part of a lot of us that we're already a part of, we're blessed to be part of. And I said, there's enough to do on this route that anybody could have their little share. Everyone on Route 66 is replaceable. What do I mean by that? Last 10 years, how many people have died that we thought would shut down the route? And ironically, the route has never been stronger. And I don't mean this in a bad way. So my thing is that leave your impression the best you can, leave a legacy. My kids are not going to be doing anything with me because they don't deserve it. But anyway, but you know, everyone on Route 66 should be successful. I don't know anybody that would not want a business to fail. I believe every business on Route 66 has to be successful because there's some businesses that will go away and they will never open up again. Right now, the thing that comes to my mind is Meteor Creator Trading Post. I'm telling you, that place is going to go back to the earth. I personally went in there and talked to them a couple times about how to save that place. And it's one of those instances where it's not the person needs help, the person they checked out. They just checked out. And as much as we all want to try to help people, there is a time and a place where you have to stop and say, this is it. There's other people who really, truly want our help, and let's focus on them. And not to turn your back on these people, but if they just don't care anymore, there's nothing you could do. Everyone on Route 66 should be a source of information for the route, and not just their state or their town. There's so many people that feel, okay, I'm in Illinois. After Illinois, who cares what happens to the traveler because they're done with my state? Or I'm in California, and woe me because all that money is being spent, and by the time they get to California, they're not going to have any money to spend. That's not true. That's not true at all. I actually get emails all the time. We talked about this. Where should I go to see on Route 66? I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this could be a 3-hour conversation. And I don't know all the places like everybody in this room do, too. I just direct them as much as I can. But then there are certain places in the towns, in the states you could go to that there's just the visitor centers, like you said. But even as a town folk, you should know everything about the businesses in your town. And this is as a business owner, not as a part of an association. If you don't know everybody in your town as a business owner, then you're doing something wrong because you can't be an all-in-one service to everybody. You can't. If you're a gift shop, you don't sell food, you should know all the restaurants, what they do, what their menus, what their hours are. If you're a motel that doesn't sell gifts, you should know who your gift shops are. It all works together, and it all goes back to the same thing. You keep them in your town. That's the thing. I'm not saying that you're in Tucumcari and it's, hey, listen, when you get over to Flagstaff, they don't have any good gift shops. Don't buy anything from them. Buy everything from us. That doesn't work that way. The people who are in your town, they'll want to stay in your town, and they will always remember that because we have people driving the route one time, and how do we get those people back? We're not asking them to drive the route again one time. Start having them visit their favorite places. Sell the route as well as your own business. And we all know this. Again, these are a lot of things that people know, but there's so many things out there that people don't know that have the smaller businesses that are not part of this group. A new customer is the greatest thing in the world. They're what keeps our doors open. A repeat customer is a step above that. A repeat customer is the best thing you could ever have. They know what they want. You don't have to sell them to anything, and they know what to expect from your business. This is business 101. You get that new customer and do everything you can to make them a repeat customer. And people have favorite places to eat, they have favorite places to sleep, and that's great, that's fine. That keeps those doors open for everybody. So again, my name is Ed Klein. I'm the owner of Route 66 World in Front Street Garage now. And if there's so many people I want to still meet, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have met people. I am not the expert, but I try to answer everything I can. And if I don't know it, I will never say no, or I don't know. I will say, let me contact someone, and they will get right back to you. I don't know if there's any questions, but it's lunchtime. Thank you. Be even worse.
It's a joke.
Oh, well, you know what the biggest rumor going on right now is that the launching pad in the Gemini Giant, they're talking about, and again, these are just rumors, not confirmed yet, they're talking about taking the Gemini Giant and moving it over to Braidwood or something like that. And that was another business that there is no reason why it should ever shut down, because you have thousands of people stopping and taking pictures of your statue. And I had a discussion with another business, and I'm sorry to do it real quick. And so they're saying, I said, I have this twisted kind of way of thinking sometimes. And I said, hey, how's traffic? We have 500 people a week stop here and take pictures of this and pictures of that. I said, how's business? Well, you know, about 20, 25 people stopped in. I said, so what are you doing wrong? Well, what do you mean, what am I doing wrong? I said, most companies would murder their firstborn child to have your traffic. You have these people at your front door. And I said, do you ever hear of a thing called wall drug? And they said, no. I said, get on the internet, look up wall drug. I said, what's your hook? Again, I've been in sales. What's your hook to get them into? Once you get them in the space, once you get them into your building, these new travelers that you never stopped in, you're going to increase business 20, 25%. I said, I guarantee it. And I said, but how you get them in that front door? I said, Charlene's going to laugh when she hears this one. I said, what can you give away for free? Or that's going to cost you next to nothing to give away, under $1. And they said, well, why would we give anything away for free? I said, because people love free things. Going back to wall drug. And I said, what can you give away for free? And I'm not going to mention the business, but it's in Arizona. And they said, well, nothing. We don't have anything. I said, what about this? Well, that costs us 85 cents. What about this? So I'm going back and forth. They said, well, you know what? I got this one thing. I said, what is it? These little passports. And I said, I know those passports. How many do you have? Big old box. And there was a thud on the table. And I'm thinking, oh my God. And I know the passport system. What did it cost you? Oh, nothing. What do you sell them for? Nothing. I said, I need you to go to Kinko's and get a $20 sign and say free gift and have them come inside. They don't know about this. I didn't know about this, that you had this. And I said, once you start doing that, you'll get more and more people to come in. And then I said, it's a sales trick. Let me find your free gift. In the meantime, why don't you look around the store? And I said, people have a guilt into them that they don't want to leave without looking cheap. So as they're bringing stuff up to the counter, that $3 pin that you thought you would never sell, times that by 100 or 200, 1,000, your profits are going up because you have something to give away for free. And so when we're talking about these discounts and things like that, people buy into that. They're suckers for that. So the Gemini Giant, going back to there, some people just don't deserve to be in business. I ate there. The food was horrible. The service was bad. They didn't care. And I understood why people didn't want to go in, because they had a reputation. And that's got to change. And God bless the business owners on Route 66. They're the craziest people I've ever met in my life, because a lot of them put their lives on their line trying to do this. And if it wasn't for them, we would be on Highway 20 or something like that, or I don't know. So, all right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now breaking for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, and enjoy your lunch. We have lots of choices down at Locomotive Park, and there are lots of restaurants along Beale Street and on Andy Devine and Route 66. My personal favorite is the Garlic Clove. So
Moore.
Everyone, I would like to introduce to you Richard Moore.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, good to hear. Today, I've been asked to talk about a program and a project that I've been involved with for about 11 years now, and I think it has a very real potential to revolutionize long-distance human-powered travel in the United States, and I've been very pleased and proud to be involved with it. And what I'm going to talk about today is one piece of this national system, U.S. Bicycle Route 66. I'm going to start by doing an overview of the entire U.S. bicycle route system, where it came from and how it came together. And then we'll go into the details of U.S. Bicycle Route 66, how it affects the 8 states, and specifically how it's being implemented in Arizona. The U.S. bicycle route system has actually been around for a very long time, since 1978. It's organized and owned by AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. It's the umbrella organization of states' highway departments and departments of transportation. AASHTO is celebrating their centennial this year. And the U.S. bicycle route system is one of the 3 major route systems that AASHTO manages. They manage the U.S. highway system, which of course has been around since 1926, and U.S. 66, of course, being a major part of that in its lifetime. The interstate highway system, which they co-manage with Federal Highway Administration, and the U.S. bicycle route system. And the goal and the vision of the U.S. bicycle route system is to be, in essence, a U.S. highway system, routes of national significance for bicyclists. And what we're trying to do in the U.S. bicycle route system is to develop a coordinated and connected network, a network of bicycle routes across the entire United States. Because historically, bicycle routes have been things that take you from the school to the park, from the park to the zoo, those types of things. But then you have some cities with regional routes, take you to the lake, take you to the wilderness area. Now we're stitching that all together into a national route system. And what we did was we came up with a corridor plan to develop that network of routes. And then we had to figure out where we needed to connect and who we needed to connect, such as major population centers, major recreational areas, major areas of interest that we already were aware of. And then use that as a backbone and a framework to develop new state, regional, and local routes, to act as a catalyst to help the local areas develop their route systems so that the people traveling it, even if they're not going cross country, they could be out for 1 or 2 days, or they could just be out for the afternoon, to develop the route system that takes them where they need to go. And to make that route system, just like the U.S. and interstate system, expandable as needed to reflect changing needs and to the needs of the users. Now, the U.S. bicycle route system, we're not building a complete new network of bikeways as part of this. We don't have the funding, we don't have the capability, and we don't think we really need to. There are a lot of existing roads and highways out there that are quite suitable for bicycling and do make those connections. What we're trying to do under this system is identify those routes, identify those existing roads and highways, or even long-distance trails, such as the C&O, Katy, other trails that have already, or Mississippi Rail Trail, those types of trails that have been identified, and fold them into the national system as well. And unlike the U.S. interstate system, it can be on any level of highway. It can be on state highways. In fact, a lot of it is probably going to be on state highways because those are the connecting routes. But it can be on county roads, and it can be on city streets. And as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a street at all. If a suitable pathway can make that connection, it can be incorporated in the system. And this brings me back to the power of designation. Now, at a Route 66 festival, I don't really have to overemphasize the power of designation and the power it creates in a roadway. For example, right out here is Andy Devine Avenue. How do we know that Andy Devine Avenue is also Michigan Avenue? How do we know that Andy Devine Avenue is also Central Avenue? How do we know that it's also all these other roads and streets? It's because we know it doesn't stop at the city limits. And how do we know that? We know that because, for some reason, there are these signs that appear along it that have a number on it, and that same number is carried coast to coast. And that's the same thing with this. The bicyclists traveling around will know that when they're on that route, that it won't just stop, that they'll be able to travel and carry that route, and it will take them to their destination. And we can do that through signing, mapping, other means. But the power of designation takes that local street, takes that bike lane, whatever, and makes it something bigger and better, part of a big national system that will take them where they want to go. Now, the process for developing U.S. bicycle routes, first, we spent about 3 years putting together a national corridor map, and I'm going to skip all the steps we went through, interesting though they may be. We looked at things around the U.S. We came up with a good national route plan. And then we looked at a number of different ways of designating those routes, and we came up with a numbering system through process of elimination and coordination with a number of other groups. And we ended up developing something very similar to the current U.S. highway system. Low numbers in the north and east, high numbers in the south and west, even numbers east-west, odd numbers north-south. 3-digit numbers can be used for connectors, and a number of auxiliaries can be designated as well. Then what we did, once we developed that national map and the numbering system, is that now we leave it to the states. The states are the key entity in this system, because they are the nexus through which the local groups, the advocacy organizations, the agencies, whoever, they're the people that are charged, the states, for bringing all this information together and putting together a package to get it approved for designation. And then the role of AASHTO is twofold. One, does the system serve as part of a national network? And then two, to make sure that all the states agree on where they're going to connect, because it would be very unfortunate, just as in the early years of the U.S. highway system, if one state insisted on connecting here and the other state insisted on connecting here, you don't really have a great network that way. So once you get that agreement, you get that mesh in the link, and then you've got a great system. And then once we've got all that, if you have a route that isn't going to be all owned by one entity, like the state DOT, is then for the people who own it, the county, the city, and all others, to get the agreements in place to say, hey, we'd like this to be part of that system. And it can either be a formal agreement, or it can be just as informal as a resolution or a letter saying, yeah, we're good with this. And then once all that's together and you've got your route connected and you've got agreements, where everybody says, hey, we're good with it, then the state DOT puts together a route application and package and then takes that to AASHTO for approval. And those are approved by their special committee on route numbering twice a year at their spring and annual meetings. Then once it's approved and officially endorsed by AASHTO, then it's officially mapped and can be officially signed by the state DOT, plus it's maintained by AASHTO as something that if map makers ask them, yes, this is where this U.S. bicycle route is officially designated and exists. This right here on the screens right now is our current national corridor map as of last month. The ones that have the dark lines are corridors that have been officially established and designated. Examples include U.S. Bicycle Route 76, which is also known as Transamerica Trail, from Virginia all the way to the western border of Missouri. And other ones, like up in Minnesota, has got U.S. Bicycle Route 45, and Michigan's got a couple up there, like U.S. Bicycle Route 20. And we're connecting those all together, and then U.S. Bicycle Route 1 along the East Coast. And we're trying to stitch all those together in the national network. These ones have gone through the process. They're officially blessed. They are ready to go. The other ones are what we call corridors. It's roughly about, we're looking at anything within about 50 miles in that area on what would be the most suitable connection in that area. In the central, midwestern, and eastern U.S., it could be any number of facilities. In the western U.S., oftentimes there's only one road connecting those two destinations. So you've got fewer options. But we're looking at a lot of those to see which ones we're going to designate. So These are the 4 U.S. bicycle routes that are currently under investigation in Arizona. None of them have officially established yet, but all of them are corridors. Because of the relatively few connections we have in Arizona in the rural areas, we kind of have an idea in some cases, like for example, U.S. Bicycle Route 79, exactly which roads they're going to take, because there are very few other options. On 66, we've got some flexibility, as you can see from the dashed lines. U.S. Bicycle Route 90 in the southern part of the state, connecting Phoenix and Tucson, as you can see, we're looking at a lot of different options down there that could possibly make our connections. So we've got 4 of them we're looking at. I'm going to focus on 66 on this particular presentation, though. 66 was designated as one of the corridors in 2008. We were getting the final corridor map together, and we had a number of different designations strung along, and somebody said, wait, you now have designated a corridor from Chicago to Los Angeles. Why isn't it 66? And we're going, well, oh, you're right, we could make it 66. And we did. And it's made a big difference in how people have accepted it, how people are interested and enthusiastic about designating it. The corridor is expected to pass through all 8 historic 66 states, including Kansas. It may end up touching others, such as, depending on how we make our western connection in Arizona. We anticipate we'll go directly into California. There's a small possibility we could go into Nevada, but right now it's a small possibility. Each state along historic 66, just like the states in the national network, have shown varying levels of interest and commitment. And I'll talk about those right now. Here. U.S. Bicycle Route 66 in Illinois, for example. They have a statewide bicycle plan in Illinois, and the U.S. bicycle route is part of that. In fact, all of the U.S. bicycle routes, such as 76 and others, are also part of that plan. The League of Illinois Bicyclists has actually developed for the state DOT a route concept plan and a route guide. So they have a very good idea on where they want that specifically routed already. And they've got their stakeholders on board, such as the local agencies, the local chamber of commerces, et cetera. So they've got a lot going on in Illinois. There are potential legal issues. Illinois is very unique among states in that they have a Supreme Court decision that held that if you designate a roadway as a bicycle route, you have a heightened level of potential liability. It's the only state in the U.S. that I know of that has that particular Supreme Court decision. And so they're taking that into consideration as they're doing their designations. This is not necessarily going to stop them from designating, though. So implementation may begin soon. They're trying to get volunteers and support together, and they may look at designating some of their roadways as historic route, or not historic, but as U.S. Bicycle Route 66. Missouri. Right now, they're focusing on a different corridor, the U.S. Bike Route 76, which is Transamerica Trail, and they've gotten that officially designated across the state. And now U.S. Bicycle Route 66 may be their next priority in designation. And ACA is Adventure Cycling Association. Adventure Cycling is a huge partner with AASHTO on this. In fact, Adventure Cycling Association has dedicated 1 full-time employee to the U.S. bicycle route system on behalf of AASHTO to do the management, do the mapping, do the outreach and all that as a national coordinator. In fact, I think they've got 2 staff working on it right now. One of them is Ginny Sullivan. And she has done a tremendous job since 2005 in helping put our national network together. But she also has the help of key volunteers, such as Carrie Irons, and also Sarah Snow, who is a paid staff member at Adventure Cycling, who's helping out a lot on this. So they're really helping do the outreach to the states on behalf of AASHTO. So Adventure Cycling is doing some of the mapping, and they're looking for funding for signs. I know we talked earlier today about signing for Historic 66 in Missouri. This may end up being similar. In Kansas, they've got a 22-mile route to go through Kansas. You got a bonus 8 miles there. They're waiting off on designation because they've already got their route established. They will probably seek designation when either Missouri or Oklahoma start going forward with their designation so that they can make a connecting and continuous route. In Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Bicycle Coalition has gathered a lot of support and resolutions and letters from local and presented those to ODOT, saying we'd like to move forward with this. However, at this moment, Oklahoma DOT isn't actively pursuing the designation of U.S. Bicycle Route 66 in that state. And I think it's because, at least we've heard, of some potential risk management issues. Remember that in Oklahoma, a lot of historic 66 is a very busy working roadway. It is not a quiet, abandoned two-lane road. It is the road people take when they're not on the turnpike. And so you've got a lot of traffic, you've got a lot of four-lane traffic, you've got a lot of people traveling from town to towns. So it's something where I think they're looking at that and saying, okay, where's the best route we can run this through while maintaining, you know, connection with historic 66, but still providing through route for bicyclists. Plus, they're going to be hiring a pedestrian bicycle coordinator in the future as well to help out with that, and also a number of other things. In Texas, right now, Texas DOT is working on a statewide road inventory and a statewide bicycle suitability map. And then once that process is complete and they've developed a statewide bicycle map, then they're probably going to look at the number of different U.S. bicycle routes that have been proposed as corridors in their state, look at prioritizing the development of those, and then look at developing those. And I think 66 may be one of the ones that they move forward with. But for right now, they're kind of taking the big picture view of let's get a good handle on the roadway network and bicyclists first, and then we'll move forward with that. In New Mexico, our neighbors, the New Mexico Touring Society has developed a recommended routing for U.S. bicycle route across the state, turn-by-turn instructions all the way from Texas to Arizona. So they have a recommended route already defined and designated. And in some places, New Mexico DOT has established a state-level bicycle Route 66. And in fact, the shield for it is up there on the up on the screen. That's what they use for their state-level bicycle signing, Bike Route 66, as an interim route. Right now, they have not yet formally gone forward with U.S. Bike Route designation, but with all the legwork that's been done and all the preliminary work, they should be in pretty good shape once they decide to move forward with that. And in Arizona, we'll get to that in a minute. And in California, our neighbors to the west, Southern California Association of Governments, they've got a staff member there, Alan Thompson, who's done a lot of good work on this. He has created a U.S. Bicycle Route 66 concept plan for where the routing could go from the Arizona border all the way to its terminus there in the metro area. And in fact, Southern California Association of Governments could end up being the statewide coordinator for U.S. Bike Route 66, considering the entire corridor is within their COG area. And it's something where they're working with volunteers who are then contacting the local agencies to get support. And as you can imagine, there are a lot of local agencies along the 66 corridor in in California. So they're going to be doing a lot of outreach on that. Right now, one of the big issues that's already been identified is that a lot of stretches of historic 66, especially west of Amboy and east of Barstow, are not in the best condition. And it's something where we've gotten a lot of feedback from bicycle tourists who have traveled those routes, that it's something where, admittedly, it's great open desert and there's very little traffic, but it's so they're looking at that. But the other issue is that you've got a parallel road, I-40, but Caltrans does allow access to freeways for bicyclists in some areas, but in this area they don't, because the alternate route exists. And they've recently came back and gave some clarification saying that they were hoping that the route gets repaved, the historic 66 route gets repaved, in lieu of putting bicyclists on the freeway. And there are a number of route and access issues in California, such as there are military bases where access is now restricted and the detour would be pretty substantial. There are also, once you get over Cajon Pass and down into the metropolitan area, is trying to find a good suitable route all the way from, let's say, near Devore all the way to Santa Monica. There are a lot of streets out there, a lot of roads out there that are probably pretty suitable, but there are a lot of other ones that could be challenging. And I know in some segments, like Santa Monica Boulevard, they put in some bike lanes here and there, but it's not continuous. And they may be looking at a lot of different options for making those connections. But it's going to be a daunting task to try to identify all of them. and come up with the best route. Let's get to Arizona. In 2011, we started looking seriously at US Bike Route 66 in Arizona. In May of 11, in conjunction with a AASHTO meeting up in Las Vegas, Adventure Cycling staff and ADOT staff came together and we looked at potential routes on the western part of the state. Then later on in 2011, Adventure Cycling staff and volunteers came out and looked at the eastern part of the state. So we have good analysis and route mapping from border to border. And they didn't just look at the roads, they also met with the people. They also went to the towns, they talked to the local people, they talked with some of the local figures and luminaries, et cetera, and tried to not only get a handle on what the roads were out there, but why we should connect them. And these are just a few photos from our May 2011 trip when we went from Seligman all the way over to Topak and beyond. And that was a good trip where ADOT and ACA worked together on that. And then we have hired a consulting firm, Kimley Horn & Associates with Lee Engineering as a subconsultant, to investigate and recommend routes, not just for US Bicycle Route 66, but for all 4 US Bike Route corridors in Arizona. And that project is underway right now. We have a steering committee that's providing input. And Mike Sanders, who's my colleague, he's in our multimodal planning division. He is our state bicycle pedestrian coordinator. And he is taking the lead on this study, and Mike will also be taking the lead on implementation of US bicycle routes in our state. So he's a great person who will be good key contact on this issue. Our steering committee on this designation study, we have our multimodal planning division. We have our traffic engineering group, myself and another person. We have people from the ADOT districts involved because this potential route, all the US bicycle routes touch nearly every single one of our districts. And on US Bicycle Route 66, it will traverse our Kingman district, our Flagstaff district, and our Holbrook district, and they've been active participants. We also have contacts from our Department of Public Safety, our Highway Patrol, and from our metropolitan planning organizations, FMPO, MAG, and PAG. In fact, in some areas, in some of the other routes, we are going to pretty much let the associations of governments determine the routes, work with the local agencies, and come up with the best route, and then present that back to ADOT, so that, because they have the more direct contacts, they can do those types of things, say, this will be the best route. And then, of course, we've got our consultant team doing the work, Kimley Horn and Lee, to put this all together for recommended routing for all of the US bicycle routes in Arizona. Our possible route alternatives for 66 in Arizona. Well, it's 66, right? We're going to follow that for the most part. Some of the options are, for one thing, connection to California. Right now, we're looking at several. One of them is the classic Topak crossing at the I-40 bridge, then going immediately onto Oatman Road through Oatman. However, we're also looking possibly at some other connections, such as over the Needles Bridge or over to far southern Nevada. But I think right now we're looking very strongly at going with the Topak connection. We have multiple alignments of historic US 66 still extant in the area between Williams and Flagstaff. Some of them are paved, some of them are not continuously paved. And I think right now, even though there's some bicycle tour groups that use some of the unpaved segments, we're probably, for right now, going to stick with the paved segments of Old 66, many of which are now administered by the county and local agencies. Also, east of Flagstaff, we're looking at different ways of going east, such as one of the options we're looking at is either staying on the I-40 shoulder, which is direct and nice and wide and lots of trucks. But we've also got another connection, possibly, which is an old 66 connection, Townsend-Winona Road, which would connect with the Navajo route, which would then connect with one of our state highways and bring them in very close to Winslow, so you'd only have about 10 miles of freeway shoulder. And then east of Holbrook, we're looking at either the I-40 direct connection or looking at diverting the bicycle route south through Petrified Forest National Park to give them that scenic option through the park and then bring them back onto the corridor at US 180. Now, I've talked about I-40. There are going to be several segments where it is unavoidable that we're going to have to run the bicycle route along Interstate 40. In Arizona, every inch of I-40 from Topok to Lupton is open to bicycle travel. And we have had no safety problems with bicyclists using that roadway as far as measurable crashes or conflicts. Now we know it's not necessarily the most pleasant or scenic way to go, and that's why we're looking at all these different options. But there are some places where we will have to use it. Like, for example, there are some places where we don't, where we have frontage roads, like between Sanders and Lupton. We fortunately there have a number of frontage roads that used to be historic 66, and we're going to try to use those whenever we can, whenever practical, when it's a continuous route, it doesn't have heavy traffic, et cetera. But we are looking in some cases at using the shoulder of I-40. The consultant study should be complete in about next year, I guess, 2015. Then they're going to present our recommendations. And the recommendations does not constitute designation. It's just, this is what they think will be the best routing for each of these corridors. Then what's going to happen is that if they've identified it as being a county highway or a city street, then somebody is going to have to get concurrence from those agencies, get the agreements in place, those types of things. Once all of that is in place and everybody's good with having this route designated, we're all happy, then ADOT will be tasked with putting together the route, application and saying, hey, we've got agreement with everybody, we've got a route, we're good with it. And then that will go to AASHTO for final approval. And we're also looking at the adjoining states and seeing, are you guys going to designate soon? Good, we hope so. And then once it's designated, once it's approved, it's a genuine U.S. bicycle route. What we're going to do then is ADOT will incorporate it into our statewide mapping and have it available to cartographers and others. Now, as far as signing goes, I will now show you very quickly what the official U.S. bicycle route sign looks like in the U.S. and give you an example here, which I should have had open earlier if I hadn't come back from lunch late. And, oh, that worked. This is what the U.S. bicycle route sign looks like. Excuse me for being graceless putting this out. This is the sign. It's been approved by Federal Highway Administration under an interim approval and the National Committee on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. We expect it to be in the 2017 MUTCD. It's got the U.S. symbol, or the U.S. designation, it's got the bicycle symbol, and then it's got the route designation down here. This is the roadway size, for example, if it was posted on a city street or highway, it's an 18-inch by 24-inch size. And then we've got a smaller size that can be used like on a shared use path or something like that. But this is what the official designation or the official signs will look like once replaced. Now I've shown you the signs. How much money do we have to put up the signs? Well, we don't have any dedicated funding for putting up these signs. So what we're going to look at, in fact, we're looking at this in a number of states, is, for example, if we have projects of opportunity, such as a sign rehabilitation project in the corridor where we have federal aid funds for it, we can possibly piggyback these signs, being a very small amount of money, to install them along that part of the corridor. In other areas, we may be looking at public-private partnerships, where we're looking at money, looking at possibly getting some money to have them installed under permit to provide those kind of signing. Right now, there is a National Cooperative Highway Research Program project that's underway, a 20-7, which is a small dollar project, that's looking at recommendations for how to best sign these U.S. bicycle routes, as far as how much signing will be needed to provide effective guidance and still meet the budget limitations. Okay, and if you need any more information on U.S. bicycle routes, adventurecycling.org, Adventure Cycling Association, has a great page devoted to it. The URL is up on the screen right now. It's got connections to, for example, the AASHTO pages and the route. It's got all the documentation since 2003, how we got where we did, how we went through all the corridor studies, how we designated our route, and what the status is in each of the states, and where we can progress, and contacts you can make in your states to get more information and to help make the U.S. bicycle route system and U.S. bicycle route 66 a reality. And if there are nothing else, are there any questions? I will take questions at this time. Yes? What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can I have your small sign to put up?
I am unfortunately right now, these are the only two I have right now. So I cannot share, I can't share them yet. I've got to keep them for a few more presentations, but thank you. What state are you in?
I'm in the state of California, the city of San Bernardino.
Okay. We think Caltrans will put up the same signs once they get around to it. So hopefully you will see them someday. Yes?
Are you going to provide for any sponsorship for signs?
We have a term for that, and I think it's called acknowledgement, because we're not allowed to say advertising or sponsorship on public rights of way. And it's something that Federal Highway Administration is beginning to recognize, that there are situations where there are partnerships being entered to provide information, those types of things. And it's being allowed in limited ways. But I think what you'd see is, for example, this. You wouldn't see any overt sponsorship on the sign panel itself. Instead, the recognition we provided through other means, such as media, social media, websites, something like that. Because what they want to do, the key thing here is to the traveler. This is designed to be read in less than a second by a bicyclist traveling 15 to 20 miles per hour. We want to keep it simple, clear, and uniform. And it'll have an arrow underneath telling you if you have to turn, that kind of thing. What we want to do is not try to have a bunch of complicated information, stuff like that. I think there are other ways we can provide that. One of the key ways that we're looking at providing interim guidance on the U.S. bike route system until we can get all the signs up is through mapping. Our partners at Adventure Cycling are unparalleled. They are some of the best in the world at providing detailed mapping for bicyclists that give you not only the routing, but it gives you information on grade, it gives you information on services, water, food, lodging, etc. And we think that's going to carry a lot of the heavy burden for the interim period until signing, if signing can be placed, when signing is placed. And then we think that the routing and the signing and the mapping will work together. For example, you see very few people, well, okay, now with GPSs that changes things. But people, when we put up our road signs, our big freeway signs out there, we understand they are not standalone. They have to be used in conjunction with another navigation system such as maps or GPS. It provides a lot of good information, but it's not an entire thing. This will be similar.
I was thinking of something in context of adopt the highway program, adopt the bicycle roadway program to keep clean as opposed to.
Well, as far as adopt, we have the Adopt the Highways program. That's one of the nationally recognized ones. But it's something where we have been approached already within our group about, can we put acknowledgement plaques or other things? And to my knowledge, Federal Highway Administration has been pretty uniform in saying that, no, that's not a permissible thing. But Adopt a Highway, it's something they're providing a very specific and direct service, whereas this is sort of an indirect service. In fact, I think right now, the only things we have it for, like I said, is roadway cleanup and rest area sponsorship are the only two formal programs I know of right now. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, I have not met the next speaker either, and that's from the Bicycle Tourism, Professor Nick Gerlich. Is he back? He is, I believe. Thank you. And
let's close his. Thanks. Yeah, great. Okay, let's do it. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nick Gerlich. Happy to be here. I'm from Canyon, Texas, which is about 18 miles south of Amarillo, very near the midpoint. My big decision when I go play on 66 is, do I go left or do I go right? Mostly I go left. I have kind of partial to the southwest, but being from Chicago originally, I do make my way that way as well. I'm at West Texas A&M University, where I'm the Hickman Professor of Marketing. I have a lot of social media and web presence stuff, mostly because I teach this stuff, so it's a lot of fun. I get paid to play. I got a lot of cycling and Route 66 experience here, and this is going to piggyback very nicely with what we just heard. My wife and I did Race Across America in 1993 on a tandem bicycle, living proof that two people can survive on a tandem bike for 3,000 miles and still stay married. I became co-director of RAM in 1996 to 1999. I've been running my own Hell Week bicycle tour business since 1991. We put on tours and camps in Texas and Florida, and coming soon, New Mexico. We did a transcontinental tour in 1986, a self-supported honeymoon on two wheels from LA to Boston. We actually spent 5 nights in Route 66 towns. This was shortly after 66 was decommissioned, of course, but we spent the nights in Fontana and Barstow and Kingman, Seligman, and Williams on our merry way east. Let's see, I was the founder of the Ride Across Indiana. I've done a bunch of other tours with cities and other organizations to help them create their own events, the kind of stuff I'm going to talk to you about today. I was the director of the Ultramarathon Cycling Association for a few years, on the board of the Texas Bicycle Coalition, the Amarillo Hike and Bike Planning Committee, and I also do a lot of 66 stuff. So I have these parallel lives here that really do go well together, because I spend so much of my time exploring 66 on a bike, which is a lot of fun. And also I do a little photography. So you're going to see all 3 of these today here, and that's me. I like to collect pavement chunks from 66. This one didn't make it home. It broke, unfortunately. That was on the Los Lunas Loop west of Albuquerque. So what is bicycle tourism? Huge definition here, kind of runs the gamut. It ranges from one-day tours and rallies, like the Hot and Hell in Wichita Falls, Texas, which brings in about 12,000 people for a weekend. It includes multi-day state tours like RAGBRAI, which has, this is in Iowa, it's about 7,500 registered riders, and because they close the registration, they wind up with about 7,500 freeloaders, or ghost riders, excuse me, who are just coming along, because it's basically a week-long party on wheels, spending money all along the way. There's a lot of organized long-distance tours, like the kind of stuff that I do, and also my good friends Lon Holneben and Susan Notaranzolo with their pack tour business. And then there's also self-supported tours, like what we did in '86, where we just loaded up our bikes and rolled out of LAX, literally, and rode to Boston. You see a lot of people doing this. In fact, I saw 2 guys yesterday riding into Kingman from Peach Springs, heavily laden with all kinds of gear, and just soaking up the sun, having a good time. They were laughing as I drove by. And then there's the other thing, day trips. I do a lot of this on 66. It's still bicycle tourism, because I load my bike in the van and go somewhere and play, I ride, and then I spend money. And that's the important part. Bicycle tourism is not just about fun, it's also about the economic impact. So why bicycle tourism? Well, it does promote health and wellness. It's a great thing. I've been doing it for, well, 30 years of my adult life, and of course I rode a lot like every other kid did. And it's also very clean and green. We're not going to be out there polluting or doing anything bad. We're just using human energy to propel ourselves forward. Another thing that I really like about bicycle tourism is that it promotes local, state, and national points of interest. And 66 obviously is near and dear to all of our hearts. That is one huge point of interest that we need to think about, how we can leverage this and promote it to the cycling community. Some other big aspects: history, nostalgia, all that fun stuff, those warm, gushy feelings we get when we're out seeing 66. This is the same kind of stuff that a lot of folks get when they're riding a bicycle across 66. The economic impact is huge. Sales and jobs are nothing to be sneezed at. I'm going to give you a few numbers here in a moment here to show you that this is for real. And it promotes local businesses and economies. Just about every state in the union has done economic impact studies on bicycling, and the numbers are staggering. It focuses also on a very attractive consumer target market, primarily 40s, 50s, and up. A lot of which are going to be baby boomers naturally, but some from the Gen X generation. And the key distinguishing features about this target market is they tend to have discretionary time and discretionary money. That's a good group of people to target. They got money and they got time to spend it, so let's go after them. And it also focuses on something that has been a growing trend in America at least the last decade or so, and that's the experience economy. We're not so much into collecting stuff these days as Americans. We're beyond that. Now we're collecting experiences. We do things. You're in Kingman. You are experiencing Route 66 and the fellowship of all these great people. This is something that you will remember above and beyond the smartphone that you may be playing with right now also. And I know I do that too when I'm sitting in a room, so don't feel bad. So, why bicycle tourism? I grabbed this off of a website today. Think about this. Bike tourists will eat and drink more. Yes, we get hungry, we get thirsty. That thirsty can be Gatorade, it can be Coke, it can be beer at the end of the ride. We're going to stay overnight in more small towns. We're going to spend a lot of money in motels. We're going to support local businesses, and they're going to tell their friends about it. Oh, and here's the nice thing. When we're out riding long distances, we get kind of tired, so we're not raising Cain at 11:30 at night. We're probably in bed by about 8 or so. So we're good civil citizens in your community. So some more questions about tourism here. Basically, what we've got in America is an obsession with cycling, whether you realize it or not, because over a quarter of all Americans do cycle, and for every car sold, 3 bikes are sold. And I know it's an apples and orange comparison. Bikes are a lot cheaper than cars, but still, there's a lot of bikes being sold, and more Americans cycle than do golf, ski, or play tennis combined. So there's a lot of us out there. And it's not just, the hardcore crazies that, that's my tribe. We ride way too many miles. It's casual riders who just like to have fun and may go around the neighborhood, ride around the city, go to the park, whatever, and just ride when they feel like it. We're all cyclists, though, and that's the important part, and that's what I want us to focus on today. So let's take a look at economic impact. Here's a few states. Iowa with RAGBRAI, which stands for the Register's Annual Great Bicycle Ride Around Iowa. Cities jockey for position to get included in next year's tour because they don't use the same route every year. My town wants to be in the route this year or next year or whatever because we want all those people coming to our town, even if it's only for one night, and it becomes a tent city because those people are going to be dropping a lot of money. $1 million a day during RAGBRAI. That's good money. Wouldn't you like to have that in your town? Arizona, $88 million in out-of-state tourist impact, including $57 million at retail and 721 jobs. Oregon, $400 million from bicycle tourism. Yeah, in a state that rains a lot, go figure. Illinois, $30.40 per person per day among trail users. These are just the folks who are using established, set-aside, paved or crushed gravel cycling paths. They figure they're spending $30 a day to go have fun. This would be like the towpath along the Illinois River, or maybe the Lakeshore Drive path in Chicago. They're all spending money. Florida also has a great paved trail system. 1.7 million trail users leads to $32.556 million in economic impact every year. That's good money. Types of sales that are going to be generated by all of this. Lodging, if you're actually traveling somewhere, whether in a car to go do an event or actually just going point to point, long distance on a bike, probably $80 to $150 a night, depending on where you are and the depth of your pocketbook. Restaurants and bars, you got to eat, right? And if you're out there cycling, you're probably going to be burning anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 extra calories a day. You're going to eat like a horse, and you're going to love it. So you're going to be spending a lot of money, though, to do all that. Fuel for those who are driving to the events. Souvenirs, you got to buy stuff, right? T-shirts, trinkets, all that good stuff. Other activities you may do while you're in that town, going to the movie, maybe going to a concert, whatever. And this is a funny one. I never thought of this until people who came to my South Texas, my Texas Hill Country camp started telling me, Nick, you know, we really like it here. We're going to move here now. And you have no idea how many people I have brought to Fredericksburg, Texas because of my cycling event. I know of several people now that I've brought to the Claremont, Florida area because of my bicycle tour company bringing an event there. They rode with me, they fell in love with the area, they moved there. That is all economic impact. So, why Route 66? Well, you know, there's our beloved map. We all know where it goes. Let's talk about this a little bit. In very real terms, it's a huge opportunity to boost tourism revenues. We all need a little bit more of that. And let's face it, tourism in and of itself is a very discretionary activity. When money is tight, that's often one of the first things to get cut from our personal budgets. I mean, we got to pay our mortgages and put our kids through school and all that fun stuff, but when money allows, then we're going to go out and have fun. And while there's money being spent, we need to do everything we can in our 66 corridor to tap into that. We can also build on the current interest in history and nostalgia. Now, I'm going to tell you, first off, when I tell my students about Route 66, they look at me like I'm from the moon. They couldn't care less. They don't know anything about it. It just doesn't have any meaning to them yet, mostly because they're too young to appreciate nostalgia. But when you talk to baby boomers, we've been around the block a few times. We got a lot to be nostalgic about. Not to mention thankful for still being alive to even think about it. So we got 78 million baby boomers out there who are waxing nostalgic, have abundant free time, and discretionary income. Let's figure out a way to take advantage of that. Route 66, of course, is a huge cultural touchstone. We know this, that's why we're here. We need to share this with other people and welcome them into the family. So we need to build awareness for 66 as well as the many cities along it and the 8 states. Most important, though, as Michael Wallace said this morning, we are just one long, continuous community. No city limits, no state lines, just one big community, 2,448 miles. But here's another big one. And this is back to the cycling aspect. I put it in bold and red and a bigger font because the majority of 66 is still quite easy to be cycled. And this is really the important part. People need to know, yeah, it still exists, but you can also ride a bike just about everywhere that you can drive a car. Like there, the Cuervo Cutoff. In fact, it's probably easier on a bike than it is on in your vehicle. I was out there a few weeks ago and I dragged bottom on my minivan. I never drag bottom on a bike, so except when it's my own, if I'm getting tired. But anyway, the Cuervo Cutoff's a great place to bike. And there's the Jericho Gap. You have no idea how many times I had to take that photo to get it just right. But the Jericho Gap is one of those legendary Route 66 places that a lot of folks don't go because they think it's just going to be a big mud pit. And of course, it hardly ever is, unless there's a big snow melt. And it's a great place to bicycle. Who knows where that is? Dead Man's Curve, of course, right? Fantastic place to bike. You really get the feel of it. When you're on 2 wheels going through at 20 miles an hour, you can see why it was named that. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be cycling. And of course, I'm coming from the east, so right behind me is Owl Rock. That is some of the prettiest country we've got on 66. Oh, there's another New Mexico one there. The subject of Rich Dinkela's little adventure with his new sign. This is La Bajada Hill, as seen from the south. Yeah, there's Kumar in the back modeling the shirt. This is looking straight up at La Bajada Hill, 800 feet straight up, and guess what? Yeah, you can ride it. I will say this is probably the toughest place on 66 that I've ever ridden a bike. It was nasty, but it can be done, and it was a lot more fun coming down. Katy Summit. I've ridden by there numerous times. Great place out in the middle of nowhere, a little bit hot this time of year, but if you're prepared, you'll make it. And that's out east of Newkirk, New Mexico, another lonely section. That was in January when the sun angle was low and the shadows were always present. And I was just out by myself being a lone bicycle tourist one day. And there's, between Glen Rio and Indy, another beautiful place to be out cycling. There's no traffic. I've ridden from Glen Rio to San Juan and back 36 miles numerous times and seen this many cars. It's just perfect. Of course, you know where that is, right? It's close to where we convened 2 years ago. It's just northwest of Victorville over the Mohave River. It's a beautiful bridge built a little off camber there in a bend of the road. My favorite place on the route, the Painted Desert Trading Post. You can bike there. I've biked back there twice. You can too. It's not that hard. You don't have to climb any gates or anything either. You got to just know the way in. But that's from atop the mesa right next door to it. Beautiful, quiet place to ride. You won't see anybody out there. Devil's Elbow, Missouri, another great place to go for a lonely bike ride. And you got your choice of 2 alignments. You got the 4-lane, you got this one here with the bridge that was just renovated and reopened. And then this just east of Flagstaff on Angel Road, another great place to go on a bike. In fact, it's one of the best ways to get down to the Padre Canyon Bridge because you have to have a high clearance vehicle to drive the last half mile, but a mountain bike can just bomb right through it. So you got a lot of cool places you can be doing your leisurely activities on 66. And I know most of Route 66 is deeply wedded to car culture, and rightfully so, I understand that. But to put things in perspective, about 100 years ago when the Good Roads movement got started, it was promoted primarily by the cycling community. So in a strange kind of way, based on what we just heard a few minutes ago and what we're talking about today, we're kind of coming full circle here and realizing that these good roads are for all of us to be able to use, whether in motorized cars or motorcycles or non-motorized bicycles. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now on 66. You got all this stuff from adventure cycling, which is gaining traction and is going to take off one of these days soon. That organization's been around a long time, almost 40 years, back to the bicentennial days when they were promoting cross-country bicycle tourism as a way to celebrate the bicentennial. And they have incredible maps with detailed information to get people from one coast to the other. Myzia Hell Week next year, which is going to include several hundred miles of New Mexico 66 from Albuquerque to Gallup and back, and then and Santa Fe and some other fun stuff up to Red River. And then my buddies at Pack Tour, they do long-distance Route 66 tours. They usually split it in halves. They'll do Santa Monica to Amarillo, Amarillo to Chicago in alternating years. And they'll do that, that half tour in about 21 days or thereabouts. Now, let's talk a little bit about how one might prepare to actually go out and do this by themselves, because it's no small task. When Becky and I were planning this back in '86, we actually started planning in '85. It was more important in terms of the depth of preparation than the actual wedding itself, because that was the honeymoon was the hard part, was safely getting across the country 3,730 miles in 53 days. We had to know what we were doing. Planning, planning, planning. You really have to be careful. You have to do all of your homework, have all the right gear, and be ready to face anything. With only a few exceptions, fortunately, motels and other facilities are indeed still spaced conveniently along Route 66. About the only real challenging spot that I can think of is between Ludlow and Needles. It's going to be a long day. There's just not a whole lot. Unless Roy's gets that motel up and at 'em again, you're going to be pushing hard and long during that day. But everywhere else, there's places to stay, enough small stores, enough diners and cafes that you can still stay alive and bike and have fun all day. I'm figuring all this out at the pace of about 50 to 80 miles a day. You can do more than that. You can probably do less if, it's just whatever you want to do. But this would probably be a typical average for most cyclists. And that's because you're carrying your gear. It's kind of like dragging a cinder block behind you. Oh, and here's another important part. Technology makes this so much easier because when we did it in '86, we didn't have cell phones. I didn't have GPS. I had paper maps. Becky's grandmother died, we didn't even know until we got done. I mean, there's no way for people to get a hold of us, and we take this stuff for granted now, don't we? Well, don't. Just plan on using it and knowing how to take advantage of it. Today, when I'm out, like so many other cyclists, I've got apps, I've got my phone, that's how I'm navigating. I got everything I need as long as I've got a cell phone tower nearby. And the only place that I really get in trouble is up around Peach Springs, because there's about 30 miles with nothing. So, but otherwise, you've got technology to make this a very, very doable option. Now, if you're going to go the whole way, you got to think about this carefully. If you're going eastbound, you really do want to start in Santa Monica between mid-April and mid-May. Anything after mid-May, you're in trouble. You're going to be baking out in the desert because come mid-May, that's when it starts topping 100 degrees. So you got to keep that in mind if you're going eastbound. On the other hand, if you're going westbound, it's the total opposite. You probably want to start in Chicago in September, and that way you're chasing the cold weather the warm weather south and west. You're going to stay warm as you make your way to the west coast. Leave the early autumn cold fronts behind you. So this is important. I mean, obviously there's folks who do it all year long, like those guys I saw yesterday, and it's a little crazy to be out there doing desert cycling in the summertime. But it's done. But the best bet is to kind of abide by those starting points, whether you're going east or west. Your equipment must be top drawer. You can't just go to Walmart and spend 80 bucks on a bike and say, okay, I'm going to ride across the country or do Route 66 now. Probably not going to make it very far before you've got a pile of parts on the road beneath you. So you want to spend some money and get some good stuff. And I highly recommend a touring bike or a mountain bike. Don't take one of those skinny-wheeled racing bikes that the people in the Tour de France use. You won't make it too far, especially out in California on the bumpy section. You'll be having flat tires every half mile. So go with something that's made to withstand some punishment. Excuse me, that was a typo, wide tires. Because of those rough roads, I mean, if you've driven between Newberry and Ludlow lately, you know how bad it is. It's horrible. There's parts falling off cars, much less bicycles. Plan on front and rear panniers or a trailer. You got to be able to carry your stuff. I've done both. Front and rear is better because you can spread the load across the front, back, and sides, or a trailer that you drag behind you. Plan on 40 pounds of gear, and then take 10 pounds out of it. Okay, cycling self-supported is a tricky, challenging preoccupation here. Plan on a variety of traffic conditions. LA is going to be dicey. Chicago will be dicey. St. Louis, yes, it'll be a little bit crazy. Oklahoma City, too. So you got to be prepared for all of that. You got to be prepared from nothing to gridlock and everything in between. Prepare for a variety of roads, no traffic. In some places, to some sections on the western freeways. By the way, it is legal in the western states. I can think of Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, where it is legal to ride on the freeway in the non-urban areas. So just watch for signs and act accordingly and ride as far to the right as possible. Try to avoid the biggest cities, try to hit the biggest cities on the weekends if possible. Even when I'm driving, if I'm leaving Chicago, I leave it on a Sunday morning. That's the best time. If you're going to be leaving Santa Monica, Sunday morning. Everybody else is still sleeping, so you can get out of town. Plenty of calories and fluids, obviously be prepared. Proper clothing for the changing seasons, safety gear, headlights, taillights, blinkies, as we call them, gloves, all the parts you're going to need, and the two most important things in my handlebar bag on a tour, vice grips and duct tape. You can fix anything with those, one way or the other. Here's the important thing, though, because I'm not just advocating a long, continuous trip necessarily on 66. If you have the time to do that, that's great. But if you don't, it's okay, because you don't have to do it all on one trip. 2,400 miles could easily turn into 30 to 45 days. So break it up as needed and use the key 66 cities that have airports to your advantage. Now, let's talk about the cities. People like you and me who live perhaps near or in 66 towns along the corridor, here's what we've got. We, meaning you and me, have something that people want. Route 66, a cool place to cycle. Make it accessible. That's our job. We got to let people know that it is out there and it's safe and you can do this and you won't die out in the desert and somebody will find your bleached bones next year. This is all very, very doable. We need to put out the welcome mat. We need to accommodate people wherever possible. Exploit the opportunity, because there's a lot of money to be made, as I showed in those statistics here. So how can you hop on at the local or state level? Simple. Organize and promote one-day events. tours. 30, 60, 100-mile tours of your area. Incorporate some Route 66 into that and let people see what a great place it is to go for a bike ride. Or perhaps organize and promote multi-day state tours. Back in 1987, I started the Ride Across Indiana. I had no idea when we started that early Saturday morning, 14 of us headed for Union City, Ohio, that it would one day be a 1,600 participant event held every July. That's a lot of people bringing money to Terre Haute on the west end and now Richmond, Indiana on the east end. Think big, okay? People like to experience these things. And if you've got the ability to do either a one or a multi-day state tour like that, where it's like a rolling caravan of equipment and food and baggage going from one point to another, look into this. There's money to be made there. Work with the tour companies. Don't be an opponent to them. Welcome them as well. Make it easy for them to come and do business. Promote bike safety in your town and state. I know in some areas, even where I live in Amarillo, bike lanes, contentious issue. You know, nobody wants to share the road because they want the whole lane to themselves too. Well, you know, we're all out there sharing the same paved facility. And so do what you can, whether it's putting up a sign that says share the road, whatever it takes to make it look like you care and you are concerned. Advertise with adventure cycling, because a lot of folks that are doing those tours are reading their literature, looking at their website, and finding information they need to do their tours. If they see your business advertising there, you've just planted a seed. Advertise in other cycling magazines like Bicycling, where people who are of like mind are going to be reading. Billboards. How many of you have seen the billboards for Grants, New Mexico that promote hiking and biking? What a great idea. They're promoting their town as a place to come spend some time, get a little physical recreation, enjoy the mountains and the fresh air, and spend money. And then also local and state tourism magazines, same thing. I mean, basically, we're just taking an idea that's been done in many other aspects, like for cars and motor coach tours. We're doing the same thing for bicycling. So, thank you very much. Put yourself in that picture and ride on. Any questions or anything? Anybody have any questions? I'll be around. Oh, hey, yes, thanks. Thank you much. Mm-hmm. Sure, okay. Anybody? That's actually a good question. Is there more safety with a big gaggle of riders out there versus just one or two? I'd say it's actually kind of mixed. I mean, I pay attention to, you know, bad statistics too, collisions and things like that. And I see pretty equal numbers. I mean, it just happens. And I don't think it really matters whether you're in a big group or just out cycling by yourself. Probably the thing that does help the most in maintaining safety is when you have a support vehicle behind you with their blinkers on and signage on the vehicle. Not everyone can arrange for that to happen, though, unfortunately. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Are there equivalent things happening in the cycling world?
There's nothing exactly like Tough Mudder in cycling other than the many 100-mile events like Hotter Than Hell, Texas. There's a lot, we call them centuries. I mean, it's 100 miles. And I know it's an arbitrary distance. In kilometers, it's 160, which, you know, doesn't sound so good. But 100, that sounds great, you know? And so there are lots of organized centuries around the country. So if you had to draw an equivalency, that would probably be it. Yes? Okay, I've got a lot of stuff that I've written, so yes, I'm willing to share, willing to collaborate, and there are lots of other external sources of information. Usually, well, adventure cycling is the greatest one. That's at the national level, and then state-level bicycling associations tend to have lots of route guidelines on their websites. Because it's member-driven, it's crowdsourced at its best. You know, it's just people reporting what's good and what's not. I'm always happy to do that. I'll give you my card. Anyone else? Kumar. There are organizations like that, yes. Again, Adventure Cycling, League of American Whalemen, which has actually been around over 100 years, makes information like that available too. And then, again, also a lot of the state-level organizations. But it's one of those things that could probably be done a lot better. Yes? Well, social media is a great way to do it. I know you already leverage social media quite effectively in your operations, and you could add that message as well. If you chose to advertise in adventure cycling, that would be another avenue. Basically, approach those different groups that are active in cycling, and specifically bicycle touring, and make yourself known. I'll be happy to visit with you about that. Anything else? Yes?
You say any trend you've seen in the last 5 years of difference between in the tourism area, more money spent per rider or more participation with larger groups, larger people?
Oh yeah, I've seen a huge increase in the money that they're spending and in the numbers. And I think a lot of it also has to do with just the aging of the baby boomers. And, you know, we're not going to get old, right? We're not going to do that. We're going to defy that as long as we can and go out there and try to have fun, whether it's on a bike or doing whatever you'd like to do. But yes, I see it with my own clients. We've made changes in our bicycle tours where we tried to, you know, come in low cost, keep it affordable, and then we realized our clientele is a lot like us, middle youth, and not wanting to stay in a dumpy motel. And so we just upped it, like doubled it, and bam, it was great. It was perfect. That's what people wanted. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Our next presenter will be James Tolleef with the Missouri Route 66 Association.
Okay. Looks like I lead off the state parade here. Good afternoon from the Missouri Association, and welcome to Missouri when you come driving the route. Our president, Tom Pike, was scheduled to do this, but unfortunately his wife had some medical issues recently and was unable to make the trip. His stand-in was going to be Bob Gale. A lot of you may already know Bob. He's our super salesman, our director of membership, but just a week ago he found out that he had a business meeting to go to that he could not come. So you're getting the third string quarterback here, folks. Anyway, we're going to have a PowerPoint here, I hope. I'm going to talk to you about handful of events and the recent accomplishments in the state of Missouri. Number one is the corridor management plan. We, thanks to our president, Tom Pike, he led the way in getting our CMP completed, and you can find it on our website if you want to see the entire thing. We are trying to catch up, obviously, with New Mexico, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Illinois, who already have scenic byway status. So we're ready to file our application. Unfortunately, of course, the Federal Highway Administration's Scenic Highway Program Department, if I got that right, has been unfunded for the last couple of years. So they're not accepting applications right now, but we're waiting in line with our TICI to get national scenic byway status as soon as they reopen. Number two, our oral history program. We are definitely working on that. John Benner, one of our board members, and also he's a professional photographer and kind of an archivist by nature, is leading the way on that. So we are actively working on that. In fact, you may have heard Kaisa, if you were here this morning, referred to that was one of the 5 grants that was given out this year was for Missouri State University to assist us with that. Actually, Missouri State University is our depository for all of our oral history programs, so they're a good partner with us for that program. So we continue to proceed with that. Thirdly, you may have seen about 3 months ago the announcement that the Devil's Elbow Bridge is open, and Professor Nick already stole my thunder on that. But it is open 3 months in advance, and we can thank the Pulaski County Commission, the Pulaski County Tourism Bureau, and other leaders in Pulaski County for taking the initiative to recognize the importance of saving that bridge and to get the restoration done. So we thank them for that. But it's nicely restored, ready to be driven over. And again, as the professor alluded to, this is a great section of road. If you can't do the entire road and have to pick sections you want to do, off of I-44 between exits 161 and 169, right in the center of the state, is this section of road. And it is a great section to take because you can get a twofer here, as again, the professor alluded to. You can not only drive the original Route 66 over the Devil's Elbow Bridge, but then you can turn around, come back, and drive across the modern version that was put in World War II through Hooker Cut, 4-lane. All the concrete is still original with the curbs on it. You don't get a better section than this to get the original vintage feel of Route 66 through the Ozarks. That's about as good as it gets right there between 161 and 169 exits on I-44. So, fourthly, you heard several mentions this morning by Kaisa, of course by Michael, about cooperation or states working together and so forth. And we certainly are doing our part to try to augment that. Particularly with the state of Illinois, we have a great relationship with them. We have had social gatherings at the end of the bridge. Of course, Chain of Rocks Bridge is the one that connects, 66 between Illinois and Missouri. We have had a Missouri board member be simultaneously on Missouri and Illinois boards. Now we have an Illinois resident who is simultaneously on both boards. Earlier this year, this summer, there was a program in the Lake of the Ozarks called Hot Summer Nights, which ran about 6 weeks. One of those 6 weeks was designated Route 66 night. And so we invited Kansas Association, Oklahoma, Illinois, and they all showed up except Illinois, which because the weekend happened to be their motor tour weekend. And also Brad Nixon of Oklahoma has been attending our board meetings on a regular basis. So we have a lot of cooperation, a lot of interaction with the 4 eastern states, and there's still more than that to come. I'm going to talk about more in the next, the last subject as well. So those are some of the things going on. But the last thing I'm going to talk the most about is, I'm on lastly already in less than 10 minutes, is the Neon Heritage Preservation Committee. Not only because that's the thing I know the most about, that's my function. I'm on the board of directors for Missouri, but this is also kind of my specialty. If you've seen my name or seen my picture anywhere, it's probably in connection with one of our projects. But not only that, all these other things I've talked about, the oral history and so forth, those are all kind of like back office. But neon is real. Okay, it's tangible. It's bright. It's the real McCoy. It's out there to create. It's the real vintage atmosphere on Route 66. So for those reasons, I'd like to spend a little more time on that. I would be very remiss if I didn't mention, well, our committee began in 2006, actually. And I would be very remiss if I didn't mention the other 3 members of the team. We've kind of become known as the Neon Team here now recently. And that would be Bob Gale, who is, again, I mentioned him earlier, our Director of Membership. He's our super salesman, our front man on the team. Then we have Esley Hamilton, who is the preservation historian for St. Louis County, so that's his job. And fourthly, we have David Hudson on the team. He is a sign crafter by trade, specializing in neon. So that's our team of 4. And I have to say that I think one of the key elements in our success with this program is the fact that all 4 members of our team or our committee do for the team what they do in their professional lives. So that's like having a professional person in all 4 of these positions, and that I think is a real advantage. We're just really blessed that fell into place, that we have 4 members that could contribute like that. There are 2 other elements, and before I get to the other 2, the one that really is the foundation for all of this is, of course, the National Park Service grant program. You know, that's what makes all of these projects possible. And so we continue to thank Kaisa and the whole program for providing that foundation. But in addition to this professional element I mentioned, there's a couple others. One is the importance of building relationships. We have 300 business members in our association. Thanks to Bob Gale. He is just he's just never-ending, full of energy, always getting new members, and we thank him for that. 250 of those 300 business members are on the Mother Road in Missouri. So you can see we have a lot of contact. They know what we're about. We know what they're about. And whenever there's opportunities, issues, questions, whatever, there's a very good likelihood that we're going to have dialogue, and so that's a real advantage. The third thing would be opportunity, taking advantage of opportunities, no matter how small they might seem. Carpe diem, seize the day. If you see an opening, go for it. And so, these 3 elements, particularly these last 2, building relationships and taking advantage of opportunities, I would take note, if you will, as we go through some of our projects here and see how those elements played into the selection and the execution of these projects. I've listed here the 7 that we have done, actually 6.5, because we're now actively working on the Skylark project. Again, that was one of the grant projects Kaisa had on the list of the 5 this morning. We're working on the Skylark project with the VFW post in St. Clair. As I speak, I believe the tower is being tuck pointed as I stand here. And then we'll replace all the glass blocks and et cetera. But let's take a quick rundown of these projects here that you see on the list. The Donut Drive-In was our first one in 2008. You never know how the wind is going to blow, and in 2007 it blew really hard from the west. And in fact, it broke one of the two brackets holding the sign. So here it is, of course, restored, but there was two brackets up there at the top that held it, and it broke one of those, and so it was just a swaying in the wind in all directions, and of course had to be taken down right away. And because of the close relationship that Bob had with the owners and operators of the Donut Drive-In, we were, of course, brought into the discussion on what do we do now. And of course, long story short, you can see we managed to convince them that instead of selling it, scrubbing it, whatever, storing it, to restore it. And so we did, and it happened. So the Donut Drive-In was our first breakthrough, and then we started doing one a year after that. The second one was the Sunset Motel, just east of St. Clair. Did not have a relationship with this particular owner, but there was a sign in front of the Sunset Motel that said for sale for a long time. And all of a sudden, Bob noticed one day that it said rooms for rent instead of for sale. Well, this is an opportunity. Who is the new owner? What's he all about? What's he going to do? So I made the cold call. I called the owner and found out that the new owner was the son-in-law of the previous owner. And of course, we expressed our concern about the sign, what was going to happen to it. And he said, well, you need not worry about that. This sign is like a member of the family. It's not going anywhere. It's been, we really cherish the sign. Well, what a great lead-in that was. Guess what? Would you like to restore the sign? Well, yeah, of course we would, but it'll cost too much. We could never afford that. Well, what if he could do it for about 40% of the cost? And he said, keep talking. So we did keep talking. And in fact, we met that weekend, and within less than 7 days, we had our next project lined up for 2008, or 9 rather. You can see there, it also appeared on the cover of Missouri Life. Missouri Life is a big social media magazine in the state, and it appeared on the cover of that magazine. They featured a story about us there. The next year we went to Lebanon, to Munger Moss. You all know about Munger Moss. I don't need to say anything about that. I would just say that Bob, again, had a long-standing relationship with Ramona, and so we were just in the right place at the right time when she needed to have that sign redone. Move on to this one. I really want to spend a little more time on this one. We talked earlier about building relationships. This takes building relationships to a new level, not just the owners, but to the association level. What's interesting here is, again, I mentioned our close association with Illinois. They decided in 2010 that they would start their motor tour in Missouri for the first time, and they picked the city of Eureka to start. Well, Eureka, exactly, because that was less than 10 miles from the Sunset Motel, where we had just had our relighting celebration a few months earlier. So opportunity that said, I talked to Kathy Stavanovich, and says, why don't we do on your Friday night as your activity, take a cruise out to the Sunset Motel, and we'll have a relighting enactment. They were ecstatic about that. So we did that. They came back all enthused. Another opportunity, as I had some of the leaders there, said, well, why don't we do a joint project together? Excellent idea. Why don't we do that? So the Luna Cafe is technically in Illinois, just at the east end of the Chain Rocks Bridge. But we kind of think it belongs to us, too, in the metropolitan St. Louis area. It's right in our metro complex. So we both had a very distinct interest in getting this sign restored. Personally, I'd seen this sign 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and always lamented why this one just always remained dead. So it was a kind of a personal thing with me as well. Anyway, long story short, we did it. It became the first jointly sponsored application for the grant program, sponsored by 2 states, Illinois and Missouri. And I should also add the Friends of the Mother Road was a third organization that was involved in supporting this too. So it was a very much a joint effort between all of these organizations. So there you see it finished at night, and of course, the grant program was only involved with the sign, but the owner got so excited about what we were doing, he decided to put the man on the moon and the name and the striping on the building as well. So that was on him. So it really became a great project. So the Luna Cafe in Illinois, Mitchell, Illinois. And then the next year, the Crestwood Bowl, that's in St. Louis County. All these other signs had been out for decades, 2-3 decades. This one only went out in 2009, but our neon craftsman, our David Hudson, just happens to live right by this sign. So he took that really personal, that this sign that he had seen for 30 years had gone out, and so he wanted us to arrange for a meeting, and we did with the Bluths. As you can see, we eventually went ahead and got that one done too, right there in St. Louis County. And then the next year in 13, we went to across the river again, jointly with Illinois for the Vic Suling Gas for Less sign, right across from the Ariston Cafe, right, of course, next to the new museum in Litchfield, if you've been there. Here again, this one simply came about because Bob was very good friends with Nick Adam at the Ariston for many years. Nick Adam also was on the vice president of the committee that built the museum. So it was a natural, things just kind of fell together there. And there it is at night, last year's celebration. And there it is, the whole scene. They actually put neon on the building as well, which is not part of the grant project, of course, but so there's a lot of neon right there with the Ariston and this right across the street. So the last one, I don't have any pictures, of course, is the Skylark that we're working on. Interesting, again, how this one played out. We did not have a membership from the VFW, but Bob was trying to get one. And as he met with them a couple of times, he popped the question like, well, when did you all take over this building? When did you buy it? And the answer was, this was in 2012 when he asked that. He said, well, the answer from the owner or the manager was, well, we bought the property exactly 20 years ago in 1992. We took out a 20-year mortgage, and we're going to burn it up at the end of this year, and we're done and ready to have some money to do some maintenance and repairs around here. Oh, really? Guess what? We can help you with that. And so then we got into the, not only are we doing the neon there, but we're actually restoring or rebuilding the tower itself. So again, I don't have any pictures. We're working on it presently. So anyway, one of my favorite signs, this is at the American Sign Museum in Cincinnati, and if you ever get there, it's very worthwhile to go through. So let there be neon. I guess to finish up here, to paraphrase Tom Bodette of Motel 6, come on to Missouri, we'll leave the neon on for you. So any questions? Back there. Of the sign only, not the any other building elements. Okay. First of all, the total project cost is going to vary by the size of the sign. Of course, you have Munger Moss, that huge sign. And then you have the Crestwood Bowl, a little bit smaller. So it's going to vary by the size. But typically, our signs have been anywhere from between 12 to 22 cost. Now, that's the total cost. And the owner would have a 50% match. So he can figure on about half that. In fact, a little less than half that, because we can count our time as part of the cost as well. So generally, if you get a bid from a neon contractor and he says it's going to be, just to make the numbers easy, $10,000, you can if you get the grant program, you can basically say 40% of that will be about the owner's share, roughly. All right, the National Park Service Corridor Preservation Program, yes, that Geis's heads right here. That's the program we've been working with every year. We've been very fortunate and blessed, and we thank the National Park Service that for 17 years in a row we've been able to get one for the neon projects in Illinois and Missouri. You want to, Kumar? I'm sorry, what? I was, yes, yes. Well, you live you're in a very good spot for that. There are certainly a lot of motels right along Foothills Boulevard. Some of them still have neon on, including yours, partially, that is, and others have either let it go out or just have replaced it with the plastic. But yeah, would be a great alley, Foothill Boulevard. Well, we can certainly do that. It's interesting that you asked that kind of question, because originally back in the years 1 and 2 and 3, we had to kind of convince people to do this. And now it's the other way around. We're getting calls, just as with the question that you just asked. And of course, we can't do them all, because in fact, can we do more than one? If we apply for more than one or two in one cycle, then when in essence they're competing against each other for a grant. So that gets very delicate and awkward to deal with. But the basic answer to your question is yes. We'll be glad to help you. Whether we can actually assist you with actually partnering with the grant itself, the grant application, that might get a little dicey depending upon what we've got going on at the time. No, I don't. Had no part of that. I guess I don't know. I guess the. No, I'd like to talk to you more about that. That one has been stored away for a future use, not lost, but there are some other initiatives underway. Okay. Initiatives, and we're also considering working with other states, but we're not at that point yet. So, anything else? Do I get my whole 30 minutes, or do you want to? Okay. Yeah. I started 10 minutes late. Do I get 10 minutes more? Okay, I'm going to do something here that I've been wanting to do for a while. We're going to give you a bonus, okay? And I have been to virtually every city and town on Route 66 that has an operating neon sign to take pictures of it at nighttime. And so during that time, I've accumulated a lot of photos. And I have about 16, 18 of my favorites here. So buckle on your seatbelts tight. We're going to go 2,448 miles in 5 minutes. We're going to go from west to east, and we're going to look at some of the most beautiful neon signs on Route 66. Starting out with on Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena, this one of my absolute favorites. That little choo-choo has been chugging those wheels and blowing smoke for 50 years. It's just a gorgeous sign that they just don't make them like that anymore. And then just down the street, also in Los Angeles, in Glendora, there's 2 restaurants. I just love this one. These are all customized signs. You just don't see these made anymore like this. And right down the street, of course, this one, the Golden Spur. Both of these, again, from the 1950s, been around that long. Beautiful signs. From there, we'll go to Arizona. This steer has been hanging out on the roof of Rod's Restaurant since 1952, and still there. One of the most beautiful creations. And then, of course, into New Mexico, this lovely sign down right near Old Town with the cowboy on the horse. Last swing, the name Eldon. He's been doing that since the 1950s also. From there, of course, you got to stop here. The mother of all neon motel signs has to be this one. Just as good as it gets. And then, I don't mean to skip Texas. Texas didn't have a sign I picked out there, but if you go to Texas, they have probably one of the best architectural neon displays that there is, which of course would be the old U Drop Inn in Shamrock. And I'm not sure if there's any can beat the architectural neon in that location. But this is in Oklahoma City. This little waiter has been serving up hamburgers at the charcoal oven since the 40s. And then in Stroud, this may not be the most beautiful customized sign on the road, but to me it is just, it is the quintessential Route 66 motel sign in the plains of Kansas. I'm sorry, Oklahoma. That one just, I had to go there 4 times, by the way. Maybe that's why it's special. The first 3 times, part of it was out. So I finally got it on the 4th shot. And then just down, if this is the quintessential motel sign, then this is the quintessential cafe sign. Just a few blocks to the east, also in Stroud. I'm sure you all know the Rock Cafe, Don Welch. Interesting to note, look at the trapezoids here. Both of these signs were made in 1950. Must have been by the same guy. Look at the trapezoid here and look at it there. He must have had one design and he simply reused it 3 times. And then in Sapulpa, again, one of my very favorite signs. This one is just so cool. The name, the color, and the design of the letters is just phenomenal. Happy Burger in Sapulpa. And in Tulsa, Tulsa is almost like a mini Albuquerque. So many beautiful signs in Tulsa. The metal gold, of course, was out and ignored for like 30 years, and it came back in 2009, thanks to the leadership efforts in Tulsa. This, I don't know this for a fact, but this might be the largest neon sign on Route 66. Then there's 2 panels like this, you understand. There's 2 panels facing opposite directions, so this could well be the biggest. And then this one here, on 11th Street. If any of you forget American Road magazine last summer, they had a neon special feature magazine, and there were like 3 feature articles on neon, one of which I'm happy to say was about the efforts that our committee was doing. But they also, the article was they picked out the 100 the most beautiful neon signs in the country. About 7 or 8 of those were on Route 66. This was one of theirs that they picked out. And one of my personal favorites, because this is the first neon sign I ever photographed back in 2000. I had no clue. This is actually a digital one I did later, but the first one I did was on the film. I had no clue that it was going to come out as good as it did, but the color on this one and the design of the cactus is just kind of special. And then in Commerce, Oklahoma, Dairy King, isn't this neon sign look good enough just to lick itself? Just wonderful. And then we get into Missouri, of course, the Wagon Wheel, famous. And then back into Illinois, one of my favorites still, the Luna Cafe. There's the whole scene. There is the cocktail glass with the cherry in it, about which all of the rumors are written and told. And then lastly, the man on the moon bidding us good night. So that's it. Oh, one PS I have, we think of the Missouri Magazine, if you haven't seen one, you ought to come by the desk over there at the Authors and Expo, or I have some here if you want to pick one up. 50 pages of color. It's just, we think, one of the best magazines on the road. So if you want to see one, the membership alone is worth we think our Missouri Show Me magazine. If you already are a member, then you already, or if you're not a member, do like I said, pick one up, take a look at it. If you already are a member and get it, then Joe Sonderman is the editor, and he's over at the expo over there. Stop by and tell him thank you for the great work he does. Joe is the man. He does. Okay. All right, Joe. Joe, personally, thank you very much, and all of us, our members that are here, stop by and tell Joe thank you for a job well done. He just does a first-class job with this magazine. Thank you.
And I'll take a minute here just to shout out to everybody that's over there at Beal Celebrations. And our next speaker is from the Texas Route 66 Association, and this is Mr. Larry Clounce. Clounce. My apologies. Right.
But I,
right there, will it fit for that?
Yeah, and if it's not too far in the way, have you got the possibility of loading down one quick PowerPoint on this one? Yes. Just quickly. It's very small.
There you come. I'm going to turn it over to the subject matter expert.
Oh, okay. It's just a very short PowerPoint. Kingman, the PowerPoint right there. It's just a couple. Just that one? Yeah, and I'm just going to put that picture up, and I don't need, and I'm just going to use this for my notes.
This one?
Yeah. And then when I get ready to show it, what do I do?
Just let me know.
Oh, well, you can put it up anytime, and then take it off if you want. It'll be fine. Okay. All right, I think this is going to work. We shall see. I am Larry Clounce, and I'm with the beautiful city of Shamrock. And I just want to say, speaking of beautiful, I've got to hand it to you. Kingman is absolutely gorgeous. I tell you, I really have thoroughly enjoyed being here. I've driven through several times, never had the opportunity to see it. So I thank you for all the hard work you did, Kingman. So I was not going to put this PowerPoint up, but this last gentleman just teased me a little bit too much, and so I just thought I would show you my office. I have the absolute best office, in my opinion, in the world. I'm in the back of that office. Again, I'm the Economic Development Corporation Director and the Director of Tourism for the beautiful town of Shamrock. It's a small town. I wasn't born there. I was born and raised in Tennessee, but I've always said it's a short leap from Tennessee to Texas. And it really is. My wife and I have lived in Texas before, but we've been in Shamrock now for about 6 years. There's approximately 2,000 folks there. It's a great town. They have a saying, you know, that if you have not lived in Shamrock at least 40 years, you are still a newcomer. Well, we're going to be a newcomer. I don't know that we're going to get our 40 years in, but it's a great place to live, wonderful folks. We've never looked back, and we intend to stay there till the Lord calls us home. So anyway, I took this position as the director of the EDC and tourism about 1.5 years ago. And I learned very, very quickly that the economic development equals tourism, and tourism equals economic development. So it may sound corny, I suppose, but I took the position because I wanted to make a difference in a town that I plan to stay for the rest of my life. And so I took this position. The U-Drop-In is my office. It's in the back. When I took this over, this building was beautiful on the outside. but it was an empty tomb on the inside, and that has changed substantially. I want to share that with you just a little bit. Being in the corporate world for some 30 plus years, it drove home the point to me that if you don't manage the assets that you have while you're out there looking for new assets, you're not going to be in the corporate world very long. So in addition to a very nice museum and a golf course and a very nice water tower plaza, we have the largest historic water tower in the state of Texas, some 176 feet tall. A lot of antique gift shops and so forth. Shamrock had one of the best assets that I have ever seen a small town have, and that is the You Drop In. It just was not being utilized to its fullest, and sometimes it takes a newcomer with fresh eyes maybe to see things that other folks don't see. But I saw a lot of potential here, and this old gas station was opened up in April of 1936. It served as a gas station and a restaurant. The big, large banquet room in the middle, from what I understand, was going to be a large bar. And the bar is in there now. The original bar is still in there. But about 3 months after it opened, the town went dry. So that kind of shot the bar. So they used that for banquets. They used it for, in the 40s and 50s, they had a jukebox in the cafe. So they would turn that jukebox around on Friday and Saturday nights. They had dances there in the middle. In about right after I came there, the 10 years was up. So about 2003, the restoration was completed on this, and all of the original neon was restored. Some 508 linear feet of neon was on the front of that building, and that is that was the original neon that was there. Now, a lot of people may recognize the fact that this was used in the movie Cars. It is known as Ramon's body art in the movie Cars. And if you go to Disneyland and go to Cars Land, you will see this building pretty much as it is right there. Well, it's gone now, and that's fine. But anyway, that made it very, very popular with a lot of our visitors. And we get now thousands of visitors who come every year. It is photographed literally 24/7. And since I have made some changes there, just since mid-April, when we moved things and kind of combined our gift shop and some of our displays with the cafe, we've had some 6,000 plus people sign our register. So it's not just a lot of people go there now. We are trying very hard to document our visitors. And so it's very exciting to me, but however, to a lot of the local citizens, it's no big deal. It's been there all their life. It is just no big deal. There was a lot of opposition at the time when the restoration started. It's silly to spend all that money on something like that. However, it has always been there. And so to come in with a new vision made it a little bit more challenging. But we needed to, the first thing I realized is we needed to get the citizens involved in this or it wasn't going to go anywhere. So we had to overcome a lot of apathy. And of course, every town, I suppose, has what I call the cave people, who are basically the citizens against virtually everything. We did face some of that. But we have enough citizens in Shamrock who are forward thinking. And what we found out is that, people needed to know that this is a tourist town. When you have that many people, when 6,000 plus people come in less than 3 months, you've tripled the population of the town. So like it or not, it's a tourist town. It's not a tourist destination yet, but it is a tourist town. And so we began to educate over and over. We started with the city council. And every month that the city council meets, as economic development director, I always give a report. But they all got an envelope that was not on record necessarily, but it was information on Route 66. It was information on tourism. It was information on the value of the people and things like that. It was an education process we started over and over. I spoke with civic clubs, genealogy groups. We have a new editor of our newspaper who came on board about the same time as we moved there and took the paper over. He's on our side, so he's helping a lot. And so the education process for the citizens there is basically just a few simple facts. And I'll share those with you in just a minute. But now the If You Drop In is officially the Shamrock Visitor Information Center. Now, why is that important? It's important because no local dollars are spent on the operation or the maintenance of the You Drop In. The You Drop In is city-owned. So all of the funds for anything, what to do with the operations or the maintenance of that building now comes from the hotel occupancy tax. We have some 600 rooms in Shamrock, and our hotels there support this, and so everybody wins this way. No citizens' money is being spent. And in addition, all the improvements that we've made on the inside of that, and there are substantial, that are not authorized with hot funds, and most of you know hot funds are very restricted on what you can use. These were made from profits from the gift shop that we have, and that includes the salary of 4 part-time ladies who work in our gift shop, and I'm looking for a 5th now. All the money associated with the U-Drop is what I call OPM, other people's money, and all of it is coming into the town, and none of it is going out of the town. So it's pumped directly back into the Shamrock economy. And this OPM, this 1 point sells more than anything. It keeps our local taxes low. They get that. They get that. It keeps our taxes low, and we have some of the lowest taxes of any city in Texas, maybe even in the country. And then the fact that we send literally dozens of people out that door every day to the Water Tower Plaza. They pass the shops, they eat at the restaurants, they buy gas. Many of them stay in our hotels overnight. So it's working, is the bottom line for that. What I like so much about the U-Drop is we are unique in that we are not in competition with anyone in town. We are strictly promotion and information oriented. We are not profit motivated, and we try to promote the town, of course. We try to promote Texas. We try to promote the Route 66. And that's what we're all about. So we try very hard to make our visitors, when they come in there, to have an experience. Somebody said that earlier. Experience is what people want. And so we try to give them a great big Texas welcome. We want them to enjoy their visit. We want them to stay as long as they like. In fact, the longer they stay, the better. And so to help accommodate that a little bit, I've put a few things in there that have gone over very well. I mean, quite honestly, you have a lot of ideas. Some of them work, some of them don't. Some of them you tweak a little bit. But these here in particular have worked very well. The first thing we did, this big, large banquet room, I have what I call Cars Corner back there. And I have, with generous donations, we have a TV back there that runs the movie Cars continuously during the operation. This gives the kids a chance. There's little chairs back there, little 1950s chrome chairs you couldn't hurt if you climbed on or threw them across the room. The kids have a great time. They run back there. They start watching the movie. It gives Grandma and Grandpa or Mother and Daddy or whoever brings them in a break, gives them time to look around, time to see the displays, and things like that. Another thing that I've brought in is an old post office. It was the original post office in Shamrock. And in 1932, we loaned it to a small town down the way, and that thing has now migrated back. Why is that important? It may be a small thing, but yeah, we sell a few postcards in our gift shop. I have a little sign. If you want to mail the postcards, ask us, we can help. As somebody else has mentioned, 50%, at least in our case, of our visitors are international visitors. So if they buy the postcards, we'll sell them an international stamp. It's all a learning process. We didn't know how much it cost to mail a stamp from Shamrock to Mexico, or a stamp from Shamrock to Scotland or New Zealand or wherever our people are. Turns out it's $1.15 anywhere in the world. The people love it. We have a little stamp that says "You Drop." Every morning we hand carry them to our post office. They're mailed out with the Shamrock stamp. Another little bitty thing, but people love that. I have a classy cardboard that I have set up. People come in constantly and take pictures of their cars there, the beautiful cars. They're proud of them. They love them. So I have a board. I say, hey, send me the pictures of your car at the U-Drop. I'll post them on the board. I'm ready to put another board. I've probably got 50 cars on there already this year, just from people, again, interacting with us, sending me their pictures of their cars. They're beautiful, and we love to put them up. So that's working well. We give, of course, free Wi-Fi in there now. And again, we're giving free coffee to anybody that wants. We don't ask for a donation. We don't charge it. And it's good coffee, too, the little Keurig things, not just something. You come in, pick it out, cappuccino, whatever you like. It's all free. Every Thursday night in June, we have what's called Under the Neon, where we have local bands come over, and everybody gathers with their chairs, and they come out, and we have a free concert every Thursday night. So we're very proud of it. We were selected the Best of Route 66 Experience in Texas this year. We're also featured all across Texas. Nikon, I don't know if you've seen Nikon, if you use the camera, they just come out with a beautiful retro camera. Just got an email while I was on the road the other day. The Nikon ads are up. Again, little feature on Shamrock in there. So we've had a TV pilot filmed there just this year. So anyway, we're very proud of it. And for those folks who are traveling west, and according to the great little survey from Rutgers, 61% of our folks are traveling west. So we try to be the gateway to the Route 66 Texas travel there. So again, we're very successful with that, and we're trying to improve every day. And we feel right now that the time is right for the City Council to hit them up. It won't happen this week because they're going Monday night. I won't be back. But next month, we feel the time is right to get our neon project ready, where we're trying to get the City Council to help us get neon on all of the roofs of our buildings, both on Route 66 and Main Street. And if we can do that, then we think a lot of people are going to want more. They're going to want signage and things like that, and that's where our matching funds will be able to help. So we've got a lot of ideas, and we really want to try and make it an experience that everybody remembers. Now, just a little about the old Route 66 Association of Texas, which, by the way, we will be celebrating our 25th anniversary next year. Don't ask me what we're doing yet. We're still in the plans, but we'll be doing something nice. But the Route 66 of Texas Association, I joined shortly after I took over the position. Went to the summit last year in Joplin, Missouri. And then that wonderful roundtable at Disney, sponsored by the Wild Management, the World Monument Fund and the National Park Service. That brought home a fact that we needed to get into action. You've seen the pictures, and I know, Kaya, you know the big graphic that I'm talking about. They put up a big map of Route 66 that we all know, and it starts in Chicago, and it had the red. There were scenic byways, national byways, all these the big red things, and it got right down through Oklahoma, and it came to the Texas Panhandle line and stopped. And then in the entire Texas Panhandle, there was nothing. And then New Mexico, it picks up and goes all the way to Santa Monica. That got my attention. Now, one thing that we realized is we were being left behind in some areas. And I don't know how well you know Texans, but Texans don't particularly like to be last at anything. nobody does, I guess, but especially Texans. So it was pretty obvious that we needed to revitalize this whole Route 66 association. And quite frankly, it was dying out somewhat. Some of our icons, some of the most wonderful people you'd ever want to meet, and they were getting some age on them, some health issues. They were stepping out. Somebody had to come in and kind of revitalize that. We've got some wonderful people in there now that are doing a lot of good work. And Dora Maroney, our president, is one of them who is doing a fabulous job. But our 178 miles on Route 66 in Texas is really packed with a lot of interesting places to visit when you think about it. Now, next to Kansas, we have less mileage than any of the other states. But of course, we've got the U-Drop Inn, but we also have the Devil's Rope Museum in McLean. We have the Britain Leaning Tower in Groom, and I know you've seen pictures of all of these. We have, of course, the Big Texan in Amarillo, and Amarillo's 6th Street, the Cadillac Ranch. Got to be one of the quirkiest places on the whole planet, but nobody can seem to go by there without it. I've got a piece probably 3/4, well, maybe a 1/2 inch thick in my gift shop, about this long. It's just layers of paint that we've just been peeled off. I don't know what it is, but people love it, and if they love it and they want to stop, we're glad to let them stop and do it. I know. You know, at Vega now is really sprucing up. They've got a lot of beautiful murals there. They've got Dot's Old Museum for the folks who come through, especially internationals. They're looking for something off the beaten path that nobody or most people never go to. I send them to Vega. I send them to that museum. And it's really good. And of course, Dennis out at the Midpoint Cafe, he's doing a lot of really nice things. I visited him on the way out here. He's got a little open air cafe, tables and all that out there with some big plans there in Adrian. And we're trying very hard to make Dennis over there the gateway to the east for those folks who are coming together. So we're all in it together. We all work well together. We all promote each other. There's an amazing amount of camaraderie with all of us. But again, that Road Ahead Summit at Disneyland made it obvious that Texas had to do something. And we have nothing in those lines. We started exploring the federal path. Texas, I don't know if you know this or not, is one of the very few states that gives the federal more dollars than it takes from them. And our research that we did, there were a lot of fuzziness out there, but it made it really pretty clear we didn't particularly want to go the federal route. So I began as Economic Development Director. I made a trip to Austin in December last year. We make an annual trip down there. Basically, I call it politicking in my day. They call it networking now, but it's politicking. And, you know, in my job, I learned real quickly, and I think somebody this morning alluded to this, and if you don't know it, you need to learn it real quick. Politics trumps everything. It's just that simple. I don't care if it's the city, the state, the feds, or whatever. So I began working on some of our state representatives, John Smithy, for one in particular, Drew Springer, explaining the fact that, hey, we're kind of getting left out of here. And, but we really are working now to try to get a state designation for the Route 66 through the Panhandle. There is no such thing. If you look in any map, you won't see any states, federal byways, scenic byways, historic byways, anything like that in Texas. We want to be the first. Is it going to be an uphill battle? Oh yeah, no question about it. But that doesn't stop a little band like us. It really doesn't. But we're trying that, and we're going to see how that works. We are really hoping that through these summits that we're having here, that some really good things. Kaya, I think, tried to mention the historic trail. We don't care what it is. We'll be happy to join it. But for right now, we're trying to get something done on our little patch of road because we feel like mile for mile, we've got as much to offer as anybody. In addition to that, I've been placed on a special signage Committee, along with the Texas Plains Trail Region. I don't know if you know those folks, but I'll tell you, those ladies have a way of getting things done. So it's good to have them on your side. So we're going to see what happens, but at least this year we have some things to report. We are working hard. Yeah, we are a small organization, but we have a big heart. And we know we have a lot of work to do, and it could be a long haul, but we're in it for that long haul, and we're in it for the duration. And we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to hold our ground until we win that battle for state recognition and funding. You know, my wife and I visit the Alamo as often as we possibly can. We've read the, and I don't know if you've read this or not, but there's a very interesting story about the man who really tried to, he had the idea and he tried to get the Riverwalk off the ground. And he tried for years and years and years. And he just about gave up. As it turns out, it took his wife, a bunch of ladies, they got it rolling. And now the Riverwalk is the second most visited place in the entire state of Texas, next to the Alamo. So, no, I'm not going to end this presentation with Remember the Alamo, but I'll tell you one thing. Being from Tennessee, I will close with the words with a great man who went to Texas from Tennessee many years ago, and that was Davy Crockett. And he said, "Be sure you're right, then go ahead." And that's what we're going to do. We're going ahead, and we're going to keep on until we get something done. Thank you very much for your time. Did I help your schedule any?
Fabulous. Very much.
Sure. Oh, yes, yes. That is the number one question I get. She asks if there's any thought of restoring food and so forth and restoring the cafe in the U-Drop. There's been given a lot of thought to that, Kaya. Right now, we are, of course, offering the coffee and encouraging people to stay as long as they want and enjoy that cafe. I've been asked, why don't you lease it out? Why don't you do that? If we leased it out, that would change things to be profit motivation. We don't want that to be profit motivated. We want to be strictly an information promotion type place because there's not many of those around. There's not many places that can be free. Whatever you do is free. That just strictly, we don't drive for profits. We don't drive for anything except for our town, of course. We want to pump as much as we can in there, but to stand alone with the U-Drop, we want it to be strictly an information center. So another thing is, I don't want to deal with the health department. Just that simple. Keep them out. So no, we do want them to stay. You'd be surprised how many campers or how many motorcycle tours that come through there, and they say, "Hey, can we run up to McDonald's or the Dairy Queen and get our lunch and come back and eat?" And I say, "Absolutely, come in and stay as long as you want." So we are thinking about that. We've got a lot of thought maybe to making sodas and things like that. But if you're making something there, you're gonna, you're I don't know. We will see. But right now, we're just in our infancies. The whole thing has just been changing fast, and it's really been, it's exceeded my expectations, and they were high. I'm really happy with the way things are going. So anyway, and I wanted to thank you a while ago, and you just took one more question, and that was it, and I understand your time. But I tell you what, I am so appreciative of the work y'all are doing and the fact that you had us out there, and that was a real eye-opening experience for me. And that little book you held up, I managed to get another one. I brought one home with me. I sent them both, one to John Smithy and one to Drew, and I don't have one. So if you've got an extra one, I'd love to have one extra one. So anyway, all right. Is my time up? I'll take another question unless he throws me out here. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is from the California Route 66 Association, Mr. Glenn Duncan. Thank you.
And thank you. Actually, there's going to be two of us presenting. We're going to sort of play tag team here. And we're going to try to give you a smattering of what's going on in California and then what we're doing as an association. If any of you don't know, this is the Amboy crater. It is right near Amboy, California, and it hasn't exploded for more than, I think, 5,000 years, but California is a blast anyway. Again, my name is Glenn Duncan. I'm the president of the California Historic Route 66, and this is Lynn Miller, our treasurer. And we have a bunch of people here in blue shirts that are part of our organization. We have Dan Miller, our past president. We have Tom Miller, our parliamentarian, who is the other half of the Miller clan here. We have Sharon Foster, our vice president from the eastern portion of our state. We have Sheila Beekman Compton, who is our marketing director. And we have Sandy Deedle, and her husband Ed Deedle is around here someplace. So we have quite a crew. Actually, our association focus has really changed and grown massively in the last couple of years. We are now sort of an amalgam of the former California Route 66 Preservation Foundation, and which you all know Jim Conco was involved in, and the association. We've taken on some of the same the functions of both organizations. And especially with Lynn's help, we've moved on to new areas as well. And I'd like to turn it over to Lynn now and to talk about what this major project is.
Well, the thing that's keeping us very busy this year is that we have received funding to write a corridor management plan for Route 66. And several of our speakers have mentioned a corridor management plan. But if you're not familiar with that, it's the very first step that you take when you go to seek National Scenic Byway status. Excuse my voice, we've been over at the Artists and Authors talking to lots of people. So this was our first step. We had a person like Sharon Fauser this morning said that Angel Delgadillo kept saying, well, Arizona, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? Our person was Danella George with the Bureau of Land Management. And she kept saying, all these other states that are Route 66 states have corridor management plans. Why doesn't California have one? And an opportunity came up where federal funding was going to be available, and Danella said, we need to write one. And so she and I started partnering, and we had a grand vision that we would write the plan for the entire state of California. Well, luckily, cooler heads prevailed with our state byways coordinator, who said, you guys are absolutely crazy. I could not support a project. It would be destined for failure. So what we've done is we've targeted the area between Needles and Barstow, and that was a great decision. It is so much work, we never would have been able to do it for the whole state. Just quickly, several of our previous speakers have talked about the importance of having either scenic byway status or a plan to identify and a plan to help preserve those icons on Route 66. And it's very interesting, our team has already identified 67 items within that corridor between Needles and Barstow of either cultural or historic significance.
I think they should just drop one off the list, because it would be much better to say we have 66 things of significance on Route 66, but maybe we'll go with the 67. One of the other things that we're really looking for is we really see what has happened in other states that have gotten the byway designation in terms of real exposure and an increase in tourism. And we really need that. Like many of the other Route 66 states that were bypassed by the interstate, we have communities that are really in very serious condition financially. And if we can help them through tourism, which we see linked to economic development, we think that's really what we're here to do as an association. We're also really cognizant of the issue of public safety. When we started our scenic byways travel, we met with the supervisor who has the area. At that time, he had the area where our targeted corridor is. And we were really excited when we went in there. We said, well, gee, we can go for this designation and we can get all kinds of more tourists traveling the road. And his transportation staff said, we are not interested in that at all. We don't want more people on Route 66. And that was really an eye-opener. And it really got us thinking about the serious condition that parts of Route 66 in California have. Several of our speakers mentioned how bad the pavement is in some of the areas. One of the biggest problems that we have are bridges. Just a statistic, we have 136 bridges in our targeted corridor between Needles and Barstow. 128 of those are timber trestle bridges that were built between 1929 and 1935. Their expected lifespan is 50 years. So they are way past their useful life. And so there have been some serious discussions about if we get increased traffic, we'll have to close parts of the route down. So we're hoping that this designation, if we can get it, will be a leverage to help the San Bernardino County transportation folks look for additional funding to help on the road. We've done a lot of public outreach because corridor management plans are community-driven. We did a field tour of about 45 people to show them the route. We've had public meetings. We had a special upgrade to our website so people could give us comments on the website. And we're using technology, as people have mentioned, to try to reach more people. We've been doing webinars, which are like a lecture that you can tune into wherever you are on your computer. And if you don't have a computer, you can call in toll-free to give input. We've had 2 so far on stewardship and a visitor experience. And we've got 2 coming up, very important ones, one on transportation and visitor safety, which is going to be a hot topic, and one on heritage tourism. If you are interested, and we have had people from all of the different Route 66 states participating, there's the address where you can get more information. Well, Glenn's going to tell you just briefly about some of the things that are happening on California Route 66.
Thanks, Lynn. Whoops. First of all, thanks to the BLM, we have a new kiosk, visitor welcoming kiosk just outside of Needles on 5 Mile Road. The restoration of the Queen of the Harvey houses is pretty far along. It's looking beautiful. And we took a tour of that not very long ago. This picture doesn't show how beautiful it is, but this was it was called the Queen of the Harvey houses at the time. Richfield Service Station in Rancho Cucamonga is actually being done by the Inland Empire California Association. This is pretty much what was left instead of quite a complex that was there many years ago, but they are doing a terrific job. Another thing that is occurring down on the original western terminus of Route 66, Broadway in Los Angeles, our group took a tour of it just a couple of weeks ago, and several of these historic theaters, these movie palaces that were there to attract tourists back in 1926, are being restored and being reused. A lot of them are beyond restoration, but it's amazing. I think there are 6 or 7 of them now that you can actually go in and see movies, and the LA Conservancy is doing a great job in spurring that restoration. Also, although it was already mentioned before, the Route 66 exhibit at the Autry is a must-see, and I don't know if all of you will be around when Jim Farber comes up to talk about it later, but if you want to pick up flyers from us, we've got some up here. Now I'm going to shift to the programs and challenges that we're trying to address by the association. First of all, we've just completed a new brochure that features pictures of various tourist sites along Route 66, a little bit about the unique history of Route 66 and why it's everybody's favorite highway. We've got a stack of those for you up here. And we are in the process of also redesigning our website. We have determined that there are 43 communities along Route 66 in California, some of them in urban Los Angeles and many of them out in the desert and in between. Our website is going to feature special features on all of those 43 cities or communities. And we're also have redoubled our effort in preservation issues. Joe Bono's Italian restaurant in Fontana, and Joe has done a terrific job over the years of preserving an original Big Orange orange juice stand from the 20s and 30s. And we are working with him to find a permanent location for that. I think the biggest challenge, and I'm going to sort of wing it on this, all of our current corridor management plan is in the county of San Bernardino. And it's all across the desert. There are a lot of challenges across the desert. Primarily, one of them is wind and solar energy farms. The county of San Bernardino has essentially been ignoring Route 66 by and large, and just going ahead, and we have opposed a couple of projects. They have gone through the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors 5-0, despite our opposition, despite, I think, some very, very good arguments. We've been trying to meet with that. There's one supervisor that, out of 5, that has virtually all of Route 66. And he represents mining interests. He represents businesses along Route 66 that would be threatened by they think would be threatened by preservation. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but we were invited to a meeting with he and his staff a couple of weeks ago, and despite the fact that he laid out his opposition to and his fears, put all his cards on the table, nonetheless, he said he agreed that we deserved a seat at the table early before things got out of hand on new proposals. So we're very, very thankful of that and hopeful that we won't have any more of those kinds of things. We're also participating in more community events. And I'm going to turn it over to Lynn again.
One of the things that we really think is important is just getting the word out so that people know that they may live within a mile of Route 66 and had no idea. And so the more we can be at car shows, community events. The picture here is one that was in South Pasadena a couple weeks ago called the Greenest, Fastest Mile on Route 66. And it was a jogathon type of thing, and they also had a lot of green vehicles. Very, very well attended, a good demographic of people that came to our booth, really interested in Route 66. We gave away a lot of literature, so we want to do more of that. We've got a great board who's busy. They've been out at all kinds of events recently spreading the word. We have a speakers bureau, and once they know you can speak for free at a Lions Club, then you get the circuit, so I think we're going to have a lot of exposure that way. Other things that we're trying to do is really target the youth element, because we really see that that's going to be our future of the Mother Road. And we're very lucky that one of our board members is an officer fairly high up in Kiwanis, and he does a leadership camp for youth. And he was very excited to tell us at our last meeting that I think he had 300 youngsters at a leadership camp, and he was able to talk about Route 66 a lot. So we think that's going to be very important for our future. We also had an elementary school teacher contact us that they wanted to do a virtual tour of Route 66. And this teacher every day, I think once a week after school, hit another area of Route 66, and so they did like a virtual walking tour of Route 66. So when they finished, we gave them all a certificate, and there were over, I think it was 114 students participated. So that's another great way to get the word out. So we're trying to be active in those kinds of events. And very importantly, we're really trying to make better connections with our key tourism stakeholders. One of the things that we know is that a lot of tours come and they start in Chicago and they go to Arizona and then they detour and they go up to Las Vegas and they end their tour. And so we want to make sure that they continue their tour and that they don't just stop at the border, but they continue in California all the way to Santa Monica, because we have so much to offer. At our booth in the Artist and Authors building, we have a little one-page flyer of some of the many things there are to see in California Route 66. So we're working with our state organization called Visit California, and we were very pleased to see that the County of San Bernardino is including us in their big tourism summit that's coming up in October. So we're out there, we're busy, we're working. And we just hope that when you make that California trip, you get your kicks on Route 66. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up to questions, but I have a question first. One of the things that Lynn was talking about was the appeal to young people. And the idea came up in one of our meetings that why isn't there, and maybe some of you have come up with this as well, why isn't there a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout merit badge for Route 66? Has anybody ever thought of doing one? It would certainly be a good way to involve young people in the details of what's good about Route 66, what's important, what's worth saving. Kaisa? Maybe if we talk to someone with the scouting organization, we might come to the Park Service for maybe some criteria. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Well, come to, yes.
The Roadrunner Cafe is in our targeted corridor between Needles and Barstow, and we're not aware of any plans for renovation of that, but it is one of the ones that was identified on those 67 icons that were either culturally or historically significant. And I think one of the things that's really going to help with our corridor management plan is part of that sets up a framework of how you determine what are you going to target for preservation? Because we couldn't target all 67 items, so how do you decide what's most important? So hopefully things like the Roadrunner, which certainly is significant, would fall into a high priority for preservation. But the sign's still there.
It's one of the pictures here.
Oh, good, I forgot, yeah.
It's one of the pictures in our new brochure. That's certainly one of the things that's going to be discussed. It was really interesting when we did our field trip. We were in Barstow, and we had to go to Needles. We were going to have a big meeting in Needles, and there was a big semi went off the road and exploded or something, and they had Route 66 shut down. So trucks had to go on, this was on Route 40. The trucks all take Route 40 because they're not supposed to be on these bridges. But it really showed the people from San Bernardino County who were with us that something's got to be done, or these trucks are, anything that happens on any terrorism act, any big accident, those trucks are going to be on Route 66, and these 97 timber trestle bridges might not last very long. So there is a plan to restore the ones that have to be restored, but maybe shore up some of the others, and then also work with load restrictions. Yeah. Yeah. I believe there was a question in the back. No?
The other day, I spoke at a court of honor for one of our very involved Route 66 youth who obtained his Eagle Scout badge. So I thought this was a great opportunity to find out more about the Scouts. And the man who seemed to be really knowledgeable said that they do have, through Scouting, what they call a special edition badge that they only offer during a very short, significant period of time. And so I'm thinking maybe the 90th anniversary of Route 66 might be a time that they could offer this special badge. And again, we're lucky in the Boy Scout Council in San Bernardino, they actually have their patch has old car and a Route 66 shield. So they were pretty interested, and if it goes forward, we'd certainly look for support from the other Route 66 states so we could do that together.
Okay, thank you. And I'll put these on a table in the back for anybody who wants to.
Just as a reminder, please turn your phones off or put them on the silent for the remainder. We have 2 more states representation, and then we're going to truly become international today. But for our next speaker is Andy House from the New Mexico Association.
No. Okay, my name's Andy House. I'm the president of the New Mexico Route 66 Association, and I'm a kind of a newbie at this, so y'all be gentle. I'm going to tell you a couple of things you won't believe. First is, I don't have a picture of neon to show you. I'm sorry, but I didn't know it was part of the program. And second, and the most unbelievable of all, is I don't do PowerPoint. I have heard of PowerPoint, but I don't do it. So I'm going to have to do this old school style. So I'm going to take a moment to pass these out so that I don't have to fully explain what they look like. Okay, well, when I was getting ready to come here, I was contacted by Jim Hinckley and asked that I speak about something that's going on New Mexico's Route 66. So that brought two items to mind, and looks like most of you have the pictures. There are two projects that are currently still in progress, but they are going on, and as for my money, they are Route 66 preservation in action. The first one is I don't know if I can actually call it a renovation. It's not a restoration. I'm not sure what exactly it is because they don't have a final plan for it yet, but it's the old Midway trading post in Edgewood, which is a little town just east of Albuquerque, just on the other side of the Sandia Mountains. And for a long time, I'd driven by the place, and it was just an old wrecked white building, and no one seemed to know what the name of it was. Even Thomas Arthur Repp's book, Romance of the West, didn't list it as being there, and I could never find out what the name was. And back in 2012, I was with Vicki Ashcraft, our former president of the association. We were doing some things in Moriarty, and we came across some people who knew that the name of it was the Midway Trading Post. And then since then, less than a year ago, this new group in Edgewood, they call themselves Retro, which is an abbreviation for Relive the Route Committee, and they set about, making it known that Route 66 was an important issue with them. They're going to do some things about it, and so they're an all-volunteer group, and so they took on this Midway to try and restore it to photo status, a place you could stop, take a picture, and kind of see it about like it looked back in the day. And as you can tell from the first picture on there, that's as far as they've gotten so far. And being a volunteer group, they're stuck with small budgets and not a lot of action because while they wait to get more donations brought in. But they've done a lot with it, and they've got the front of it looking like it once did. On the second page of photos is a side view of the building showing some damage. And that damage just occurred all on its own. It wasn't vandals, it wasn't a big storm, it just flat fell in. So they've had to restructure their approach and come up with a way that they can cost effectively stabilize the building some more so that doesn't happen anymore. They do have some tentative plans that sometime in the future to renovate the interior as well and use it for something. But they don't know what yet. They just want it to be a nice looking place on the highway that someone would stop their car and get out and take some pictures and look at it and wonder about it. The old train car used to be a really bad black. By bad, I mean it was neglected for decades. Had a faded Santa Fe logo on it, so they gave it a new coat of red paint and a Route 66 shield. But like I said, they're trying to get the building in some way stabilized that they can afford to do it, and that's slowing them up. But I think they'll get there. They seem to be somewhat hard chargers and are willing to, wait out whatever it takes to get things done. The bottom photo on the third page is during our recently completed New Mexico motor tour, where we drive Route 66 from Gallup to Tucumcari, and we stopped there at the midway so that these folks could see some action being done on actual preservation work. After we finished there, we went on to Moriarty. And in Moriarty, I don't know how many of you know it, maybe all of you, but Moriarty has the only remaining Whiting Brothers gas station. It's not selling Whiting Brothers gas anymore, of course. It actually isn't selling gas at all because being an independent, the gas companies make it cost prohibitive for him to buy the gas. So he does mostly tire work there and some maintenance service to cars, but the station is open. And he had decided somewhere 3 years ago that he wanted to get his signs restored because they were starting to look like most of the Whiting Brothers signs you still see out on the highway, and much worse for wear. And with the help of a number of people and with of course, with the help of the National Park Service and Kaiser Barthuli, he was able to get a grant to get this done. And at the same day that we went to the Midway with the motor tour was the day they were going to dedicate the signs in Moriarty. And you can see on the first picture what the signs looked like 10 years ago and what they're looking like now. But on the next page, when they got to working on the tall sign, they had to get inside the sign to hook up all the electrical stuff, and found out it was being occupied by a family of barn owls. And barn owls, apparently they're on the protected list in New Mexico, and so they can't do anything until they vacate on their own, which everyone expects they'll do as soon as the young ones learn how to fly. And they'll go, and then they can finish the sign. But for now, they're on hold because of that. And otherwise, they'd probably have the sign done by now. But they decided to go ahead with their dedication anyway. And they'll have a separate one when they get the electronics finally done on the thing, and they can light it up for everybody. But I don't know how long barn owls take, or how big they got to get. But they're still there at the moment. But it was really, for me, I hadn't had a chance to go out and see the progress on the signs yet. So when I got there, it was really struck me, and there a bunch of memories came flooding back, because looking at those signs, it really does make you remember. And I thought about all the car trips that we made as kids in the back of the car, and back then, Whiting Brothers would make these long, long signs that would go sometimes 300 feet out from the highway, hawking all the wonders you'd find at their facility in the next town. And used to be a contest with us to see who could read the farthest down the sign before we passed it. And it just kind of struck me, those are just their memories now, because those signs are gone. But not these signs. These signs are going to be there for a long time. And hopefully, today's and future generations will look at them and wonder about them like we do. And so that's the main things that are going on in our state right now as far as preservation work's going. But the gentleman who owns the Whiting station is named Sal Lucero, and he has climbed pretty high on my heroes list for not only saving the station, but doing what he could to get these signs restored. And I am sure that without the help of Kaiser Barthuli and the National Park Service program, he wouldn't be able to do it at all. So you're on my heroes list right along with Sal. So, but that's what I've got. That's what's happening in our neck of the woods. I do have one final note that as much as we jealously protect our piece of the road, we're gonna invite all of you to come by next Saturday if you want to, because we're having a birthday party there. Because August 23rd, 1989 was the first meeting that we had as the New Mexico Route 66 Association. So it's our 25th birthday, and we're going to have cake and maybe some other goodies too. But you're all welcome to come by between 2 and 4 and say hi and just chat with us. And did I mention there's cake? Good cake. There'll be good cake. So thank you very much.
And now I'd like to introduce Renee Charles from the Kansas Route 66 Association. She represents our 6th of the 8 states along Route 66, and we're very thankful for everybody that was here today.
Hello, I'm Renee Charles. Most of you know me as Melba the Mouth's little sister. Yes, we do have Route 66 in Kansas. We have 13.2 miles. It's not a lot, but like Texas said, it's compacted with a lot of history and a lot of fun things to do. Over the years that I've been the president of the Route 66, the Kansas Historic Route 66 Association, and we do have 2 associations in our state. That's because we love it so much. There's been many changes, not only with the association, but also with the cities that are, and the communities that are in the association. We have 3 communities on our Route 66. We have Galena, Kansas, Baxter Springs, and Riverton. And I did that backwards. Riverton is in the center. We can't forget Riverton. A wise man once said, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, but working together is a success, excuse me. And that's what we try to do. We try to stay together, connected, not only for the 3 cities, but also Missouri and Oklahoma that aligns us. We are a border town. Galena is a border town on the Missouri side, and Baxter, of course, is a border town on the Oklahoma side. So we always work with Joplin, well, even farther than Joplin, if everybody knows Gary Turner in Gay Parida, Missouri, and also the Pikes in Springfield. We'll start with, oh, I'm sorry, I'm short, right? I'm sorry, too short. Galena was a lead mining town. That's what it is named after, is Galena. When the mines went away, and of course Route 66 went away, Galena became a ghost town. just like all the other towns along Route 66. At one point, we were 30,000 strong. It was a very busy town, a lot of crazy people. Will Rogers said it was one of the toughest cities on this side of the Mississippi. I tend to agree with him. Some of the things that happened in the small section in Kansas on Route 66 during that time is we had the Riverton, which is named after, of course it's on a spring river. We had a generated electrical plant, hydro at one point. Then we built the bridges across Spring River, which soon became Marsh Arch Bridges, and then again was torn down. But we do have the Marsh Arch Bridge between Riverton and Baxter Springs, which is called the Rainbow Bridge, or the Graffiti Bridge. I don't know if they've stuck any pictures on here of that. We also have the Galena Viaduct, which we did receive a grant from the National Park Service, I believe 4 years back, to fix the undercarriage of the bridge because the weight was limited, and we could not get tour buses to cross the bridge. And so instead of coming down the original route from Joplin through Galena, Main Street, and on into Riverton, they would just bypass us and go straight down what we call 7th Street, a new alignment of Route 66 into Riverton, and miss Galena's Main Street completely. In 2005, my sister and I was trying to restore this old building into a farmer's market because at that time Galena did not have a grocery store. And so the Economic Development Committee, or the Chamber of Commerce, said we need some fresh vegetables and fruits, so let's try to find a place to have a farmer's market. So we tried to restore this building. As we was cleaning and scraping and painting, a gentleman from Carterville, which isn't here right now, but Ron Harsh, came by and said, "Did you know the truck that inspired Tow Mater was parked on this property?" Had no idea what he was talking about. We went home, cleaned up, went and seen the movie, came back and found my boss, who at that time was Larry Courtney, who owned the building, and told him about the truck. This is Joe Raft, who spotted the truck, and it's not a tow truck, or okay, the people from the West Coast said it was a tow truck, but it's actually a boom truck. And you can't see the boom because the tree is growing right up through the middle of it. But the boom is very high. It's taller than the building that it's parked against. It was used to remove equipment from some of the mine shafts. And so the boom sticks way out. So we call it a boom truck. He saw the truck, and that was what inspired him to make Tow Mater. It is one of the inspirations for Tow Mater. Believe me, when I saw the truck, I was like, there's no way. This is my favorite picture of him. And this is the gentleman who owned the truck and found the truck. This is Larry Courtney, who owned the building, who went and found the truck. He found it at a farm out on the west side of town. And I like to point out that the little keg, beer keg on the side is actually his gas tank. The farmer was using the truck. When Larry talked to the farmer, the hood was off the truck, just like the character in Cars. And he was using it to carry bales of hay from one end of his farm to the other. And it still runs, it just needs a master cylinder. It runs, but it doesn't stop, so. We got so excited about having the truck, we held an open house. There's the truck. I think we had bacon and tomato sandwiches. I don't really remember what we gave that. Oh, no, bacon and Tow Mater sandwiches, that was it. And it was a pretty cute turnout. I think even Dean Walker, old Crazy Legs, is there somewhere. But like the other communities, the local people didn't get on board right away. They didn't believe that Route 66 was that popular. They didn't believe that this rusty old bucket of truck that was parked there would bring visitors. But we continued to go ahead with our plans. And so we took the Cannotech station and restored it. Like probably many other people that have businesses, they found what the business was before they, went by what the design was, and that's exactly what we did. We found a gentleman that worked with Mr. Courtney. He said his father owned the station. His name was Neil Little, and the service station was called the Little Service Station. And we went off of that picture and created 4 Women on the Route. Aha, this is my sister, the Mouth. And when we, Melba Jean, please call her Melba Jean, the Mouth. When we first started out, there were, as Mr. Klein said, people coming through and just taking pictures of the signs on either side of the street that said, Kansas Route 66, Joplin Mo this way, Kansas Route 66, and went the arrow the other way. And they would get out and take pictures in front of that, and then they would go on. So when we opened up, Mouth there would run out to the corner of the parking lot and holler for these people, come on in and sign our book, and did you know about this truck? And we all, I did a few myself, and her daughter Shelby also. It was a family affair, actually. But we did drag them in. They did come in. They did sign our book. And the books, the guest books, were the proof to the city, to the state, that there are people visiting our state. The 13.2 miles of Route 66 has visitors every year. And just like the gentleman from the U drop in, that was our proof. We are a tourism city. We might not be a destination yet, but we are a tourism city, and they do stop. I don't have a clue what that is. Oh, yeah, I do. We had a lot of publication from a lot of people. I want to tell you that Dave Wicklund was one of the first motorcycle groups that stopped at our funny-looking gas station, and he showed us the pictures that he had of the before and after, and he kept promoting it. And as he promoted it, more people promoted it. More people came in, more people visited with us, and thought, yeah, they're doing something here. And I give a lot of thanks to those people. We've done a lot of restoration in our town. In 2012, 2013, we received a CDBG, community block grant from the USDA. And we restored our main streets. Our main streets were so bad, the sidewalks were crumbling, the storefronts were flooding, those storefronts that actually had people in them, and the tourist would bump all the way down the hill. At this time, we only have half of our main street restored. We've put in a grant for the second half, another restoration project, and this project was done by an individual or a company. We owned the house at one time with my previous partners, Miss Betty Courtney, and she wanted to make it a bed and breakfast, a little tea house. Well, we found the history on the house from a gentleman in our city. He was the coroner for the county, and he stated that at one time it was a brothel, then it was a retirement home, and then it became a residential. He knew it was a brothel because when his mother would walk him down to Hell's Half Acres, which is the mining area, down the hill, she would hold his hand and tell him all the way past this house, don't you look over there, don't you look over there. And so he couldn't look over there, but he did know that the ladies, and as you see the nude in the front here, the ladies actually, that was a balcony, and the ladies would hang their hankies out to the side to lure the miners in after they got off of work. Right now, we do tours, and it's ghost tours in that facility, and it's pretty fun. It's a fun thing. This is Miss Kaiser. Isn't she pretty? The person that also did the restoration did several restorations in our town and also helped us get a mural up. Joplin, Missouri has a mural. We have a mural, and Baxter Springs is working on a mural, and these are all tile murals. This is also the gentleman standing by Kaiser that worked to get the viaduct on the National Historical Register. This is a festival. Galena tries to have a festival once a month. We call it Friday Night Lights because we're so proud of our brand new street lights on Main Street. That we do concerts, we have vendors, the high school drum team comes in, the twirlers. And this is done by our Economic Development Committee as well as the schools. Baxter Springs does the same thing. They have events that go on continuously that promote our route, the Route 66 all the way down. Last year, 2 years ago, one of my partners dissolved her ownership. The other one passed away a couple years earlier than that, and my sister, of course, sold hers to me. But I was the only one supporting the 4 women, so I had to find a new partner. The new partners are found were 2 men who did not want to wear pink shirts. So we did change the name to Cars on the Route, but it's owned by the same people. The mouth is still there. On occasion, I let my brother cook, you know. And now I've actually roped my husband into Friday nights. We have what's called karaoke night, and he makes ribs, smoked ribs, which they're pretty good. And I'm glad he's not going to hear this because then his head would get very big. Oh, we're doing pretty good now. I don't know why they brought that up there. As everybody has said, I believe tourism this year has really peaked up. I think some of our peakness is from neighboring states. We have a lot of states that do day trippers. We have Branson, Missouri, not too far from us, and we actually have buses that bring people on Route 66 from Branson, Missouri for the day, and they travel through Gay Parida, Springfield, Gay Parida, and then which is I should just say the Sinclair Station, Carthage, Missouri, Joplin, Missouri, Carterville, Webb City, through Galena, Baxter, and then they go to Miami, Oklahoma to the Coleman Theater, and then if they have time, they'll go to the Afton Station where Laurel Cane is. If they don't, then they will just turn back around and go back to Branson. We also have Eureka Springs, which is a motorcycling big-time motorcycle place that everybody goes to. It's a local, I don't know, destination. We have several people that work together to make our Route 66 ongoing. Oh, look, there's me. Some of them is organizations like the Kansas Historic Route 66 Association, the Kansas Route 66 Association, both economic and development committees in Baxter Springs and Galena. Also, we have a county economic development committee that is starting to work with us hand in hand. We do have the historic Route 66 byway in Kansas now, so our 13.2 is on the historic Route 6. Not a scenic because we're not sunflower enough, but the historic byway. Just by looking at our guest signature books in the Phillips 66 Welcome Station, excuse me, the Baxter Springs and Galena Museums and the Old Riverton Store and Cars on the Route, we're showing a big surge of visitors, and we're hoping that at some point we can get the 3 S's that Mr. Klein had spoke about, a place where people can sleep. We do not at this time have hotels. Baxter has one. We have Downstream Casino way on the end of, right near the interstate, but we are working on a hotel. The economic growth that was brought on, not only by our tourism, but people getting involved in all of our cities, has been outstanding. Galena has changed quite a bit. They have got a hospital now. We have got a shopping center that's on the edge of our town, and we also have the nature center that is in Schermerhorn Park has really boomed this year. It's a beautiful place to see. If you visit with your characters on Route 66, ours is Dean Walker and Melba Jean the Mouth, you need to hear what they say about the tourists and the many visitors that come along. Will Rogers stated once that if you give someone else to blow your horn, and the sound will carry twice as far, and when you give that horn to someone like Dean Walker or Melba the Mouth, I believe that is true. It really does go far. My sister has a very big head, and every time we go somewhere, people notice who she is. It's really funny when somebody from China will come up to her and say, "Oh, you Melba Mouth," and make this funny character, because if nobody knows who she is, she has a flat top and her hair sticks up straight. So it's pretty encouraging to know that we are being known. And same way with Dean Walker from Baxter Springs. They know that Crazy Legs can turn his feet around. And so little things like that does work. Working with people on both sides, or even as far as California, talking about Dan. I know my sister brags about Dan quite a bit. Kumar, and I know he's not here. Dawn Welch, I think she's constantly talking about Dawn. And as Pontiac, Illinois, you can't get her to shut up, and I'm trying not to be like her, but if you do spread that love, if you do talk about and inform yourself of the destinations or the people that they need to talk to, I believe that Route 66 will grow and prosper, and more people that know that, okay, that little short blonde chick at Galena, Kansas is talking about Dan Rice all the way on the pier. She must really love Route 66, and she does. But that's what you need to do. You don't need to just stick with your own state. You don't need to just stick with your own town. You need to let them know about Gary Turner at the Sinclair Station in Gay Parida, or Don Welch, or Kumar at the teepees. You need to let the people know that there's so much more to see, and just don't stop. Like Glenn had said, don't stop at Vegas. Stay on the route, because there's a lot to see, and there's a lot of really good people to meet. Thank you.
And I will tell you, I don't know if your sister is listening over at Beale Celebrations. When my wife and I made our mass transit, we left here on Wednesday night, got as far as Holbrook, and then made it to Joplin on Friday evening. And all we heard, and of course she was on the list that Jim Hinckley gave us of the places to stop. So we left here Wednesday night, got to Joplin on Friday, went to the Mustang Festival that they had downtown, turned around and left and got back here on Sunday afternoon, because I had to see patients on Monday. So a smart person probably would have taken Monday and Tuesday off. But throughout the time, we were disappointed that we didn't get a chance. The logistics didn't make it so that we could actually meet you guys. But now we get a chance to. So.
Well, I'm sorry.
Okay, our last speaker of the day that's going to make today's truly international, and that is Dries Bessel from the Dutch Route 66 Association. There he is. Oh, he's got his visitors here. And as he walks down the aisle, look at his shoes. Those are the coolest things I've ever seen in my whole life. Yes, that is the other. It doesn't blow very
I have to figure it out. Hang on one moment. I have 3 of them. Don't worry, it's only one presentation. Yeah. Yeah. For an IT specialist, this should be easy. Okay, there we go. My name is Dries Bessels. I thought the slide was up there. I'm from Amsterdam. I'm one of the guys who started the Dutch Route 66 Association together with my wife Marion. And for others who are not here, whom we mentioned later on. In my boring life, I'm an IT solution architect, which is just as boring as it sounds. In my real life, I'm a voluntary tour guide for Route 66 motorcycle trips. Once a year. Last year we did 2, and it's good fun. I'm an avid Harley-Davidson rider, and in Amsterdam I'm a guide for a beer brewery, a small local microbrewery, where I give guided tours. Let's go one back. Jim Hinckley asked me to give this presentation, and I said, yes, of course, I'll do that. And then I realized that I didn't have a clue what to talk about. I have absolutely no pretensions that I know more about Route 66 than anybody here in this room or anybody around. So what am I going to talk about? I decided to tell you about how Dutch people see America and Route 66. And we'll skip the whole Route 66 bit. This is basically how a lot of Dutch people see America. Cowboys. I'm sorry, this is really how a lot of people in Holland see. The average person in Holland will never have seen a gun close by unless it's from the belt of a policeman, let alone have handled one. Americans are gun lovers. They have 25 guns each, at least. I'm not judging. It's how they see America. Overweight cowboys, gun lovers. On the other hand, how Americans see Holland. Oh, I guess, yeah. Okay. I heard a joke recently about somebody who said Amsterdam is like the Tour de France. Everybody's on bikes and they're stoned. Well, I don't think it's the case. But there is quite a lot of pre-roll joints around. There is millions of I think there's more bicycles than people in Amsterdam. And I'm one of the few ones who still wears wooden shoes. But when I talk to people about America, about motorcycle trips, they go about that all the cars are big, the houses are big, the roads are big. If you compare it to Amsterdam, it is like that. My wife likes pickup trucks. And we had a Nissan thingy, which is Nissan Frontier, which in Holland is a humongous car. Here it's a tiny little thing. We have a rental car now, which is a Fiat 500. It's quite a normal car in Holland. Here we drew funny looks on the interstate yesterday when we came in. There is a difference. There is a big difference. There is also a big difference in how the average Dutch person sees Route 66. On the left-hand side, Route 66 does not exist anymore. And they are convinced. I give talks at tourism conventions about the motorcycle trip along Route 66. You can't do a motorcycle trip there. The route doesn't exist anymore. So I'm wondering which road I've been riding for the last few years, but okay. Route 66 is extremely boring. I mean, it's one straight road between Chicago and Los Angeles. There's not a single bend. It just, in Chicago, you can see Los Angeles. And one which you hear a lot, if I'm at the motorcycle fair or tourism fair, people will say, oh, I've done Route 66, which means that they went to Las Vegas and they got a car or something to go to the Grand Canyon and back, and so they've done Route 66. And it takes a lot of convincing to tell them that there is a little bit more to it. There's a little bit more road, there are a few bends, parts of it are very bad. Yeah, okay. For Dutch people, I regularly hear people saying that, oh, you have to go, you have to take 5 weeks and you have to go twice. And the reality is that a lot of European people, a lot of the people on the motorcycle tours are men. Their wives don't want to sit along for 2 weeks on the back of a bike or something. So 2 weeks on a very expensive trip is about the max they can get. I'm happy they take those 2 weeks already. We'll take them to all sorts of places and show them Melba and all places. But 2 weeks is about the maximum for the average person. It's an expensive trip and they don't have that much time. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. For many of them, they are very, they're exhausted by the end of the 2 weeks. Exhausted from the emotions and everything. But it is a great trip. And up to now, I've found one person who disliked the tour. This was a very, very strange person. It was on the last tour we did last year in Melba. There was one guy, he didn't want to use his credit card because then his family would find out that he was in America. Okay. After about the 4th day, he came up to me and said, all this motorcycle riding, are we going to ride again tomorrow? I said, yeah, tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and every day until we're in Los Angeles. And then he said the thing which stunned me the most is, but all this old Route 66 junk, are we going to visit anything interesting? This guy paid about $7,000 for a trip, which he didn't want to make along sites where he didn't want to be on a vehicle he didn't want to be on. That was the weirdest I've ever seen. For the rest, people they're bouncing around for 2 weeks now. They are completely berserk. They are exhausted by the end, but it's worth it. Yeah. Hey, this light is gone. How? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, yeah. The top one says it all. From Eric, he was on a tour last year, together with his brother, and they were acting out scenes of Sons of Anarchy along the way, and scenes from Wild Hogs and everything. And we still have a word now in Holland. It's doing an Eric, which means that you lie down in the middle of the road to make pictures. Mick, he said Mick is a weirdo. He's a very nice guy, but he's a strange character. He did Route 66, and what was the most important to him was the fact that all those people who sit there and they see thousands of people come by, even after the 1,000th person, they're still friendly and open and still talking and advising and everything. It is a very nice place. You should not underestimate America. America is a very, very nice place to visit. The people are incredibly friendly. They're very open. The traffic is incredibly well behaved. There are places in Holland where I'm scared to get on my motorcycle. If we are with a group riding across America, people stop for you. They make space for you. It's very, very nice to ride a motorcycle in America. Americans are very friendly. They have their issues like everybody. Well, the Dutch don't, but for the rest, be proud. Be proud of the community along Route 66 and the people, because it is something to be proud of. It really is. There are differences, and these are things. A number of remarks I heard from people on the way. Hardly pay any taxes. That's one thing that comes up a lot. It's weird to see people walk around with weapons. In Holland, a policeman will have a weapon, and that's it. So not everybody's covered by health insurance. Roads are bad. But at the same time, Americans are very open and friendly. These are quotes from the people that were on the trip. So you've got something here to be proud of, I think. Well, and the last one says it, I guess. Riding Route 66 for the first time was my best vacation ever. I got involved in this whole thing because of a building along Route 66, which I consider a bit my private property, the Painted Desert Trading Post. We were riding around here, and I saw a book from Russell Olson with a picture of the Painted Desert Trading Post as it is and as it was. And the moment I saw that picture, I knew I had to go there. I wanted to see that. It took us 6 years or something. Then we did the first Route 66 motorcycle tour, and we saw the building, and we've been back ever since every year. And every year it's still a great trip. The Route 66 Association in Holland is with 6 people. Willem Bor, Monique Bor, Jeroen and Maggie Boersma, and the 2 of us. And this is the part where we need Melba. Melba. The people who followed me on Facebook have seen this box. This box has given me bad night's sleep and it was difficult to get it on the plane and to keep it safe. But Willem Bor asked me to bring it along for Melba, and of course we did.
I know what it is now.
You know what it is. But to explain to you all, I describe Willem Bor as a master model builder. He built models which are in Lebanon, and they are in California, and there's one here.
I see.
So shall I help you unpack it?
Yes, please. I'm afraid to touch it.
No. Don't ever offer to take something like this along on a long flight. Don't.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
I believe you know this building.
I think I know this building very much. Oh my gosh. Now my baby sister one day walked up to me and she says, "We're going to open up a Route 66 place." And I'm like, okay. I was retired, sitting home eating bonbons and doing eBay, no problem, sure. Didn't know what she was talking about. I knew about Route 66. We traveled it all our life. Started doing it. And I guess she thought oh my gosh. I thought she says, well, if anybody can do it, we can do it. I never did believe her, but Nene, look at this. Oh my God.
Well, thank Willem. By the way, Willem and Monique are watching now, so you can.
Oh, thank you.
They are watching this, although it's in the middle of the night in Amsterdam. But
Yeah, you're gonna sit there and watch me cry too, huh? Why does everybody do that? Is that good luck, like the Buddha?
Yeah.
Thank you, Monique.
Monique and Willem.
William. Or we say William. Or Willem.
Willem.
Okay. Thank you, Monique and William. I love it. Oh, I seen it, and you even got my favorite pants on the picture in the front. Thank you so very much. This is from my sister and me and the town of Galena and Route 66. Thank you so much.
Are you by car here?
I gotta take it back now.
Okay.
We're traveling in a car, yeah.
Oh, okay, then I'll wrap it back up.
Okay.
If you leave it back up, because there are a few things I changed. If you leave it like this in the box, I'll be in Galena in 2 weeks' time, and I'll put it all back together for
All right. In 2 weeks' time.
something like that. I'll let you know.
Okay. All right.
I have one more request for all the other associations, business owners, and everything. We are far away from Route 66. We are far away from America. It took us 23 hours, I think, yesterday from Amsterdam to get here. So it's a long trip. Also, information, if it reaches us, it takes a long time. So if you have information you want to share for the Dutch, and I guess the same for the German Route 66 Association and the Czech Route 66, let us know. If there is something you want published on the website or some event going on, let us know. I can give you the contact details, and we'll put it on the website, we'll put it on Facebook, we'll do with it, we'll publish it, but let us know. That's all. I don't know if there are any questions. Okay. And that's it. It's then it's now officially beer time, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning at, the first speaker is at 8:30, and that is a lot of information about the electric cars and the electric highway, that the dreams and what they plan to do as far as the plans go from there. So again, thank you very much.